Sweating bullets, this guy groans out loud. Going to school is basically a living hell on earth. Seonggu realizes he absolutely has to rent a room nearby, or drop out. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out right behind him. Senior Seonggu, as an elite sergeant straight out of the special forces. How can you utter such weak and pathetic words? His energetic junior grins. He teases Seonggu about his sudden lack of stamina. It is pretty hard to believe. Someone who survived grueling military training cannot even handle a simple 2-hour college lecture. Seonggu decides not to argue with this childish kid. He tells Lee Han-ho to go enlist in the army first before talking. Let us see your endurance then. Lee Han-ho flinches. It seems he only stays in school to avoid the draft, but his eyes still show quite a bit of determination. Seonggu immediately shuts him down. Apparently, Lee Han-ho delayed enlistment just to be close to Mirang. 3 years ago at the freshman party, he warned him. Do anything you want, but never become a pathetic simp. Lee Han-ho quietly follows Seonggu into the lecture hall. Seeing him go quiet, Seonggu stops and asks what is wrong. Are you crying, Lee Han-ho? But Lee Han-ho tells him to look up at the sky instead. His voice is utterly panicked. A mysterious loading circle at 99% suddenly appears in the sky. Since it is way too faint, Seonggu cannot see it. He jokes about Lee Han-ho missing Mirang to the point of going crazy. Lee Han-ho insists. He definitely saw the words loading monsters, which vanished the moment the countdown hit 100%. It appeared right over the library building. Senior. Strangely, the sky now looks completely normal, with absolutely nothing there, leaving Seonggu feeling like he was just pranked. What kind of crazy monster talk is this? He asks if his junior can even tell reality apart from video games anymore. Lee Han-ho knows he did not imagine things, but maybe his recent drinking is causing hallucinations, so he slaps his own face to wake up. He begs Seonggu to grab some coffee, but Seonggu instantly refuses because their scary professor is already heading inside. Suddenly, a strange blue light flashes. It gives him a very weird sensation. But with Lee Han-ho rambling on, Seonggu does not pay attention to that brief anomaly. He simply says goodbye and heads into class. The classroom is completely dark. With only the windows and the projector giving off light, Seonggu naturally starts nodding off like a sleepy chicken. He really regrets not getting that coffee with Lee Han-ho. His eyelids grow heavy. It seems this lecture is about to be a total wash. Suddenly, a glowing blue screen pops up. It snaps Seonggu awake with huge words displayed on it. Look at this question. If you had to choose a class to survive the apocalypse, what would it be? Please make your choice right now. Seonggu rubs his eyes repeatedly, thinking he is dreaming. Just then, the projector screen flickers and dies. Even the outside light completely vanishes, plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. The classroom erupts into pure panic. It is the middle of a sunny day, yet they are suddenly swallowed by absolute darkness. To make things even weirder, none of their phones are working anymore. Suddenly, a terrified girl gasps out loud. What is that thing? Is she the only one seeing it? As it turns out, everyone has the exact same floating screen as Seonggu, looking almost like a presentation app, but he knows this is definitely no ordinary app. Suddenly, another notification flashes, warning them they only have 15 seconds left. A blinding light bursts forth. A set of glowing cards begins to float out. They resemble tarot cards without text, displaying only strange red stars. Absolutely everyone in the room can see them. An older student warns everyone not to touch them, fearing some unknown danger. But Seonggu completely disagrees with that passive choice. Honestly, what would you do in this insane situation? Just sit and wait for the timer to hit 0, or gamble your entire life on a random card. Only 15 seconds initially, and now just 10 seconds left. How is he supposed to make a choice? The timer ticks down. A guy nervously taps a card, and a physical sword instantly drops right in front of him. Seonggu notices the guy chose the warrior class. This immediately spawned a full set of survival gear. He needs the absolute best option to stay alive in this impending apocalypse. Looking closely, Seonggu notices the star ratings under the cards are actually different. Since he does not understand any of this, he picks the highest rating. The selection is finalized. Seonggu lands the Necromancer class, which boasts a 5-star rating. His choice is officially complete for good. The system states those who failed can choose during the next round. As light floods the room, it feels like they entered a whole new dimension. The guy who picked the warrior card finally gets a good look at the sword in his hands. The sudden event and the weapon falling from nowhere leaves them completely stunned. Is this real sword actually some bizarre dream? The four-eyed student really did become a warrior with a fully physical sword. However, even though Seonggu managed to secure the Necromancer class, absolutely nothing dropped from the sky for him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes. The door is smashed open, and a bloody student collapses inside. Something is clinging to his back, repeatedly driving a knife straight into his neck. He desperately begs for someone to help him, before collapsing hard onto the cold floor. That freaky creature keeps stabbing him over and over, forcing blood-curdling screams from his throat as he reaches out to the crowd for help. Please save me. He desperately wheezes out, and those become his final words before he goes completely limp. The thing on his back slowly stands tall, revealing wide yellow eyes and razor-sharp fangs. While everyone else runs away in pure panic from this tiny, aggressive beast, only Seonggu is left standing to face the monster. He curses under his breath, wondering why he is always the one left lagging behind. Worse yet, the beast locks its gaze right on him, leaving him too terrified to move. Nearby, people frantically start yelling at the four-eyed guy. They scream for Minsu to attack it with his sword, pushing the trembling guy right next to Seonggu. To Seonggu, this terrified classmate looks like a literal savior. Seonggu asks if he remembers him, but Minsu just snaps, screaming at everyone to stop looking at him and telling him what to do. Just like that, Sungu's last ray of hope completely vanishes. Suddenly, the monster pounces with its knife, making a bizarre, clicking screech like a wild monkey. Check this out, he instinctively turns to run, but stops himself, knowing that fleeing will only get him stabbed in the back like the first guy. Summoning all his courage, he spins around and kicks the beast square in the chest. It flies backward, growling in fury, while Sungu realizes it only weighs about 15 kilograms. He tries to grab a nearby chair as a weapon, but the messy desks are tightly wedged together. Sensing his struggle, the beast leaps forward to finish him. Staring death in the face, Sungu frantically yanks the chair free and slams it down with earth-shattering force. The monster falls limp, its tongue sticking out as blood pools across the floor. Sungu and the rest of the class freeze, completely shell-shocked by this sudden nightmare. Suddenly, a glowing blue screen pops up, announcing that Sungu has successfully hunted a goblin and earned 10 gold. Sungu stares at it, completely bewildered, trying to make sense of what this actually means. This naming system and gold reward feel exactly like a video game. Another notification flashes, revealing his special ability to turn his slain enemies into loyal minions, along with the dead goblin stats. The screen shows it will become a level 1 goblin skeleton. Driven by curiosity, Sungu taps the button to test it out. A strange blue flame erupts from the corpse, making the crowd gasp in horror. Sungu spins around as dense blue sparks begin to gather and take shape right before his eyes. It morphs into a bony skeleton kneeling obediently at his feet, its hollow eyes glowing with that signature eerie blue fire. Sungu suddenly remembers his character class allows him to summon undead minions. This is the terrifying power of a necromancer. Suddenly, the classroom door bursts wide open, revealing 2 more hostile goblins. They might be small, but they are bloodthirsty beasts, ready to shred enemies 5 times their size. The classroom instantly descends into chaos as everyone tries to run, but unfortunately, Sungu is standing closest to the door. A glowing alert reminds him that his goblin skeleton is currently awaiting orders. Sungu has no idea how to command it. But in this desperate split second, he mentally screams for it to attack and kill. The bony summon immediately rises to its feet. It lunges at the 2 goblins, who are utterly confused to see their dead ally moving. The skeleton stabs one of them deep, though the wound is not quite enough to kill it. The other monster quickly retaliates, slicing off one of the skeleton's arms. Fighting 2 enemies at once is proving to be a serious struggle, but you can see the trouble here. If he just stands around, he will be the next one fighting for his life. These tiny goblins are not actually that strong. If he could just get his hands on a larger weapon, this fight would be a breeze. Remembering Minsu has a sword, Sungu yells at him to throw it over, but Minsu clings to it selfishly, screaming that it belongs to him because he claimed it first. Sungu sighs in complete defeat, telling him to deal with them himself then. Looking at the snarling beasts, Minsu is way too terrified to actually fight them. Sungu sighs, lifting another heavy chair, realizing he has to stick to his trusty old tactic. He motions for his skeleton to duck just as he hurls the chair, sending it crashing directly into both of the monsters. Taking advantage of the chaos, the skeleton quickly finishes them off. Since every goblin kill rewards 10 gold, Sungu pocketed a neat 20 gold for this fight. Unfortunately, his poor skeleton took some major damage and is now missing an arm, slowly dragging its feet as it limps back toward him. The blue fire in its sockets flickers, somehow looking exactly like a loyal pet eagerly waiting for its master to praise it. Sungu hesitates for a moment before awkwardly blurting out that its skull face is actually pretty terrifying, asking if it could kindly look somewhere else. The skeleton hangs its skull in sheer disappointment. After all, you cannot really expect a goblin to have a handsome face. Thanks to his necromancer class, these creatures are bound to obey him forever. Soon, the 2 freshly slain monsters also rise to join his growing army. However, this is currently his absolute limit for active summons. Trembling, the professor slowly approaches Sungu to ask what is going on. Before he can explain, a frantic scream for help echoes nearby from a terrified girl who cannot get through to the emergency lines. Sungu quickly realizes this nightmare is likely happening across the entire campus. Determined, he steps over and pulls back the window curtains. A bright red light floods the room. But this is no sunset, it is the fierce blaze of explosions erupting everywhere outside. Sungu is completely stunned. It looks like this terrifying chaos is already unfolding across the entire world. Just a moment later, someone rushes in shouting for everyone to get out. The entire school is on the verge of being swallowed by a sea of flames. Meanwhile, a blonde guy happily jingles his car keys. His car is waiting in the parking lot. But the moment they step outside, they spot 2 vicious goblins at the end of the hallway, ready to tear them apart after already slaughtering a man. As the beasts charge, everyone turns and runs. A nimble goblin springs forward, almost sinking its claws into a running girl. Right then, Sungu's skeleton warrior intervenes just in time, pinning those creatures flat onto the floor. He yells for the others to run ahead while he stays back to handle things. But then he quickly corrects himself to be exact. His skeletons will handle it. The group scrambles away, but they completely scatter in all different directions. Sungu wants to call after them but decides against it. It is every man for himself, and he is not responsible for their survival anyway. By now, even if things are still pretty blurry, he is certain this game has strict rules they must follow. First on the list is their assigned classes. These starting monsters are actually pretty easy to hunt down. Sungu does not know if he is right, but fighting back seems to raise his chances of survival. At least he still has some reliable teammates ready to fight by his side. Granted, these fleshless allies look kind of weak. As 2 goblins work together against Sungu's skeleton warrior, they manage to slash its head clean off, sending the skull rolling right to his feet. Once one of his skeleton warriors is destroyed, it dissolves back into nothingness, completely unable to be summoned again. Sungu grits his teeth, standing on the sidelines cheering for his boys to take them down. Now, it is a 2-on-2 match. The skeletons charge, trading blows with the goblins. Finally, Sungu pockets 20 gold coins. He scratches his head, breathing a sigh of relief. Nice work. Right then, a notification pops up. Sungu has reached level 2. He finally takes a closer look at the screen and summons his status window. Sure enough, all his information is displayed right there, from his name to his stats and gold. Sungu is pretty confused. Usually, leveling up in a game gives you points to manually distribute into your stats, but instead, the system presents him with 5 upgrade cards to choose from at level 2. Sungu's eyes instantly lose all hope. Great, this game is just a rigged gamble in disguise. Still, since this card is a massive deal for his future, Sungu remains incredibly cautious. He ends up choosing a random skill card. It flips open, revealing that his maximum number of skeleton summons has increased by 1. With that, Sungu raises another skeleton from the 2 freshly slain goblins, but his mana quickly drains down to a mere 3 out of 30. Sungu casually remarks that keeping these skeleton warriors around is pretty cheap. Hearing this, all 4 of them stare back with blank, empty eyes. Sungu waves them off with a look of pure disgust. Getting stared at by creepy skeletons gives him the shivers, but he quickly pulls himself together. He is safe for now, but who knows what lies ahead. Right now, his primary goal is simply surviving and getting out of here. Looking through the glass, Sungu witnesses a horrific slaughter unfolding in the courtyard. He punches the window in frustration, muttering that he thought this place would be safer. If he goes down there now, he is dead meat. Everywhere is dangerous, but staying cooped up in one spot will never get him anywhere. Sungu decides to lead his 4 bony sidekicks down to the lower level. One skeleton creeps ahead, only to bump into a guy running up with a knife. And as luck would have it, that guy is Lee Hanho. They lock eyes, and Lee Hanho immediately screams in terror. Still shrieking, he drives his knife straight into the skeleton's skull, catching the poor summon completely off guard. Recognizing Lee Hanho, Sungu watches as his tearful friend points at the skeleton currently nursing its cracked head. Lee Hanho desperately gasps to ask who these monsters are, but Sungu tells him to chill out because they are all his loyal minions. While the skeletons tend to their leader's cracked skull, Sungu pulls Lee Hanho aside to catch up. Sungu cannot comprehend why the kid chose the thief class. It makes him want to pretend they are total strangers. Turns out, Lee Hanho picked it because it was a 1-star class with a shiny icon. He asks his senior if it is a good pick. Right, let's go with that. Sungu simply does not have the heart to crush his junior's sweet delusion. They set off to find a safe spot, figuring that staying behind these tiny, 4-foot-tall skeletons will keep them safe. But then check this out. A status screen suddenly flashes, revealing a secret synergy skill. Equipping 5 thief daggers will boost their critical hit rate and grant an extra 10% bonus gold. Lee Hanho suddenly points at the screen and asks if Sungu can see it too. Sungu slowly nods. If they equip the same type of gear, they get a hidden buff. The better their party synergy, the more insane the perks become. And this buff doesn't just apply to players, his skeleton warriors get a piece of the action too. He's not entirely sure, but their synergy skills look pretty terrifying. Even if he plays entirely solo, the skeletons alone are enough to trigger their own powerful party buffs. Suddenly, the 3 lead skeletons halt. Blocking their path is a squad of goblins, led by a massive boss and a few smaller grunts. Thanks to a special buff for having 4 or more skeletons, the enemy's power is slashed by 30% under the chilling aura of death. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the terrified goblins instinctively take a step back. Sungu smirks with pure satisfaction. Looks like luck is on their side this time. His 4 bone soldiers charge forward, completely overwhelming the goblins and taking down several of them in a flash. Lee Hanho watches in absolute excitement, jumping up and down, but his joy doesn't even last 3 seconds before the goblin captain finally steps in. The beast raises its hand high as a strange magic circle begins glowing right on its wrist. And right here, things take a massive turn. It activated its Wild Frenzy skill, giving its goblin minions a huge power boost as they start turning the tables on them. Lee Hanho panic stops celebrating and tries to drag Sungu away, but the young man stays put to analyze the chaos. Those green pests are just following their leader's orders, which means he has to cut off the snake's head. Sungu locks his eyes on the magic circle, glowing on the captain's arm, and commands his summons. One bone soldier immediately leaps into the air, launching a brutal drop attack. The summon slices clean through the captain's casting arm, sending the monster into a furious, roaring rage. The captain kicks the summon away with sheer force, but the job is already done. With the buff deactivated, the remaining goblins are easily wiped out by the other soldiers. System notifications keep chiming in his ears as his summons effortlessly harvest the monsters. The armless captain swings his weapon, managed to crush 1 soldier, but the remaining 3 coordinate perfectly to finish him off. Slaying the goblin captain nets him 50 gold, plus a 10% bonus from his party effect. Lee Hanho just gasps, completely overwhelmed by the intense battle. He walks over to inspect the loot that dropped from the dead captain. It is a low-grade spear with absolutely 0 special effects and a pretty basic rarity. But this wild bracelet right here is a high-rarity drop, granting small-type summons a massive 20% power boost whenever they fight against goblin monsters. For his summons, they get a 20% speed boost and a special party buff when fully assembled. And best of all, he gets that Wild Frenzy skill from earlier. It is a D-tier buff skill that boosts damage by 10% and speed by 20% for 10 whole minutes. With a 1-hour cooldown, Sungu feels pretty good about this hunt. So he actually gives his bone soldiers some rare, well-deserved praise. He actually pats its bony head. The skeleton gets so incredibly happy that the blue fire in its eyes curves into a joyful grin. Honestly, Seeing a skeleton get this emotional gives Sungu and Lee Hanho major chills. As they keep moving, they stumble upon a large crowd of survivors, so Sungu quickly orders his bone soldiers to hide in an empty room nearby. You just know everyone would lose their minds seeing actual skeletons. But look at this shady guy in the center of the crowd, he is clearly up to no good. He claims they are trying to contact the police while the student council scouts around to figure out what is happening on campus. But one frustrated girl steps up, wanting to smash the door because she knows the police are not coming. The guy shakes his head, claiming he tried everything already. But she is not buying it, how could it not break? Seeing how desperate she is, he just patronizingly tells her to calm down and follow his lead. Sungu instantly recognizes this guy as Jin Seon, a senior obsessed with hierarchy who is notorious for harassing girls. Apparently, he is desperate for a seat on the student council, so he is putting on this heroic act. Sungu casually walks right up to open the door himself. He snaps, telling him to stay away from the door and asking if he has a hearing problem. Sungu just stares back with deep suspicion. Jin Seon takes a deep breath, quickly putting on a fake, polite smile, apologizing and claiming the stress of the day just made him snap. He says they probably do not know since they just arrived, but he is only trying to protect everyone here. Sungu immediately senses his condescending attitude. Jin Seon suddenly recognizes him, so Sungu introduces Lee Hanho, but the senior just scratches his head with a very fake look. He lies that he thinks he met Lee Hanho before, making the excuse that he barely even visits the campus. Sungu is completely speechless, genuinely wondering why this absolute weirdo even decided to attend class today. Noticing their weapons, Jin Seon immediately tries to draft them into his self-made security squad. Sungu does not refuse, but then Jin Seon suddenly asks what classes they chose. Looking at the basic spear in Sungu's hand, he smugly guesses he is a spearman, mockingly asking if a low-tier class can even help them. He proudly pats his heavy shield to brag, boasting that he already killed a green monster. He tells them it was a goblin, bragging that even with weapons, those things are incredibly tough to kill. He claims he pulled a 2-star card as a defender, telling them they can just hide behind his back if trouble starts. Sungu's eye twitches while Lee Hanho hides behind him, barely holding back a laugh. Suddenly, a guy named Minsu runs over, panting, and says he hears goblins upstairs. Jin Seon immediately orders everyone to quiet down and hide inside the cafe. He promises to block the entrance himself. Meanwhile, Sungu signals Lee Hanho to follow him for a quick private chat, leading them straight to a locked door. The door is sealed tight by heavy magic, meaning they actually have to hunt down the final boss to break it. If they do not take down the monsters within the time limit, they will grow even stronger, and they only have about 2 hours left. Sungu tries twisting the handle, but the door is completely jammed. Lee Hanho mutters that 2 hours is definitely their ultimate deadline. If they do not take down the final boss within this time limit, absolutely everyone is going to die. Sungu immediately sets out to hunt down the final boss because waiting for rescue is a joke. Right now, anyone who loses their head is going to get slaughtered first. Suddenly, Jin Sok brings Minsu over, asking if they already know each other. They were in the same class, but Minsu looks away, reluctantly admitting they kind of know each other. So Jin Seok teams them up, graciously offering to let them be his lackeys. Sungu immediately shuts him down, asking if he even bothered reading the warning on the entrance door. Jin Seok scratches his head, claiming he read it but they cannot go outside and must wait for rescue. Sungu fires back in frustration. How can this guy be naive enough to expect the police? If this is happening worldwide, nobody is coming to save them. Then Jin Seok suddenly drops a totally random question asking if Sungu has done his military service, to which Sungu nods. That is when Jin Seok acts smug, full of blind confidence, asking why he would doubt their incredibly powerful national military. He believes the army will save them, making Sungu grit his teeth. The military are not gods who can magically rescue everyone instantly. But with things so tense, he decides not to argue. Sungu just sighs and walks off, startling Jin Seok, who yells threats when he sees them heading straight for the door. He orders them to get away from the door, yelling to hide inside the cafe. Suddenly, Minsu screams in pure terror as 5 pretty ugly goblins start marching down the stairs in single file. The crowd inside the cafe panics, but Jin Seok pulls himself together, raises his shield, and tells everyone to grab their weapons. They must block the monsters, but Minsu suddenly points in a different direction. He stammers that more are coming from the hallway, but these are actually Sungu's pretty cute skeleton soldiers. Despite their cute faces, Jin Seok screams in terror, "What the hell is that?" Sungu clears a path for his undead pets, explaining they are not goblins, before swinging his spear and calmly marching forward. He knows that duty comes with survival, but staying sharp is absolutely key, because following a pretty lunatic leader will get them all killed right now. Furious at the insult, Jin Seok bitterly asks if Sungu really has some legendary power, to which Sungu replies, "Maybe so." Sungu gives him a pretty cold, steely glare as his level 1 aura activates, slashing the goblin's strength by 30%. Sensing the sheer pressure of the skeleton army, the goblins try to run, but escaping won't be that easy. Now watch this, here's where the real hunt begins, leaving the entire cafe crowd completely stunned. Even stranger, they witness what looks like goblins fighting each other, with Sungu's skeletons completely dominating the battlefield. Before one dizzy goblin can even clear its head, Sungu steps up and drives his spear straight through its chest. The next 2 goblins are pinned by skeletons and instantly slaughtered by his spear, leaving a completely stunned Jin Seok backing away with Minsu. While Jin Seok plans to run, Sungu charges forward, slaying them one by one. 3 are already dead, and as the last 2 try to run, Sungu orders his skeletons to block their path and hold them down. This time, he deliberately shouts his commands out loud so everyone can clearly witness exactly how he fights. This shows them he has everything under control, making it easier to face the boss together. Fighting as a team is way better than solo carrying. So Sungu activates the Thief Dagger skill on his undead squad. He also triggers the Wild Bracelet for extra defense, meaning these goblins stand zero chance against his insanely buffed summons. But let's be real, this deadly game is surely hiding much worse threats than simple goblins. Watching Sungu dominate, Jinsook's lackeys finally realize that this guy has the power to command the undead. The terrified survivors inside the cafe start seeing a real glimmer of hope in him, just as one sneaky goblin slips past his guard. Sungu winds up and hurls his spear right through its chest, sighing in relief that his throw actually hit, avoiding a major embarrassment. The battle ends. Everyone rushes out cheering. Everyone is completely awed by his strength, wondering why on earth a literature major has such insane power, while Sungu searches for loot. Unfortunately, it looks like these normal mobs do not drop any equipment. But at least he scores a lucky ticket for hunting 20 monsters, making him one of the top 100 survivors to get this achievement. He cannot find the item in his inventory to use it, but his cute skeletons return and receive some pretty warm praise. All 4 summons glow happily, and Sungu marches his undead squad back to face Jinsook, who is now cowering in fear. Sungu asks how useful he is now, leaving Jinsook standing there with a sour, completely twisted face. Gathering everyone inside the cafe, Sungu breaks the grim news that a powerful magic barrier is keeping them trapped inside. The only way out of this nightmare is to defeat the boss hiding somewhere inside this building. Hearing this, they all go dead silent. Even a single goblin scares them half to death. So how can they fight a boss? Seonggu explains they only have 2 hours left to make their move. After that, who knows what happens, but it definitely won't be pretty. Since it's a boss, going solo is suicide. A guy at the back raises his trembling hand and mentions he saw the monster when fleeing to the rooftop. Some giant monster completely crushed the professor's skull. Now, Seonggu gets ready to leave, asking if anyone is brave enough to join him. Naturally, they just stand there frozen, not even daring to look him in the eye. Seonggu already expected this, but Lee Hanho leans in and whispers, "Senior, maybe I should just stay behind." Seonggu simply smiles and pats his shoulder. "No way." He says you need to come along and buff the skeleton soldiers. Lee Hanho even offers to give up his dagger just to stay behind, but Seonggu naturally shuts that down. Suddenly, a girl steps up to strike a conversation. You can already tell she is a total badass as she points out their bleak odds. Those newbies lose their minds over tiny little monsters anyway, which is honestly just so annoying to watch. Meet Junjot, a fierce tiger hunter. In her eyes, Seonggu's skeleton soldiers are way more useful than that bunch of absolute garbage. Her sharp, fiery gaze makes the cowards staying behind shrink back in fear, and even Seonggu himself is not fully confident about this upcoming clash. Nobody has any clue how powerful the boss is or what it can do. He turns to get Jinseok's thoughts on the matter. Jinseok shamelessly claims he is staying behind to protect the students, while everyone else just glares at him with pure disgust. Seonggu does not force him, simply telling him to stay put, defend, and enjoy playing his pathetic little game of being the boss. Just like that, a strike team of Seonggu, Junjot, and Lee Hanho is formed, despite Lee Hanho's protests. As they move out, Seonggu warns him to stay alert. Right on cue, Junjot spots 2 goblins rushing up from below, while another hostile pack is already blocking their path from the front. Seonggu quickly signals them to cover the rear. But even before he can finish, Junjot aggressively charges forward and slices off a goblin's head. Before its partner can even process what is happening, she drives her blade straight through its stomach, finishing both off with absolute ease. Junjot takes a steady breath as she sheathes her blade. Lee Hanho stands frozen, barely even realizing what happened before she finished the job. He excitedly calls out to Seonggu, saying that this girl is on a whole different level. But Seonggu is like, what? It turns out Seonggu has already wiped out 5 goblins himself. Lee Hanho can only smile sheepishly as the weakest link, admitting he was totally wrong. The guy is basically a legendary general. Heading further up, they stumble upon Professor Huang slumped against the hallway wall, completely covered in deep wounds. He weeps in agony, crying out that his students are all dead because of him. Seonggu quickly calms him down to hear the full story. After abandoning Seonggu, the group had actually managed to reach the research lab safely. But feeling that staying in one place was too risky, the professor decided to head up to the rooftop, simply following a basic survival manual. He had no idea they would run straight into a terrifying monster up there. Every single student who trusted him was instantly slaughtered. With his final breath, the professor warned Seonggu to stay far away from the rooftop and survive. And just like that, his eyes close forever. Seonggu's face darkens as he tries to hold back his rising fury. Right then, a sudden side quest pops up, avenge the professor by killing the boss. But there is a catch, as his choice will directly impact his destiny. Seonggu keeps staring at that word, destiny. He can only curse under his breath, wondering why they have to suffer through this absolute hell. Seeing Seonggu walking straight toward the rooftop, Lee Hanho quickly calls out after him. He asks if they really have to fight the boss. Even the skeleton soldiers halt to see Seonggu's reaction, but his eyes show nothing but determination as he pushes the door open. Up on the rooftop, a horrific bloody nightmare awaits them, with cruel goblins gathering the human corpses scattered all over the ground. The gruesome sight makes Seonggu's face twist in disgust, and he cannot help but curse. Lee Hanho is completely horrified, pointing a trembling finger toward a goblin in the distance that is dragging the corpse of an unfortunate young student. Lee Hanho cries out that the victim was his classmate, while Junjot tightly grips her blade, ready to charge in and tear them to shreds. Seonggu immediately raises his hand to halt. He needs to assess the situation first, knowing they are not strong enough to rush in blindly. But let's face it, this is the exact trial they need to get stronger. Seonggu finally gives the signal to advance. Spotting the intruders, a scout goblin instantly screeches to alert the rest of its pack. In an instant, a massive horde of armed goblins surrounds them. They might not even stand 1 meter tall, but their sheer numbers scare Lee Hanho out of his mind. Lee Hanho stammers that they should probably hide, but backing down is not an option for Seonggu. He knows he must face them to grow stronger. Seonggu immediately activates his wild bracelet. This grants all his skeleton soldiers 10% bonus damage and 20% increased attack speed. A chaotic melee erupts as a goblin stabs directly between a skeleton's arm bones. In that split second of confusion, the skeleton soldier shreds it to pieces. Seongwu quickly joins the fight, using a few corpses as shields to make his move. Jisoo's combat skill is honestly insane, slicing every single monster in half like firewood, leaving only Lee Hanho clutching his dagger in a corner. He really thought his card was going to be pretty useful, but it turns out to be total trash. Panicking, Lee Hanho randomly chucks one of his daggers straight at the crowd. Talk about luck, the blade pierces an unfortunate goblin right through the head, dropping it dead on the spot. Shocked by his own luck, Lee Hanho decides to hurl another dagger to see if he can do it again. And guess what? Another direct hit. Completely flawless. Lee Hanho looks at his hands, his eyes suddenly burning with determination. This is it, he finally found his true fighting style. Back in the main battle, the goblins hit by the death aura get their stats cut by 30%. Realizing they are completely outmatched, they start fleeing in droves. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from behind a row of tall metal lockers. Out steps a massive goblin with a monstrous, lion-like mane, carrying a giant wooden pestle on its shoulder. The smaller goblins throw down their weapons and bow flat to the ground. From the looks of this grand entrance, this has to be the goblin chieftain boss they need to kill. Backed by their giant boss, the small goblins regain their confidence and charge back in. Seongwu knows this fight will drag on, so he starts going all out. He orders his summons to kill them all. One skeleton soldier, still tangled with a regular goblin, struggles forward to face the chieftain. A second later, the goblin chieftain completely crushes it to dust with a single, brutal smash. Seongwu quickly summons a fresh skeleton soldier to keep up the pressure, but the chieftain swings again, instantly shattering another summon into pieces. With his mana already 2/3 gone, there are barely any fresh corpses left for him to summon. Out of nowhere, several daggers fly in, embedding themselves deep in the chieftain's arm. Lee Hanho strikes a cool pose and mockingly asks if that hurt. With a simple flick of its arm, the daggers fall right out. But Lee Hanho's cheap provocation completely drives the giant monster insane with rage. The boss gives chase, wildly swinging its massive wooden club. Lee Hanho runs for his life toward a skeleton soldier, thinking he is finally safe. But with a single, sweeping spin, the boss clears out the skeleton soldiers, sending one flying high into the air. Falling from above, the skeleton takes its chance to plunge a dagger deep into the boss. The chieftain roars, kicking the summon away. That single kick completely shatters the skeleton to pieces. But she's not done. Jisoo slips behind the beast, carving a deep wound across its back that forces it to freeze. She then casually flicks the blood off her blade, looking cool as hell. Jisoo spits out that this is her first time going all out, calling the boss a bastard. Seongwu can only stare in absolute awe at her crazy sword skills. Her footwork is incredibly fast. Honestly, if Jisoo wasn't here, Seongwu probably would have been dead and buried a long time ago. Seongwu quickly snaps out of it to rethink his strategy. He summons another skeleton to flank the chieftain alongside Jisoo, aiming for a surprise attack from behind. A simple skeleton can't deal real damage to this boss, but it's enough to completely block its vision. Seeing its back turned, Seongwu chucks his spear with everything he has got. The spear slices right through the chieftain's thick mane, carving a nasty gash across its face. It roars in agony, immediately venting its rage on a nearby skeleton. Seongwu is forced to summon another skeleton soldier even though his mana is dangerously low. Suddenly, the chieftain starts pointing at each summon, let out a deeply unsettling laugh. He doesn't have any time to worry about that, too busy wondering if they can even survive. Suddenly, the chieftain goes into a complete frenzy, its power instantly multiplying. The shockwave blows Seongwu back. At this rate, they are all dead meat. He desperately needs to find a way to land one final decisive blow. That's when Seongwu spots two swords lying nearby. Meanwhile, the boss is basically cheating, grabbing a skeleton skull with one hand, while blocking Jisoo's blade with its giant pestle. But watch this, Seongwu is back, and he is way more dangerous than before. Dual-wielding the swords he just snatched off the ground, he orders his last two skeleton soldiers to block the beast. But before they can even position themselves, the boss nearly wipes them both out. Suddenly, something flashes right over the chieftain's head. Wait, is that a sword flying through the air? A battered skeleton soldier with only one arm and one leg catches the weapon mid-air, using gravity to dive bomb the boss. Nice teamwork, but unfortunately, the chieftain still completely outclasses them, swatting the summon away effortlessly. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, showing that their teamwork has unlocked a special combat effect. The level 1 warrior effect activates because the team is wielding 3 swords, boosting attack speed by 10% and halving weapon weight. Even that shattered summon gets upgraded to a one-handed skeleton warrior. It's a completely unique evolution, gaining massive buffs with just a single blade in its hand. The chieftain looks totally bewildered by this sudden power-up. Seongwu doesn't care about its confusion. If he can keep stacking these buffs, they might actually win. Chucking a wooden chair straight at the boss, Seongwu charges alongside Jisoo and the skeleton. Attacked from 3 different directions, the chieftain has no idea which way to guard first, taking a heavy wooden chair straight to the face. Next come Jisoo's lightning-fast slashes that hurt like absolute hell. Finally, the single-handed skeleton lunges in, but it's still too slow and gets smacked right on the skull. Suddenly, another flying dagger embeds itself straight into the chieftain's weapon arm, catching the beast completely off guard. Lee Hanho finally shows his face after hiding behind the rubble all this time. Meanwhile, the struggling chief tries to pull out the dagger. Seonggu spots the opening and immediately signals his one-armed skeleton. As it charges forward, Seonggu mutters his final goodbye. "Farewell. Thank you for following me this far," he says. It was the toughest skeleton in his squad, from the classroom to this very moment. He will never forget its ultimate sacrifice. Seonggu screams, ready to charge in and land the finishing blow. But get this, the one-armed skeleton actually dodges the boss's strike, leaving him totally stunned. The next second, the chief's head is flying through the air from one brutal slash. The system explains that his one-armed skeleton can block 88% of the damage from a boss's first strike. And just like that, they successfully take down the goblin chief. Seonggu gains 225 gold and hits level 3. A dazed Lee Hanho looks at the equally stunned Seonggu and asks, "Brother, where did you get that skeleton?" It was probably the first one he beat with his desk and chair moves. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier glows and transforms, rocking brand new gear and a crest on its forehead. It just ranked up after absorbing the chief's magic power, gaining boosted defense and a leadership attribute. Seonggu points directly at the strange symbol on its forehead. "What is this?" he asks. "Why did you get a tattoo without asking me first?" He checks his summon stats. Thanks to the leadership trait, he gets group synergy. It sounds like he will go from a small squad to a fleet, and eventually command a whole army. Looks like Seonggu needs to recruit more minions. Meanwhile, Lee Hanho and Jisot leveled up too, with Jisot hitting level 3 just like Seonggu. She is still unsure which level 2 upgrade to pick, so she asks for his advice. But since options are completely random, they can only pray for good luck. Lee Hanho is shocked that Seonggu can actually see his skill cards. Back at level 2, he picked a random skill that boosts his maximum number of skeleton summons. This time, Seonggu unlocks basic bone weapon crafting. He can now forge weapons from corpse bones, but only 4 options are available: a sword, a hammer, a spear, or a bow. The weapon quality entirely depends on the raw materials used. Once the skill levels up, he will be able to craft even more weapon types. On top of that, there is still his subquest to avenge the professor. Since Seonggu completed it, he earns a random skill, and his destiny itself gets altered. The random skill turns out to be another summon slot. In total, he can now call forth 5 skeleton minions. But that altered destiny thing keeps bothering him. Looks like he has to choose his quests more carefully from now on. Suddenly, a cloak drops from the sky straight onto Lee Hanho. Putting on this bandit cloak boosts his stealth against monsters by 50%. Naturally, he puts it on right then and there. He has finally found his signature combat style, hiding in the shadows, and throwing daggers when they least expect it. Meanwhile, Jisot receives a glowing red stone called a firestone. Lee Hanho thinks it is just a basic flint, but there is more to it. Sharpening a weapon with this stone gives it a high chance to ignite targets during battle. Seonggu gathers everyone to head back since the exit should be open. Time to go. Over at the cafe, Minsu turns to ask Jin-seok. "Brother Jin-seok, are we seriously just going to stay huddled up here forever?" he asks. That question makes Jin-seok's face crumple completely. Regret fills the room. They really should have followed Seonggu to fight the boss. Minsu starts to speak. Boom! Jin-seok grabs him by the collar, furious that people are whispering while he supposedly protects them. "Speak up," he snaps. He storms over to the crowd, acting completely outraged and yelling, "You guys really want to talk trash behind my back? Get lost then." He turns his back. The crowd is just confused. Where are they even supposed to go? Jin-seok snaps they can just go to the rooftop and die like Seonggu did. Hearing him claim he is protecting them is just hilarious. "Stop joking. What have you actually done for us? The guy up on the rooftop is the one actually protecting us. Do not make me lose my temper, you bowl-cut punk." So both sides start screaming. It is a total verbal war zone, with spit flying everywhere like rain. Jin-seok points upward, swearing that Seonggu kicked the bucket ages ago. But then, everyone suddenly falls dead silent, making him even smugger. "Keep barking. Why did you stop?" he sneers. But then, a familiar voice asks, "Who got killed again, buddy?" Jin-seok's face goes completely pale. He spins around and literally jumps when he sees skeleton soldiers pointing swords at him. Seonggu is totally done with this guy, who spent his time wishing death upon him. He steps forward and flings the door wide open. Jin-seok looks absolutely horrified, his voice catching in his throat. "No, that is impossible," Jin-seok stammers, struggling to stand. Seonggu can tell the guy desperately wants to say something. Jin-seok scratches his head, completely speechless. He tries to speak, but the crowd cuts him off, staring him down with judging eyes. What a joke. This guy was bragging about how tough he was, and now he is acting like a total coward. Seonggu steps outside with his skeleton army. Everything is dead quiet, not a single monster in sight. What is waiting for them next? After checking the situation, Seonggu signals everyone to stay quiet and head outside. Everywhere they go, piles of human corpses and monster bodies are stacked on top of each other. He's worried that the goblins are hiding nearby since they usually love to gang up on people. Suddenly, Lee Hanho spots a group of people standing a short distance away. Among them, a young guy in white raises his sword to signal them over. Looking at their blood-stained weapons, Seonggu realizes these are the survivors of the brutal clash with the local goblins. Seeing the president, Jin Seo happily runs over, but he just scoffs, shocked the coward is still alive. Jin Seo immediately sucks up to him, muttering that he always knew the president could easily wipe out those trashy goblins. He says he is so glad to find him, then whispers something in the president's ear while glaring towards Seonggu. No more backstabbing, he does it right to his face. Wearing a saintly, friendly face, the president steps forward to introduce himself as Dae-sung, the student council president. He says he assumes they went through pure hell, claiming they are just like them, fighting hard to kill those monsters. The survivors seem to buy into Dae-sung's promise of protection. But then, Dae-sung frowns, pointing directly at Seonggu's skeleton soldiers. Seonggu explains, it's just his job card's skill, but the president scowls and throws the question right back. He asks how he can keep killer monsters. You see what he is doing, right? He is framing Seonggu as a threat. Dae-sung demands he destroy his skeleton soldiers to join them. Obviously, Seonggu is not going to do that. Besides, who said Seonggu even wanted to follow him? Still, Dae-sung continues his cheap psychological manipulation. Dae-sung sneers, asking if they expect everyone to live with filthy, unknown monsters. But Lee Han-ho immediately snaps back in defense. Lee Han-ho claims they are actually kind of cute if you just open your heart. Seonggu quickly tells his goofy friend to stop messing around. Seonggu is dead serious, he will absolutely never leave them. Giving them up means throwing away his only weapon, and nobody survives this world empty-handed. Hearing this, Dae-sung scoffs with supreme arrogance. He says if they protect him, he won't need weapons. He gives Seonggu one final chance to join them, destroy those things right now. A voice speaks up, asking if he thinks he gets to decide everyone's fate. They never said they wanted to join. Does the student council rule the world now? Without hesitation, Jisoo draws her sword to back them up. Dae-sung instantly recognizes her as the physical education department leader. But since the school is already ruined, that title means absolutely nothing. Dae-sung lowers his voice, warning Jisoo to calm down and follow him. Still, Jisoo does not care. This guy acted like a saint but embezzled hundreds of millions of won during the school festival. She proudly admits she was the one who exposed him. Dae-sung's face turns pale. Realizing his secret is out, he stops forcing them but warns they will soon die at the hands of monsters. Watching them walk away, he desperately screams after them, shouting that they will regret it because solo players do not get party buff effects. He curses that they will die in agony. Once they're safe, Seonggu asks Jisoo why she hates the student council so much. She simply replies that she views him as pure trash, since he spent his days roaming campus harassing female students. Several girls from her department reported him. He might hold a high title, but garbage is always going to be garbage. Seonggu nods, scanning their surroundings. First, they need to avoid those buildings and find a way out of this area. Jisoo agrees, adding they should avoid crowded paths because monsters always target large groups of survivors first. Thinking it over, Seonggu suggests taking the back hill path, which leads straight to the main gate and is usually empty. The place is dead quiet, giving Lee Han-ho a terrible feeling. And right on cue, Seonggu suddenly signals them to freeze, making Lee Han-ho's heart stop. At the bottom of the stairs, a dark figure slowly rises, dragging a bloody axe across the piles of dead goblins. The massive beast has a pig-faced demon look and crimson skin, with eyes so terrifying they strike instant fear into your soul. This beast is even bigger than the goblin chief. Based on Seonggu's webtoon knowledge, what follows goblins is usually an orc. The red beast roars and leaps right at them. Seonggu doesn't hesitate for a second. He is actually thrilled to add another servant to his collection time to fight. But as the murderous face of the orc closes in, Seonggu senses danger and yells for everyone to get out of the way. The orc charges forward like a speeding arrow, forcing them to scatter to both sides. Crawling out of a nearby bush, Lee Han-ho screams, asking how a terrifying monster like that can even exist. The moment the orc lands, it spins around to lock onto its next target. Jisoo is closest, forcing her to desperately block its first heavy strike. Before she can react to the second blow, a skeleton soldier throws itself in front of her, taking the full force of the red orc's blade. Seonggu immediately orders the one-armed skeleton soldier to block the red orc's path, even though its tiny body doesn't even reach the giant monster's groin. The orc unleashes another strike, but luckily, a passive effect reducing the first attack's damage by 88% allows the skeleton to dodge just in time. Next, the one-armed skeleton soldier leaps up, slashing right down the orc's arm and sending the massive beast crashing to the ground. Seonggu signals Jisoo to move uphill with him, since fighting from the lower ground puts them at a major disadvantage. Jisoo grits her teeth and runs up, her arm feeling completely numb after blocking only one of its heavy blows. Once they reach the top, Seonggu quickly goes over the plan they cannot fight this orc head-on, so they will use the same distraction strategy they used against the goblin chief. Soon, the orc climbs up while they hide behind the thick bushes. Spotting them, the orc lets out a furious roar and charges, but Seonggu's plan is to let his skeleton soldiers take the hit first. Even with plenty of corpses nearby, he still has to manage his mana reserves carefully to avoid running out. And check this out, the clumsy orc crashes into several tree trunks, completely unable to move through the dense forest with its massive build. Finding itself cornered by trees and skeleton soldiers, the orc hesitates as Lee Han-ho leaps out from a bush and hurls a dagger to signal the strike. On cue, the skeleton soldiers rain daggers on the giant beast. And though the orc swings wildly, it only manages to deflect a few. While it is distracted, two skeletons leap right in front of its face. One skull gets crushed, but the second skeleton clings tightly to its arm. Another summon lunges, pinning its other arm until the monster is completely locked down. Seizing the opening, Seonggu and Jisoo charge forward together, but the skeletons cannot hold the beast forever as it desperately swings its axe to defend itself. Jisoo swiftly slides between its legs, delivering a deep, painful slash right to the back of its knee. The orc buckles. Instantly, Seonggu chops off its axe-wielding arm. Finally, The one-armed skeleton leaps up to deliver a brutal finishing blow, earning Seonggu an extra 100 gold coins for defeating the orc commander. Seonggu is surprised to face an orc alpha so early, since these beasts seem to be ranked just below the goblin chief itself. At least they now have some valuable experience fighting this new monster type. Though Seonggu is disappointed to find his level is still too low to summon medium-sized beasts. No new minion. He looks pretty disappointed that he cannot collect this powerful beast. Seonggu suddenly realizes he never asked about Jisu's class, and she casually explains she picked the 3-star Master Hunter card just because she liked the color. Lee Hanho pouts, realizing he is the only unlucky soul stuck with a 1-star card, while Seonggu recovers his mana and decides to test out his brand new skill. He activates bone weapon crafting on the orc's corpse, waiting to see what he can make as the status screen pops up before him. The system lists the options: 6 swords, 5 heavy hammers, 2 spears, or 4 bows. Since the hammers have the highest item level, Seonggu chooses them, causing several blunt bone weapons to manifest directly from the carcass. Although they are a bit smaller than he expected, they will do just fine, so Seonggu tosses the new gear to his skeleton soldiers. Equipping all 5 skeletons with these hammers unlocks a special synergy, boosting their damage by 30% whenever they take a hit. On top of that, they gain a 5% chance to completely stun their opponents with each swing. They also deal 10% extra damage to medium-sized monsters, prompting Seonggu to toss the spare katana over to Lee Hanho. The kid gets excited, but Seonggu instantly ruins the moment for Lee Hanho, telling him that he is only holding on to it until the skeleton needs it back. He asks if Lee Hanho forgot the skeleton's special passive, joking if he wants to chop his own arm off to match before they keep moving. Reaching their destination, Lee Hanho points ahead in complete disbelief, asking why on earth there are so many abandoned cars blocking the road. But look at this, the gate is completely sealed off by cars, meaning they only have 8 minutes left to defeat the final boss. A system alert warns them that an orc hunting party is actively tracking down human scent in the area. The system warns that the stronger the target is, the more orc hunters will be sent, making Lee Hanho absolutely lose his mind over being hunted. Jisoo notices the fine print, realizing a larger group of strong players only attracts a bigger horde of monsters. Right on cue, a massive wave of crazed orcs hunts down another group of survivors, their horrific screams echoing through the air and giving Seonggu the chills. They would be dead by now if they had stayed with that massive student group. Seonggu realizes that safety in numbers is a total trap here, and the real key to survival is choosing the right class synergies for the job. Thank goodness he picked Necromancer. The system announces the first wave of 5 orcs is heading their way. Lee Hanho hoped they would face a smaller crowd than the students, but dealing with 5 heavy hitters at once still terrifies him. Hearing those guttural growls nearby makes Lee Hanho's blood run cold as a pack of axe-wielding, pig-faced beasts patrols the area, clearly hunting for them. A quick scan. Then, Seonggu flashes a pretty confident smile. He has a plan, while Lee Hanho frantically pulls up his hood, preparing to make a run for it using his stealth cloak. But running away is not on Seonggu's agenda instead. He is going to use the terrain and his skeleton summons to set a deadly trap. The moment the orcs step forward, they spot a pile of highly suspicious goblin skeletons scattered all over the ground, leaving the beasts completely and utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes from a cloaked figure standing right on top of a car. Yep, it is none other than Hanho, the guy who fears nothing in this world except dying, of course. He bellows at the orcs, calling them a bunch of fat pigs. The orcs huff and puff in absolute fury at being body-shamed. They charge Hanho in a rage. But suddenly, bam, both car doors slam open, sending them face-planting hard. Sungu and Jisoo leap straight out of the car. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers spring up from the roof to join the assault. Can we just talk about how wild this is? Wielding weapons made from their boss's bones, no wonder these poor orcs are losing their minds. Once they clear out the orc hunters, money notifications start ringing in one after another. Best of all, Sungu just leveled up to level 4. His summon limit goes up by 2, giving him a total of 7 skeletal underlings. But here is the catch, his mana pool is still stuck at just 50. He proudly shows off his massive new dagger, boasting that he just unlocked a brand new skill too. His skill is something called Ultrasonic Slash, letting him unleash countless rapid strikes at once. Meanwhile, Jisoo gains an extra 2 points of strength. A fiery aura surges around her as she feels a huge rush of energy. Now she can easily take on an orc hunter in a 1v1 fight. Sungu signals Hanho to return the katana to the skeleton captain. If Hanho wants to trigger his skill, he is restricted to wielding his own daggers. Hanho swallows his grief and hands the sword back to the skeleton captain. No more showing off for him. A bit later, as they wander through the campus, Sungu suddenly signals for a full halt. Right in front of them, 7 orc hunters are tearing a bus apart. Sungu realizes another squad must be trapped inside, fighting for their lives. A spear thrusts wildly from the inside, but it fails to hit a single monster. Sungu knows that if this keeps up, they will all die. Jisoo wants to save them. If they can pull off a pincer attack, taking down these beasts will be a walk in the park. They can close in from this side while the spearman inside hits them from the other. It is a solid plan on paper, but Sungu has no idea if the survivors inside will get the hint. What if they are not on the same page? Sungu's group could end up in deep trouble if those strangers just run away instead of fighting. So, Sungu comes up with a different strategy to show these primitive orcs the true power of human civilization. Inside the bus, the survivors are completely panicking. A blonde guy screams at the top of his lungs. The blonde kid screams at Gyeongsu to attack, asking if he even knows how to use a spear. Gyeongsu, terrified but angry, fires back that if he has such a big mouth, he should go fight them himself since he has a shield and sword. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is huddled on the floor, sobbing in terror. Just then, the Skeleton Express comes crashing right into the orcs, slamming the beasts and sending them flying back. Honestly, you can't help but laugh at their faces here. Who wouldn't stare in utter shock seeing a squad of friendly skeletons actively beating down monsters? The survivors watch in absolute confusion, wondering who these strangers are, and why one terrifying creature keeps showing up right after another. Silence falls outside. Then pop. A skeleton skull pokes in, waving hello and sending Gyeongsu tumbling backward in sheer terror. The survivors tell them to get lost, making Hanho pretty annoyed that they are getting kicked out right after saving their lives. The survivors keep sobbing. Safe, but totally traumatized. Meanwhile, Hanho aggressively beats down a nearby vending machine with his bone weapon. He has zero spare change. So, brute force it is. Too bad the machine is surprisingly tough. Let me buy you one, the blonde guy offers. But unfortunately, Hanho has already completely wrecked the machine's coin slot. Once they are done, Sungu moves on. But wait. He remembers Gyeongsu mentioning a machine that spits out random loot. Gyeongsu tried it once, but he was broke. If they follow the rules, they might actually score some decent gear. Hanho finally smashes open the vending machine and hands Sungu a cold can of Coke. Just then, an E-rank shop interface unexpectedly blinks to life. Sungu curiously taps the screen, only to find himself looking at another crazy game of chance. The lucky wheel features 3 ranks, with gold being the highest tier, followed by silver and bronze. Chugging his Coke, Hanho wonders how this tiny machine can spit out anything useful. But hey, in a world where daggers fall from the sky, anything is possible. Only one way to find out. Hanho only has 360 gold, and Jisoo has 584. When it is Sungu's turn, he humbly reveals he has over 1500 gold. Sungu remembers he still has that rare free coupon with no tier limits, so he decides to burn it right now. He goes straight for the gold tier. The wheel spins like crazy to dramatic music, leaving everyone holding their breath until boom. Jackpot. Jackpot. Hanho gasps as the wheel stops on first prize. In this world, luck is the ultimate survival stat. He lands a legendary item, the Ocean Spirit Tear. It boosts his max mana by 300 and triples his recovery rate. Hanho begs him to spin the silver wheel next, but Sungu plays it safe. He decides to stick to the cheap bronze wheel. Somehow, he pulls a second prize Vanguard shield. Jisoo rolls next, landing another second prize, a sleek longsword. As for Hanho, his luck is kind of tragic. He ends up with a standard C-grade potion pouch filled with random colorful vials, leaving him utterly disappointed. Sungu tells him to stop whining. Who knows, there might be some insanely good healing potions hidden in there. Jisoo guesses the other side is in complete chaos and wonders if they should even help. Hanho suggests using that car crash trick again, but with a knowing smile, Yu Seongwoo says no, this time, they are going to make a much bigger scene. Over on Daesung's side, those vicious orcs are busy slaughtering his men. Daesung fights while ordering his men to hold the line, promising to carve a bloody path forward. But a subordinate cries out, "Boss, some of our people are trapped in the back." Hearing that, Daesung grits his teeth and snaps, "Screw them. Do you think we actually have the strength to look after everyone?" He orders Jinzio and Hin to grab their shields and block the front. And watch this, a bus comes tearing in at absolute breakneck speed. After slamming into several orcs, the bus drifts smoothly to crush even more of them. Inside, Jeonshu is frantically spinning the steering wheel. Yelling about all the sweet points rolling in, Jeonshu heads straight toward the fleeing survivors. Yu Seongwoo pokes his head out, yelling for them to get on. The cafe group instantly recognizes him, bitterly regretting for the second time that they did not follow him from the start. An orc charges crazily, but a fierce Jisoo leaps down to fight. She yells out, "You ugly monsters, I am not losing to you this time." The brute slams its heavy axe down, but the blow does absolutely nothing against Jisoo's sword. Smiling triumphantly, she easily blocks the attack without feeling a thing. Her flaming weapon burns the beast, letting Jisoo seize the perfect opening to finish it off. She happily turns around to boast about her success, but finds that Yu Seongwoo is putting on an equally crazy show. His skeleton soldiers repeatedly hurl daggers into the orc's body until it bleeds out. Then, they reclaim their blades and repeat the exact same gruesome process on the next target. Everything goes exactly as Yu Seongwoo planned. His strategy relies on constant movement, maintaining a safe distance while raining non-stop attacks on the target. Then, he positions his undead minions perfectly so no prey can ever dream of escaping. Jisoo grips her hilt tightly. She used to pride herself on her strength, yet she lost to those orcs on day one. She felt like absolute dead weight compared to Yu Seongwoo's incredible, natural genius. Just then, Daesung's heavily battered group slowly drags themselves over, and Yu Seongwoo greets them with a mocking smile. "What's the matter? Didn't you say you hated being around these monsters?" Knowing Yu Seongwoo has the upper hand, Daesung quickly lowers his proud voice. "Come on, do not hold a grudge. You came back for us after all, so you're not some heartless jerk, right?" "That is true. Yu Seongwoo is not entirely heartless. But seeing this coward run away while leaving the rest to die makes him sick." Daesung tries to make excuses, claiming it was just a tactical retreat. Yu Seongwoo coldly replies, "I hope the people on the bus see it that way too." Those heavy words, along with the icy glares from the passengers, leave Daesung completely speechless. But things aren't over yet, because the chieftain is furious that his hunt failed. They can already feel his heavy presence lurking nearby. Yu Seongwoo boards the bus, offering to let the cowards on only if they follow orders. Jinseo looks at Daesung, asking what to do. Who is Daesung supposed to ask? He's completely out of options. But you know Yu Seongwoo, he's definitely not running a charity here. He demands Daesung's armor as payment, which makes the coward throw a fit, whining, "Why should I give you my gear?" Don't I get to protect myself? Yu Seongwoo winks mockingly at him. Sure, I'll protect you, but absolutely everything in this world comes with a steep price tag. Besides, we certainly do not work for free around here. The system announces that he has reached level 5, meaning he can finally summon medium-sized monsters into his army. Yu Seongwoo grins, thinking medium-sized, huh? Just as he expected. Choosing that skill card was the best move. Now, he can summon up to 9 undead minions at once. The system notifies him that his maximum summon limit has officially been doubled. Suddenly, a heavy bony foot quickly steps up toward him. Yu Seongwoo turns around in surprise to see who it is. It's Righty. He looks down and asks, "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy." This is his absolute most trusted skeleton soldier. That's exactly why he gave it all his best gear and even gave it a proper name. Since it only has its right arm, he named it Righty. He sighs and says, "If that armor is bothering you, take it off." As he's helping Righty take off the armor, Hanho walks over to interrupt them and calls out to him. Hanho points toward a crowded group of people shoving each other and asks if they should grab another vehicle. Yu Seongwoo replies, "Of course, we are going to rescue everyone else too." The bus continues speeding down the abandoned road. Yu Seongwoo adds, "Besides, it's not like we have to waste energy running in circles to find them." He walks over to inspect the survivors on the bus to assess their condition. He raises his voice to warn them everyone. From this moment on, we have to fight the boss. The system announces that the orc chieftain has officially declared open war. Every orc is now targeting survivors with the sole goal of total annihilation. Yu Seongwoo tells them that just like the quest window says, this clash is completely unavoidable. Only by killing the boss can we finally escape this school. One of the men speaks up, "Hey, when I was in the broadcast room, I saw everything. The orc army is way bigger than before. We are talking at least 100 beasts." Those terrifying words instantly send a wave of absolute panic through the entire bus. The system quickly announces that because of the expired time limit, a penalty phase is activated. It lists a brutal series of punishments for anyone who skipped out. Their harsh penalty is a heavy debuff to movement and attack speed, scaled based on how badly they slacked off. Everyone panics, wondering how on earth they can fight like this. Facing 100 angry orcs is suicide, but Yu Seongwoo just sighs and starts thinking. He already figured out the perfect strategy to crush these orcs, so even 100 of them is a pretty easy win for him. Suddenly, he yells out. He will fight alone. Yu Seongwoo knows that having lots of random weapons does not make them all useful. This crazy decision totally stuns his two close friends. Jisoo screams out in disbelief. "What?" While Hanho shouts just as loudly. Hanho yells, "Are you insane? What did you just say?" But Yu Seongwoo simply repeats himself with absolute confidence. "I am fighting those orcs alone." The crowd erupts into frantic whispers, wondering if they heard him right, or if this kid has just completely lost his mind. Right when people say he is the only one left to trust, Daesung sits in the back row and bursts into mocking laughter. "What an absolute idiot," Jinsok sneers, claiming that with that kind of arrogant attitude, the boy has just dug his own grave. He whispers that the guy only survived this long due to sheer luck, and it would be pretty great if he just died. He continues his theatrical mocking, calling Yu Seongwoo a pathetic loser who is guaranteed to end up dead because of his stupid, arrogant boast. Jisoo angrily screams, "What is wrong with you, Yu Seongwoo? Even if we all teamed up, how could we possibly take on that massive horde of monsters?" He gives her a deadpan look and asks, "Is not that exactly what you said before we fought the boss on the rooftop?" Jisoo is left totally speechless, and honestly, you have to agree with his brutal logic fighting, as a team just slows him down. Simply put, the battle strength of regular human allies cannot even begin to compare with his powerful skeleton soldiers. Yu Seongwoo tells her, "You were actually right. I do not mean any offense, since you have honestly been a great help." He steps forward and gently pats her head, adding that this coming battle will be extremely dangerous. And he already thought this through, Jisoo silently thinks. Even though Yu Seongwoo always plans ahead, this insanely high-stake fight is absolutely no joke. Evening falls. Back at the school, the sun slowly sets, casting an eerie silence over the entire area. Yu Seongwoo's fully equipped skeleton soldiers quickly line up on both sides of him, while he marches down the middle like a general. Showing absolutely zero fear, he leads the small army of skeletons he prepared beforehand, because he obviously cannot face a massive horde completely alone. Up on the high floors of the school building, the other survivors watch his every move, barely even daring to breathe. One of them whispers with a trembling voice, asking if this guy is actually serious about taking them all on alone. Their getaway bus is parked close by, where Yu Seongwoo stands waiting in full armor. The group watches in shock as Hanho turns completely pale, muttering that Yu Seongwoo has officially lost it. Jisoo quickly replies, "If things start looking bad, we are jumping in to help." The terrified bus driver nods, saying his foot is ready on the gas pedal, as a wave of ugly orcs approaches from the distance. Standing completely alone, Yu Seongwoo calmly waits to greet them as the beasts march forward, letting out some highly unpleasant, guttural growls. The orcs are so incredibly numerous that it genuinely looks like Yu Seongwoo is throwing his life away. Suddenly, the lead beast charges, bearing its razor-sharp fangs with a terrifying screech. Glancing at the beast, Yu Seongwoo immediately analyzes the situation and wonders to himself if that big red one is their commander. He questions why the system notification is not popping up yet, assuming it is just a sub-boss, which pretty much confirms his tactical theory. The red orc commander lets out a loud shout, raising its massive battle axe while the rest of the beasts rush forward. On his side, Yu Seongwoo glances at his loyal skeleton summons and calmly tells them, "Alright, let's make our move." He slams his heavy shield from his back deep into the ground, telling Droy they will hold the line right here, as the summon refuses to leave his side. Yu Seongwoo silently watches, calculating his odds. Look at this brilliant setup. The stairs are just like the back school road, so he does not worry about terrain, though he looks at his summons with regret. Thank you guys, he thinks, and do not forget me if you turn back into dust. The moment the bloodthirsty orcs spot his skeletons descending the stairs, they wildly charge forward as a system alert triggers the feral rage buff. The goblin horde gains 10% attack power and 20% attack speed for 10 minutes, as a massive shout echoes to begin the battle. Dozens of flying daggers pierce straight into the heads of the panicked orcs, proving that Yu Xiongwu's skeleton soldiers are highly efficient killers. Nearly all orcs are dead, without a single soldier lost on our side. Seeing its underlings get totally slaughtered, the furious Red Chieftain lets out a massive roar and charges insanely fast at his skeleton soldiers. But bizarrely enough, the barrage of flying daggers does not seem to scratch its thick skin at all. Yu Xiongwu is slightly caught off guard seeing this, realizing his dagger throwing strategy was fully blocked, meaning it is time for close combat. As if they can hear his thoughts, all of his skeleton soldiers charge forward at once, wildly swinging their weapons while Yu Xiongwu plans a pretty brutal finishing strike from above. But suddenly, right as the skeleton soldier strikes, the red boss stops it dead, barehanded. Baring its massive fangs, the beast glares at the summon like a piece of dead meat before unleashing a deafening roar. Yu Xiongwu knows this assault might actually work, but it is going to be a pretty massive sacrifice. In an instant, the brutal orcs smash most of his skeleton soldiers, ripping their limbs apart completely. Witnessing his allies get torn to pieces so savagely, Roy completely loses his cool and wants to charge ahead. Yu Xiongwu senses that burning urge for revenge and places a calming hand on Roy's head, telling him to wait. Honestly, seeing his skeleton soldiers crushed like this hurts Yu Xiongwu just as much as it hurts Roy. He darkly whispers that it is not his turn yet, while the biggest monster glares right at Yu Xiongwu with a smug, mocking laugh. The beast reaches out to make a move, but in a sudden flash, something incredibly sharp splits its head clean in half, spraying dark blood everywhere. It falls. The panicked orcs scramble in absolute chaos. The monsters have absolutely no clue what is happening. This sudden kill was actually done by a skeleton soldier, but this time, the summons are wrapped in a glowing blue light. Yu Xiongwu mutters quietly to himself. It is time for the orc skeletons to take the stage. Right on cue, another beast falls, and the system announces that death itself now obeys his command. Yu Xiongwu's entire body glows with that eerie blue light. Check this out, the class synergy effect is finally waking up. Manji Warriors Level 1. The orcs are quickly surrounded by these newly evolved skeleton soldiers. The monsters have absolutely no way to fight back. A ruthless thought flashes in Yu Xiongwu's mind, telling his summons to slaughter them all. Earning a massive boost, the skeleton soldiers launch a relentless, crushing attack. Yu Xiongwu is dead set on victory. No matter how many lives are lost on the front lines, this army will never fear death. Slowly, the remaining orcs find their strength and resolve completely drained. He watches his blue-flamed soldiers tear through the enemy lines with absolute ferocity. He smiles in deep satisfaction, urging them to keep going. Born from the ashes of death, this shadow army knows no limits. Yu Xiongwu lets out a sinister grin, looking exactly like a demon claiming souls. Standing right in the middle of his undead legion, he looks like a literal god of death as he whispers. This is the true fighting style of a necromancer. Meanwhile, up above, a window is quickly pushed wide open. The chaotic scene down below leaves everyone up there completely speechless. One bystander suddenly points and yells out in shock. It looks like everything is already finished down there. The crowd up top starts shoving and crowding together to get a look. People whisper among themselves, wondering what kind of monster he is and if he actually unlocked a high-tier class. Inside the bus, the passengers get a clear view. Everyone is stunned by the unfolding madness. Hanho cheers excitedly and shouts out loud. Hanho yells that Yu Xiongwu must have gone all in on skill cards again and should have warned him, while Ju mutters in a daze. Everything actually played out exactly as Yu Xiongwu calculated. Ju quietly realizes that he must have considered every single possibility to pull off a flawless victory like this. A new system alert pops up, and Yu Xiongwu is thrilled to see his entire mana bar has been almost fully restored. On top of that, he is rewarded with a legendary tier item called the Tears of the Ocean Spirit. This catalyst boosts maximum mana and regeneration. Honestly, you just have to love the insane power of a legendary item. Yu Xiongwu holds a glowing blue orb in his hand. The victorious skeleton soldiers celebrate with creepy, happy grins. They actually seem quite proud of themselves. Then, another prompt states that the orc squad is weakened by level 1 death energy, losing 30% stats. The debuff leaves the remaining orcs completely stunned and growling in rage, but the system alert is not quite finished yet. Thanks to the fierce fighting spirit of the orc chieftain, the negative status effect is cut in half. Refusing to accept this, the boss and its remaining troops angrily grab their weapons and charge headfirst toward the skeleton soldiers. But the skeleton soldiers refuse to back down, sparking another brutal, chaotic brawl. Seeing this, Roy can no longer stand idly by and leaps high into the air to join the clash. It looks like Yu Xiongwu is commanding them directly through his mind. Receiving the silent order, Roy charges forward even faster with pure excitement. He dives straight into the middle of the orc pack, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. Roy really is Yu Xiongwu's favorite summon. He moves like a blur, drawing his blade and slashing down without a single shred of hesitation. Watching these ugly monsters slaughter his allies earlier had made Roy completely furious and itching for a real fight. Wherever he glides, the terrified orcs are torn apart, painting the battlefield in blood. The boss spins around in absolute fury, but its eyes simply cannot keep up with Roy's blinding speed. Angry growls erupt from the monster, Despite his tiny stature, Roy stands proud among the massive Manji warriors, looking like a true commanding general. Yu Seongwoo closely monitors the ongoing battle and gives the order to sweep up the survivors. Upon hearing his command, the skeletons immediately close in on the trapped orcs. The beasts let out final, helpless screams. With the battle finally over, an exhausted Yu Seongwoo collapses onto the ground. As a system screen pops up, Yu Seongwoo wonders if he got another reward. The alert announces that a lucky spin ticket has been sent to him. As a reward for slaying 100 monsters, you are the 21st person in history to clear this exclusive, limited-time quest. Only the first 100 people. Yu Seongwoo is shocked. 21st already? So this is a worldwide ranking system? Where could those other 20 people be? While he is lost in deep thought, a massive crashing noise suddenly shakes the ground, startling Yu Seongwoo. Peering over, he spots a school bus speeding across the yard. Who could possibly be driving it? Get a load of this. The rogue bus is hurtling forward like absolute crazy, blindly smashing right through parked cars without even slowing down. Yu Seongwoo stands up in frustration. Are those idiots trying to escape without even facing the final boss? But then he quickly realizes it is the student council's bus. Yu Seongwoo gets even more confused. Did those guys actually manage to get captured? As an orc grabs one by the neck, he screams out in pure terror, "Save me!" Yu Seongwoo grits his teeth in utter frustration. Seriously, would it have killed them to just stay put? They always have to make things 10 times worse. Even though it is none of his business, Yu Seongwoo decides to head in and save those trapped students. Seeing his courage, the rest of the survivors fire up, whispering and shouting in support. One student calls out, "I am fighting too. I won't drag you down. At least let me defend myself." Yu Seongwoo looks back at them. He honestly prefers working alone, but he sighs and tells them, "Just make sure you don't accidentally attack my skeleton soldiers." They push the doors open, revealing a pitch-black abyss with an incredibly heavy atmosphere. Flanked by his 2 giant skeleton soldiers, Yu Seongwoo steps inside. He is met with a horrific sight, lifeless bodies suspended mid-air, making Hanho shudder and grit his teeth. This place looks like a total nightmare. In the distance, a dark, faceless silhouette sits quietly, radiating an incredibly intense, malevolent aura. Yu Seongwoo stares closely but still cannot identify the creature, wondering to himself, what on earth is that? Could that be the boss? Meanwhile, the captured students have already been severely beaten. The vicious orcs are sharpening their blades, ready to butcher them. Yu Seongwoo yells out, "Everyone get ready. We are about to clash with the orc champion." The captive students are badly beaten and bruised from the brutal orc torture. Unable to speak a word, they can only tremble and weep in fear. Yu Seongwoo thinks to himself, even though we didn't see the student council's bodies earlier, are these orcs actually smart enough to keep them alive as hostages? Spotting Yu Seongwoo, Daesung starts sobbing hysterically and screams out, "Yu Seongwoo, please save us." That annoying student from earlier is also begging, wailing, "Please do something. I am way too young to die." It is crazy how they suddenly believe he will save them after everything they did. Another student, whose swollen face is completely unrecognizable, whimpers with a trembling voice. He begs, "You are going to save me, right? Please." Yu Seongwoo completely loses his patience with the whining and yells, "Shut up," he tells them bluntly. "You only cared about saving your own skins and abandoned everyone else. Now you pay the price for your selfish stupidity, so face the consequences." He snaps at them again. "I already told you I cannot save everyone. I am no god." But deep down, Yu Seongwoo is analyzing the situation. These monsters are ruthless. Negotiation is impossible. He commands everyone to charge, thinking to himself that if those hostages become a liability, they are all dead meat. So a surprise attack on the orcs is the play. "I will just salvage as many student council members as I can." Hearing this, Daesung takes it literally and panics, crying out in utter desperation, "Wait, hold on." Before he can utter another word, an orc ruthlessly slashes a blade across Daesung's throat, leaving only a horrific, gurgling scream. The survivors watch in utter horror as the brutal execution plays out, and some of them literally throw up on the spot. Jisoo grits her teeth and curses the bastards, charging forward alongside the rest of the team and Yu Seongwoo's skeleton warriors. Yu Seongwoo stares at the orcs ahead, completely baffled by their behavior. Thoughts race wildly through his mind. Just look at those grotesque fangs. It is honestly terrifying because they look ready to rip apart and swallow every single one of us alive. Suddenly, a strange purple light erupts, washing over the entire room. The crowd panics as someone screams, "What is this light? My strength is draining. This is extremely dangerous." Everyone collapses to the cold floor, gasping desperately for air. Even Jisoo is barely holding herself up. A system alert flashes affected by the breath of hell. You have entered a weakened, dizzy state. Your mana is constantly burning. The final boss, the empowered orc archmage, finally enters the fray. The beast is ready to make its move. Hanho is in no better shape. His hands shake violently as he struggles with all his might to uncork a small glass potion bottle. Downing it in one swift gulp, he wipes his mouth and pants heavily, calling out, "Yu Seongwoo, you need to drink one of these right now." But what he sees next leaves him completely speechless. Yu Seongwoo's entire body is radiating a brilliant, powerful green aura. He is completely immune to the debuffs of that purple light. Without even looking back, he walks forward, leaving a simple command, "Take care of Jisoo for me." A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he muses, "What is this smoke anyway? Man, this sensation feels absolutely amazing." The system announces his mana pool just got a massive boost from the breath of hell, making Yu Seongwoo burst out laughing. A max mana boost. No wonder he feels so incredibly refreshed. The system explains that the breath of hell has strengthened his body, letting him reach peak stimulation with ease. With his stats heavily boosted, The maximum number of minions he can summon has shot way up. Brimming with confidence, Yu Xiongwu speaks directly to his enemy. No matter what you did to me, I am going to uncover the secret behind it. The orc chief growls in sheer panic while Yu Xiongwu taunts the beast. You have never seen anything like this before, have you? Over on the side, Hanho gets hyped up. It looks like they have the upper hand just like back on that rooftop, so it is time to fight. Jisoo steps forward with her sword, ready to join the fray, but Yu Xiongwu flashes a wicked grin and tells them both no. This battle is going to be completely different from that rooftop fight. The dead are waiting. They are ready and awaiting his direct commands. They have officially become his undead subordinates. Hanho stares in absolute shock, wondering if every single one of them now wields this terrifying power. Watch this. Right here is where the system completely blows our minds with a massive list of incoming squad buffs. For units equipped with 3 or more battle axes, attack speed jumps by 20%, and weapon weight is slashed by half. Hanho looks ready to burst into tears. How did this many guys even get here? Next up is the one-handed warrior perk. Since they only have one arm, 88% of the damage from the first incoming attack gets blocked. Then there is level 3 warrior. With 30 battle axes equipped, damage output goes up by 15%, attack speed rises by 20% for the first 20 seconds. Plus, level 2 hunter activates with over 30 orcs, boosting awareness by 20% and combat damage by 10%. Now, rebirth stage, 2 triggers. With a 30 skeleton force, 5 random units revive, and speed spikes by 20% during live hunts. A hidden party trait also triggers for commanding over 11 members, giving everyone a sweet 5% boost to damage and defense. All this power surges directly into Yu Xiongwu. He chuckles coldly. I am going to show you the true face of death. Under Yu Xiongwu's relentless, aggressive assault, the orc chief completely loses its temper. A roar. The ground literally explodes around them. Right then, the system alerts that the newly risen orc skeletons are charging straight toward their former leader. One aggressive skeleton soldier lunges forward, raising its weapon high. Completely surrounded by the undead horde, the massive boss simply cannot react in time. You have to love this absolute chaos as a brutal clash erupts between the chief and Yu Xiongwu's endless horde of skeletons. More skeletons rise. Every time the boss smashes one, another instantly stands back up. The beast has no way to fight back, and can only roar in sheer frustration. The system alerts keep flashing as even more orc skeletons rise. But this time, the fully evolved Yu Xiongwu is standing right in front of the beast. Yu Xiongwu looks down at the monster. How does this feel? This is your reality now. No matter how strong you are, there is one thing you can never run from, and that is death itself. The moment those words leave his mouth, his expression turns colder and more menacing than ever before. Right now, Yu Xiongwu looks like a terrifying god of death spawned from the abyss. The orc chief has never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Paralyzed with fear and too scared to even roar, it desperately lunges forward for one final, hopeless attack. But running is not an option anymore. As the beast lunges, Yu Xiongwu effortlessly sidesteps the strike and scoffs, "You are nothing but a mere pest." Instantly, his skeleton army swarms the orc boss like a pack of starved wolves. Realizing it stands absolutely zero chance of winning, the giant monster tries to flee. Yu Xiongwu immediately reads its desperate move and shouts out, trying to run away. Not a chance, buddy. The cornered orc chief bellows, ready for a final life-or-death struggle. Its eyes roll back like a rabid animal as it growls. But before the beast can even make a move, Yu Xiongwu's orc skeletons swarm forward and tear into the boss all at once. The mighty boss is reduced to a pathetic, cornered beast, getting ripped apart by his undead. It thrashes around desperately, trying everything to break free in vain. Exhausted and broken from the relentless skeleton attacks, the orc chief feebly reaches out a trembling hand toward him. Seeing that his prey is finally done for, Yu Xiongwu barks an order to Roy. With a sudden burst of speed, the skeleton leaps into the air. And of course, Joe has absolutely no intention of letting this nasty monster off the hook either. Yu Xiongwu calmly delivers the final execution order, and his minions plunge forward. Simultaneously, the system notification pops up. You have received 1055 gold for defeating the boss. Thanks to absorbing the chieftain's magic, your elite goblin mage has successfully ranked up, significantly boosting its defense and upgrading your command attribute. Yu Xiongwu mutters to himself, it is exactly as I guessed. Roy can actually rank up by taking down boss monsters. He quickly opens his minion list to verify. The window displays a level 3 veteran goblin skeleton armed with a katana, categorized under the undead race with a level 2 commander-in-chief. Hanho walks up and gasps in surprise. What is that inside the boss's mouth? Is it some kind of new drop? Right then, the system flashes a warning. This item will activate the demon attribute for its owner. But there is a catch. The player must make heavy sacrifices to actually unlock this dark power. Thinking silently to himself, are these demon powers really any different from just leveling up as a wizard? Yu Xiongwu steps forward and picks up the gem to inspect it. When the system suddenly chimes, the demon attribute has been added. Blood Demon Stone. Legendary rarity. It is a magic orb class item, granting the owner access to special demonic powers. Once the enemy's mana is completely burned dry, the item shifts to absorbing their power instead. And since that toxic hellish breath is finally cleared out, his hyperstate deactivates. Back at the school, warm sunlight finally breaks through the ruins. The area boss is officially dead. Everyone cheers in pure relief, with one student crying out, "We actually did it. The final boss is defeated. I do not want to cause you any more trouble, but I will definitely make sure I am useful in the future," another survivor says. He really has the heart of a true hero. Yu Xiongwu silently notes to himself, I do not need any more teammates right now, and I have no clue what the world outside is even like. Traveling light in a pretty small group is still his best survival plan. That is exactly how Yu Xiongwu sees things. Now that the massive area boss is finally slain, the barrier trapping everyone inside vanishes, and the remaining survivors celebrate their long-awaited freedom. Is it really letting us go? One asks. While the person next to them mutters honestly, staying inside might actually be safer for us. Now watch this in the quiet ruins of the school. A mysterious figure suddenly walks up. Quietly watching the aftermath, the survivors quickly evacuate toward the main street. Right now, the outdoor roads are actually starting to look a bit busier. Watching him prepare to leave, the crowd begins to whisper, "Where is our hero headed next?" "No idea," another replies. "But I just feel incredibly safe when I am following him." Meanwhile, Hanho checks his phone, looking pretty stressed. Damn it, the global situation is just as bad as here. Are my parents going to be okay? He worries. Hearing this, a brief look of sadness passes over Yu Xiongwu's face. He lets out a quiet sigh honestly. He deeply misses his own family too. Then, Yu Xiongwu turns to look back at his skeleton soldiers once again. Just then, a large bus pulls up right next to them. Gyeongsu pokes his head out the window with a big grin. "Get in. The roads out here are pretty bad, but riding in a bus has gotta be a lot safer, right? Since I was a professional military driver, I know there is a massive base nearby, so let's head there together." But Yu Xiongwu quickly turns down the offer. "Thanks, but I have a specific destination I need to check out first," Yu Xiongzu says. Gyeongsu doesn't push, just make sure you drop by later. It is pretty obvious Yu Xiongwu is making things up, but Gyeongsu just laughs and yells out, "Everyone get on. We are heading to the safe zone, and there is another bus with plenty of room." With a warm smile, he looks back at Yu Xiongwu and Hanho, wishing both of them the best of luck. Yu Xiongwu waves back cheerfully, "You too, Gyeongsu. Stay safe out there." Together, the three of them watch Gyeongsu's bus slowly drive away until it disappears. Hanho then turns to Jisoo with a curious look. "So, where are we heading now?" "Oh, Jisoo, where is your home anyway?" She smiles weakly. "I am currently staying in the school dorms because my family lives all the way across town," making Hanho sigh. Jisoo looks at Yu Xiongwu. "Is it okay if I tag along with you for a while? I don't know how much help I can be." But Yu Xiongwu just smiles and welcomes her. Jisoo thanks him happily, while Hanho stands to the side with a mischievous grin. Hanho nudges him. "Hey, big bro, you obviously don't even need to ask about me, right?" Yu Xiongwu looks at him, teasing, "Maybe you should go ahead and chop off your hand to become a cool one-armed warrior. I really want another teammate who can trigger that amazing combo effect." But suddenly, Jisoo screams for them to hit the dirt, rushing forward to shove both boys flat to the ground. It is a massive creature, and looking at its thick, scales-covered skin, it seems like some kind of giant mutated crocodile. Hanho panics. "What is that thing?" The three of them grit their teeth, staring at the monstrous beast. Meanwhile, Gyeongsu's bus is cruising down the road when he suddenly slams on the brakes. Everyone on board panics, with one passenger screaming out in fear. "Why did you stop? Keep driving." But Gyeongsu grits his teeth, replying, "If I keep this engine running, all of us are going to die instantly." He is pretty sharp, guessing immediately that these monstrous creatures are highly attracted to the roaring sound of car engines. Back with Yu Xiongwu, he stares blankly at the bizarre creature, completely stunned by what he is seeing. Is that a dragon? A system alert pops up. The Alpha Wyvern regional boss has arrived. And the absolute worst part is, they can fly. And it is not just one, but a whole flock. Yu Xiongwu can only sigh in frustration. Watching them relentlessly tear the city apart, Yu Xiongwu realizes he is still far too weak. But at the same time, this is his golden opportunity to grow even stronger. He quickly calculates his options, gritting his teeth as he faces the dragons. Standing tall, he tells Jisoo, "We are not avoiding them, we are hunting them." His sudden and incredibly bold statement catches Jisoo pretty off guard. Yu Xiongwu continues, "We always have to adapt to our new environment, which is exactly why we must hunt down the powerful monsters instead of settling for easy targets." A look of fierce determination burns in his mind. Humanity will definitely reclaim the Earth. Both Jisoo and Hanho steel themselves as Yu Xiongwu clenches his fist in absolute determination, and that is why we must find a way to control them. Just like that, the three of them march straight toward the monsters, one leading and the other two following closely behind. Yu Xiongwu's skeleton soldiers quickly take up a defensive guard as the system announces that the tutorial has finally been cleared. Meanwhile, down on the empty streets below, abandoned cars are left scattered everywhere, making the entire area look absolutely no different from a silent dead city. Something seems to be running forward as fast as it possibly can, constantly letting out these bizarre, high-pitched cries. Turns out, it is just a goblin. Though whatever terrified this little guy has left him in a state of absolute, screaming panic. From deep within the shadows, dozens of glowing yellow eyes and razor-sharp fangs are staring right back at him with pure aggression. Right behind him, the relentless skeleton soldiers are closing in fast for the kill, completely cornering the poor goblin with nowhere to run. Those glowing yellow eyes definitely belong to his own kind, yet for some reason, he seems completely terrified of them. Yu Xiongwu's skeleton soldiers stare aggressively at the small creatures, who suddenly dash out to open a nearby door, while our terrified goblin scrambles to get away. But out of nowhere, a hand reaches out from behind, grabs him by the collar, and yanks him backward, making the little monster shriek in absolute terror. The system alerts him that he got 10 gold for the kill, and Yu Xiongwu just stares down gloomily and sighs. "I knew it." You see, those goblins weren't actually chasing their buddy, they were just desperately trying to escape Yu Xiongwu's terrifying army. Before long, the skeleton soldiers wipe out the remaining goblins, and the system keeps spamming notifications about all the gold he is racking up. Just like that, Yu Xiongwu levels up to level 6, when a voice suddenly sighs, "Honestly man, you went and handled all these weaklings by yourself again," Hanho complains while catching his breath. Yu Seongwoo sighs with utter boredom, muttering that there were barely even a few of them, though he is clearly still unsatisfied. He mutters disdainfully that hunting these weak goblins earns basically pocket change. But when the system prompts him to pick an upgrade card, he immediately taps the strength option. He tells himself with a grin that if he gets 3 whole strength points from this, he would be crazy not to take it. The moment he makes his choice, a sudden wave of incredible strength floods through his entire body. As the system quickly updates his stat sheet, Yu Seongwoo clenches his fists in sheer disbelief, completely amazed by how drastically different his physical power feels now. Notifications keep popping up as he gains 10 gold for a goblin kill, then another 8 gold, followed by another 10 gold. Just like that, the trio systematically hunts down every single goblin in the area. Seeing him walk over, Jisoo turns around with a bright smile and asks if his side is clear, reporting that they already handled all 9 goblins on their end. Wiping down her sword, Jisoo finishes her report, prompting a satisfied Yu Seongwoo to tell Hanho to get busy gathering up all those dropped daggers. Before long, Hanho packs his entire bag full of daggers, while the skeleton soldiers keep working away with relentless enthusiasm. Once everything is cleared, Yu Seongwoo turns to the group and announces they are skipping goblins from now on, leaving a highly confused Hanho to ask why. Jisoo catches on immediately and asks if he means they should target much bigger monsters, prompting Yu Seongwoo to explain his strategy to the group. Exactly, because if you check the bounty board, goblins only pay out 10 gold, while an orc head goes for a whopping 80 gold. Naturally, hunting down much bigger monsters is going to yield a far greater payout. With their plan set, the 3 of them march down the silent, empty streets, looking like the coolest squad in this dead city. Hanho speaks up, joking that even though he hates to admit it, they basically look like a roaming undead army. But suddenly, he spots a familiar shape in the distance and yells out, wondering if that is actually a military convoy sitting ahead. Exactly as he guessed, a military convoy is parked ahead with their gear, and backpacks left scattered all over the ground. Yu Seongwoo looks at the wreckage before him, and wonders if this place was recently a battlefield. But suddenly, a mysterious figure peeks out from behind one of the military vehicles, catching him completely off guard. An armed soldier steps out from the shadows, cautiously asking if they are actually humans. Glancing at the skeletons behind him, Yu Seongwoo notices the soldier's terror and quickly smiles, reassuring the man that they are human and mean no harm. Relieved, the soldier happily shouts back to someone inside the vehicle, telling Sergeant Kim that they have found fellow survivors. A voice yells back from inside, scoffing and asking if they seriously thought they were just goblins. Following the soldier's gaze inside the vehicle, Yu Seongwoo hears the sergeant speak up in embarrassment, apologizing and explaining that with his leg in this terrible shape, he cannot even take a step. As Sergeant Kim politely explains his situation, Yu Seongwoo takes one look and guesses that his wound was caused by a goblin's dagger. Sergeant Kim nods grimly, explaining that the monsters are like murderous children who slowly began assassinating their entire regiment one by one, even though they successfully killed the goblins. Hearing this makes Yu Seongwoo look completely shocked as he cuts the sergeant off. He asks in disbelief how they fought back without guns, but Sergeant Kim quickly replies that none of their firearms are working at all. Despite showing absolutely no signs of physical damage, nobody can figure out why the weapons simply refused to fire. That is why the soldiers had to rely on shovels and swords to fight them off. When suddenly, Hanho hesitantly steps forward and pulls a mysterious red potion bottle straight out of his pocket. As soon as Sergeant Kim sees it, he gets excited and tells him to wait. He claims he saw another player with that medicine, asking if Yu Seongwoo can spare some. But Yu Seongwoo cuts him off in this brutal world. Nobody gives out freebies. Sergeant Kim struggles to sit up and asks his next question. He proposes trading valuable information instead, which gets Yu Seongwoo pretty curious. The injured soldier promises to tell him absolutely everything he has managed to see or hear so far. Yu Seongwoo silently agrees, telling him to go ahead, so the sergeant begins his story. He talks about a pack of massive wolves, each about the size of a bull, that his squad could not even touch. Those terrifying beasts completely wiped out their entire battalion. Then, he asks if Yu Seongwoo has ever spotted a strange blue QR code around here. Hearing this, Hanho and Jisoo exchange a quick look, completely intrigued. The sergeant claims he spotted one of those codes nearby. Apparently, they can find it in the parking lot along this road, or down inside the nearby subway transit station. He holds up his phone, telling them to scan the code and install a specific application. The sergeant goes on to explain further. It is the only way to communicate right now, functioning as a virtual social network. Yu Seongwoo realizes this is likely a custom app built for survivors. Keeping his end of the bargain, Yu Seongwoo hands over the medicine. Sergeant Kim then asks where they plan on heading next. The soldiers plan to return to their military base. Yu Seongwoo looks at the dead bodies lying around and bluntly asks if he really thinks their base is any safer. Sergeant Kim admits that ever since players showed up, the top brass went ahead and hoarded all the decent weapons for themselves. His squad had to rely strictly on melee weapons, though he claims that was not really a major issue for them. Yu Seongwoo chuckles, mentioning they still have a few stops to make. The sergeant does not hold them back, wishing the young group a safe journey. He kindly drops a quick warning, telling them to watch the skies. The sergeant looks up, thoroughly confused by the warning. Yu Seongwoo casually explains that some pretty massive, terrifying flying lizards tend to show up out of nowhere up in the skies. The sergeant and his buddy turn pale, thanking him for the tip before quickly driving away into the distance. Yu Seongwoo and his companions watch them leave before getting right back to their own journey. 3 young humans and a small army of skeleton soldiers wander through the empty, ruined streets. Now check this out, they arrive at the exact spot Sergeant Kim mentioned to find that blue QR code. He tells his friends that this must be the code, immediately pulling out his phone to download the application. Hanho is pretty skeptical, asking if he is sure this thing is virus-free. Yu Seongwoo just sighs and tells him that it does not even matter, since normal phone service is completely dead anyway. The others quickly follow his lead and download it, immediately facing a long list of terms and agreements. They quickly tap through the installation prompts, following the steps. Just like Yu Seongwoo predicted, it is a custom application built purely for survivors. He silently curses the creator, wondering who the hell designed this. If players want to communicate, they are forced to post everything publicly. This design choice thoroughly annoys Yu Seongwoo. Jisoo reads through the user terms pretty carefully before speaking up. She points out that every single post costs 1,000 gold. Hanho completely panics, realizing that posting just once is equivalent to slaying 100 goblins. They quickly search through the feed, checking if anyone has posted any information yet. The very first post they find is from a group of level 8 players. They are looking for survivors to join them in their designated safe zone. One of the comments asks for their exact location, and the original poster replies, telling them to meet up at a nearby apartment complex. Since every single interaction costs a small fortune in gold, they cannot write very long replies. Hanho immediately recognizes the location because the nearby art theater is right by his house. Yu Seongwoo asks if they should go. He wonders how these players can spend 1,000 gold so casually. He just hit level 6, but they are already level 8. While Yu Seongwoo feels like something is pretty suspicious about this whole setup, he still wants to meet these high-level players. They quickly change course, marching directly toward the designated meeting spot. But here's the pretty crazy part, that they do not know those helpful comments get immediately deleted by the poster. Another survivor on the app wonders why they cannot read any of the previous comments. Why were they deleted? Was there some incredibly important information hidden in those posts? The poster quickly replies that some random idiot was just spamming nonsense, telling everyone not to worry and just head over to the base. Deep in a dark and dusty corner of the city, this highly suspicious poster watches the digital screen closely. He grins with pure satisfaction, revealing 2 incredibly sharp, wicked fangs. Just one glance is more than enough to tell that this guy is up to absolutely no good. High up on the tall buildings, a pretty blinding light suddenly flashes as another dagger-wielding goblin aggressively charges straight down at the survivors. But before it can even bite its target, it is instantly crushed with a single, brutal swing. A terrified man swings his baseball bat wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs. He screams for them to get back, as the hungry monsters close in, desperately yelling out for anyone nearby to help him. At least save the child. But the heartless people inside just pull the curtains shut, pretending they see absolutely nothing. A pack of hungry goblins lunges at the pair with daggers raised. But suddenly, a random blade flies out of nowhere and plants itself straight into a goblin's skull. The remaining monsters freeze in terror. Skeletons. What a lucky break. Just in time, Yu Seongwoo and his crew march on by, easily wiping out the goblin pests. The protective father warily pulls his little girl close to his chest. Yu Seongwoo steps up to the shaken man and softly tells him that they are safe now, offering to guide them home. In a world full of cold shoulders, Yu Seongwoo brings a rare spark of warmth. The weak man points and says his home is that way. They are running low on food and have to venture out, but Yu Seongwoo cuts his explanation short. He hands over some supplies, telling the man to take it. Meanwhile, Hanho and Jisoo are busy hunting down the surviving goblins. Terrified by the sheer pressure of Yu Seongwoo's party, the small monsters scramble to flee and save their own skins. But Jisoo and Hanho are not about to let them escape. Hanho laughs at the foolish creatures, while Jisoo notes they just trapped themselves in a dead end. Hanho points at a sign, asking Yu Seongwoo if it is a dungeon and if they should go inside to clear it out. But the older man rushes over in a panic, begging them not to step foot inside that place. He sadly recounts how the cafe once belonged to his close relative, warning them that there are monsters inside that are far worse than the green goblins they just fought. Yu Seongwoo just chuckles at the warning. Worse creatures, huh? He thanks the older man for the heads up. Suddenly, the system alerts them that they have entered the Elder Smile Sanctuary dungeon. Yu Seongwoo instantly shouts out a warning. You would think they would fight, but Yu Seongwoo just screams to run, with Hanho still finding time to joke as they flee. Hanho playfully thanks him for the brilliant advice, but an annoyed Yu Seongwoo snaps back, telling him to shut up and run before he bites his tongue. After sprinting for a while, Hanho suddenly calls out to halt, pointing frantically at what lies directly ahead. Yu Seongwoo tells them to keep calm, as these are just lesser goblins. But looking at the piles of shriveled corpses on the floor, the group still shivers. His skeleton soldiers march forward to slaughter the remaining pests, earning Yu Seongwoo some quick bonus rewards from the system. Hanho gags at the stench, complaining that if this acid can melt solid steel, his flesh would dissolve in 3 seconds. Yu Seongwoo just forces a smile. Fortunately, the acid has no effect on bare bone, meaning the skeletons can still fight. They quickly march ahead to sweep away the rest of the goblin horde. Corrosive fluids spray everywhere from the dying monsters. Hanho goes completely pale, trembling as he looks over his shoulder. He nervously asks Yu Seongwoo if he can handle whatever is coming. Right on cue, the system alerts them that the dungeon boss, Elder Smile, has arrived. And just like that, Yu Seongwoo's skeleton summons are instantly wiped out. This boss isn't just a giant meat shield, it's on a whole different level compared to those minor pests. Staring at the pile of shattered bones, Yu Seongwoo grits his teeth, realizing the beast's corrosive slime is actively melting and crushing his summon's joints. With how slippery and slimy the boss is, direct physical attacks are barely doing anything. But he still has a trick up his sleeve to fight without touching it. The system chimes in, confirming the creation of a basic bone weapon. What is Yu Seongwoo planning to pull off next? He plans to reinforce his skeleton summons by fusing them with custom bone weapons. It might take a bit of time, but these bone weapons won't corrode, making this his absolute best shot. Over on the front line, Jisoo is putting everything she has into holding back the slimy colossus, but even she is heavily struggling. Suddenly, Jisoo tosses a fresh set of bones right in his direction, yelling for Yu Seongwoo to catch it. He immediately gets to work crafting the basic weapons like a seasoned master artisan, but the enemy goblins have absolutely no intention of letting him finish in peace. The monster lunges toward Yu Seongwoo at blistering speed, blasting a wave of toxic sludge that knocks both him and Hanho clean off their feet. Another skeleton sacrifice throws itself in front of him, getting swallowed whole as the giant beast attempts to digest it. But check this out, as the skeleton gets crushed, Yu Seongwoo actually smiles, knowing the beast just made a fatal mistake. The skeleton it just swallowed is basically a ticking time bomb. Just as Yu Seongwoo predicted, the massive goblin boss literally detonates from the inside out in less than 10 minutes. Seizing the perfect opening, Yu Seongwoo commands his remaining skeleton soldiers to tear the beast to pieces so it can't regenerate. A thick, glowing fluid starts pouring out of its wounds, which seems to be the monster's blood. The system prompts him to bottle up all of this corrosive blood. He directs his skeleton servants to get to work, and the tireless summons quickly harvest a massive stockpile of the deadly acid. Yu Seongwoo notes that this fluid is basically a high-grade super acid, which is bound to come in handy down the line. But then, he spots a strange item left behind on the dusty ground. It's an ultra-rare monster core packed with concentrated acid so powerful it could easily melt through almost any defense. While Yu Seongwoo is busy analyzing the rare core, Hanho suddenly calls out while staring at his phone, telling him to look at a highly bizarre notification that just popped up. Why are almost all the comments deleted? Ryu Min wonders as he hands his phone over for Lee Hanho to analyze. There is definitely something sketchy going on here. Standing nearby, Lee Hanho chips in. Do you find this weird too, bro? Ryu Min ponders to himself who in their right mind would waste 1,000 gold just to help some random strangers out of the goodness of their heart. But the real mystery is why so many users would blow 1,000 gold on hate comments just to have them wiped instantly. Ryu Min's mind is a total mess. He gets frustrated, blaming himself for not figuring this out. When night falls and the moon lights up the sky, shadowy figures gather in a dark tunnel to whisper. One of those thugs speaks up. I seriously do not get why they want us to capture monsters. He continues, if we just kill a player, we get 5,000 gold plus another 1,000 for every single level they have. The guy next to him laughs out loud, agreeing that hunting humans is way easier. The last thug wears a sly grin, joining in on the sick joke. Plus, it feels way more satisfying. He takes a long drag from his cigarette just as another thug pulls up in a car. The driver asks boss, who is actually calling the shots for us behind the scenes? The passenger next to him looks completely out of it, clutching his head as veins pop on his arms, looking absolutely terrifying. The lackey panics, screaming. In response, their leader trembles, whispering the name Professor Red, making the driver wonder if this mysterious boss is actually a notorious serial killer. The boss grew even more terrified as he recalled that chilling voice, so you met Mai. In his memory, corpses piled up like mountains, and a sharp, bloody hand made of bare bone reached straight toward him. Back then, the boss was badly injured, bleeding out fast as he backed away in sheer terror, too frightened to utter a single word to the monster before him. At that moment, his mind was stretched to its absolute breaking point, as he shook and stammered out the word monster, while Professor Red noted that the apocalypse had arrived, slowly stepping closer to the trembling boss. Standing before him was a grotesque abomination, neither human nor demon, hissingly declaring that it needed a lot more food to satisfy its hunger. Cutting back to the present, Ryu Min suddenly calls out to Lee Hanho. Lee Hanho quickly turns around and asks what is up, only for Ryu Min to look him dead in the eye and ask, are you ready to kill someone? Who knows what Ryu Min is plotting now? But check this out, bloody handprints are smeared all over the glass of a convenience store. Something terrible clearly happened inside. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, stating the target has officially joined the Vampire Root Squad. Your class has been changed to a low-tier vampire. Inside, the newly turned monster wonders how his life went downhill so fast. On the floor, a victim weakly stammers out, kid, what on earth happened to make you like this? The thief only snuck in to steal some stuff, never expecting to face a literal monster. Before he can even process it, he desperately whimpers, please, spare me. But the vampire is still starving for fresh meat and blood. Within seconds, the store is filled with agonizing, blood-curdling screams. Pinning the helpless man down, the pale beast sinks its fangs in, feeding on him in a wild frenzy. The vampire leader steps out with a satisfied grin. Well done. You are truly a worthy son of me. Although the boy still has some of his sanity left, he is completely powerless against this overwhelming thirst. The pleased leader encourages him to keep growing and gain more power. On the other side, the newly born vampire keeps devouring his gruesome feast. Suddenly, a faint voice calls out to him from the dark, hey, boss. It turns out it was all a dream, and his worried sidekick asks him what is wrong. Are you okay, boss? He stammers. The leader mutters that it is nothing, so the lackey excitedly holds up his phone to show off their next target. He happily reveals that their prey has finally arrived. This idiot 157 has a squad of 3, and they are currently hanging out at the park. Grinning wildly, the boss slams on the gas pedal. Great, let's roll out. Get ready to harvest blood bag number 17. Wait for it, their car screeches down the highway, driven by an absolute monster craving for fresh blood. The vampire notes that this apartment complex is quite massive, which actually makes it the perfect hunting ground to corner his helpless prey. Plus, the residents upstairs will easily look the other way, pretending they saw nothing. He definitely has this whole place completely figured out. He smugly thinks those blind fools have no idea they will be the next sacrifices once the main targets are taken care of. Spotting them, the sidekick chuckles, "Boss, there is our prey." It looks like their targets have just showed up right on schedule. It seems to be Ryu Min's squad, all three wearing long black cloaks as they walk down the road, and the vampire immediately begins to lose his mind. His mind races, absolutely obsessed with the sweet scent of fresh blood, as he barks an order to his driver to floor it. Obeying instantly, the driver rams the car straight into the three cloaked figures, but strangely enough, they turn out to be Ryu Min's summoned skeleton soldiers. Having already anticipated this ambush, Ryu Min watches from the shadows, enjoying the priceless, confused faces of the thugs as they struggle to understand. The vampire recognizes the skeleton soldiers immediately and explains exactly what they are to his panicked lackey. The system announces the creation of basic bone weapons as sharp white bones rapidly grow out from a bright flash of light. The vampire's car gets violently slammed and shoved pretty far down the road, throwing everyone inside around really hard. Feeling the pain, the vampire grits his teeth, spits out a curse, and growls in pure frustration. Out of nowhere, a powerful hand punches straight through the car window, shocking the vampire. Before he can even react, that hand grabs him by the back of his neck and violently yanks him outside. Slammed onto the hard ground, the guy grits his teeth and curses, completely clueless about what is happening. A voice reads out the code from his phone messages, making the vampire flinch. It is Yu Seongwoo and his crew. Yu Seongwoo points his sword straight at him and asks, "Was this you guys, you bastards?" The vampire just stares blankly at the blade, pointed right at his forehead, completely lost for words at this point. Yu Seongwoo thinks to himself, "I was highly suspicious from the start. Who would waste 1,000 gold on silly comments? Could this be some kind of sick, twisted trap?" Yu Seongwoo wonders, speaking with total disgust in his voice. "I already know just by looking at you guys." Hanho whispers, "So trash like this really exists. This world is pretty terrifying." Yu Seongwoo continues, "I set up some bait, but I honestly did not expect you guys to try slamming a car into us. The vampire has never been this humiliated." Furious, he snarls, "You bastard. Do you know who I am?" Before he can finish, Yu Seongwoo kicks him straight in the face. He clearly put a lot of power into it, sending the vampire flying head over heels into the air. The lackeys panic and scream for their boss, but the skeleton soldiers pin them down instantly. With a grim, death-like stare, Yu Seongwoo asks, "How many of you are there? Give me a half-baked answer, and your head is going to roll right off your shoulders." Suddenly, he bares his fangs in a twisted grin, laughing, "My head?" Then, he lunges forward. "Has a brat like you ever killed anyone before? Don't you get cocky." Before he can even move, an annoyed righty charges in, swinging his battle axe with brutal force. Still dazed, the vampire's eyes widen as dark blood sprays everywhere. His hand is sliced clean off. Going absolutely berserk, he screams in agony, deeply terrifying his own lackey. The poor guy looks ready to cry, and it is clear they all know how terrifying this vampire boss can get. Yu Seongwoo praises, "Good job, righty. In this new world, I am still not cold-hearted enough to kill humans. But my undead summons? Yeah, they do not have those moral issues." On cue, the skeletons raise their weapons, ready for blood, but the vampire ignores them, clutching his head and wailing in absolute agony. Yu Seongwoo stares at his bizarre behavior, wondering if the pain broke his mind. Shaking his head, he turns to the other lackey. "How about you?" The lackey is crying his eyes out in pure terror. Yu Seongwoo sighs, "So, do I take your arm, or do you prefer your leg?" "I will talk. There are 8 of us total." Before the guy can even finish, dark blood suddenly splatters all over the ground. It is the vampire boss, lunging forward to deliver a fatal strike to his teammate. Honestly, did he just turn on his own guy? Hanho cannot stomach the sight at all, holding his mouth and muttering that is absolutely disgusting. That severed arm of his is suddenly morphing into a razor-sharp blade as the vampire growls like an absolute beast. He glares down at his dead ally, then plunges his fangs in, drinking the blood like a starving animal. The vampire laughs maniacally. "Yes, this is absolutely incredible." Yu Seongwoo cannot stand to watch this twisted madness for another second, shouting out in pure disgust, "You absolute psycho." But then, system alerts flash stamina fully recovered from blood consumption, and physical power is rising. He grins, "My starting class was a ninja, but since the boss bit me, I became a low-grade vampire." Letting the dark blood drip from his fingers, he admires it, explaining, "As a vampire, your level gets locked at level 1. You can no longer level up normally. But there is a major loophole. If you slaughter and drink human blood instead of killing monsters, you still gain raw experience." After downing the fresh blood, the vampire begins mutating into his terrifying true form. The system alerts chime again as his strength, agility, and stamina spike. He is entering a feral state, boosting all his stats by 20% for 10 hours. But once this state wears off, he will suffer a penalty, losing 50% of his current stats. Hearing this detailed breakdown, Yu Seongwoo is genuinely surprised. Wow, so there are actually classes worse than mine out there. He yells out, "Get into position. One wrong step and we lose our lives instantly." Then, Yu Seongwoo's eyes flash with a cold, murderous glare as his voice turns incredibly dark. Hearing their master's order, the skeleton army, led by an eager righty, charges insanely fast toward the mutated vampire. But the beast is incredibly fast, gliding forward like a raptor to launch a devastating counterattack. Skeletons are sliced clean in half everywhere the monster sweeps. Yu Seongwoo watches in shock, thinking he is too fast. Is he aiming for the shield? The vampire's massive, clawed hand violently slashes right into the bony skull of another skeleton warrior. He keeps tearing through them like paper, one after another. Slowly, Yu Xiongwu's skeletal army begins to crumble against this wild onslaught. It seems his true target is the living humans here, not these mindless piles of white bones. The vampire laughs out loud the moment he sees Xung Yu, yelling, "There you are," while our boy stands frozen in complete shock. But luckily, R quickly commands the remaining skeleton soldiers to gang up and strike him. Meanwhile, the wicked vampire rapidly drives his sharp, deadly blade straight toward our defenseless protagonist. Recognizing Xung Yu as the leader, the vampire exerts terrifying pressure, forcing Xung Yu to block with his shield as he stands completely frozen. Suddenly, someone strikes from behind the monster's head to protect the young boy. It is Jisoo, who swiftly swings her heavy sword directly at the giant vampire, though it seems to do zero damage. Still, this sudden clash successfully draws the monster's attention. Turning around with an evil grin, he snarls, "Thought you were a kitten, but you are actually a lioness. In that case, I will taste your blood first." Screaming this, he immediately turns to Jisoo and fiercely swings his hand to slash at her sword. Suddenly, a wave of intense bloodlust aggressively surges from right behind his back, forcing the cautious vampire to immediately stay on high alert. He spins around to dodge, finding himself completely trapped, with enemies surrounding him from both the front and the back. Lee Hanho lets out a mocking laugh and yells, "Do not forget about me," before frantically throwing his daggers all over the place to distract the vampire. And you know what, this chaotic trick actually works, completely pissing off the raging vampire as he screams out in pure fury. Losing his mind, he aggressively charges straight at Lee Hanho with terrifying speed, leaving the panicked boy swearing, "Crap, you are way too fast." Seeing his comrade struggling, R swiftly charges forward, using every ounce of his strength to push the fierce vampire back. Somehow, this skeleton soldier is slightly faster than him, slipping right behind his back to land a brutal, heavy slash onto the vampire's shoulder. Now Xung Yu rushes up, clutching his shield, gritting his teeth as he yells out, "Take this." But the vampire counters quickly, and a system message pops up, "Your equipment is destroyed," forcing Xung Yu to curse, "What absolute garbage." He then taunts the beast, "You are slow as a turtle," before quickly darting past him. This utterly enrages the vampire as he roars in fury, "Watch and learn how a real warrior strikes." While the monster is busy targeting Xung Yu, Jisoo sneaks up from behind with her sword to land a fatal blow, but he effortlessly dodges her sneak attack with absolute ease. Jisoo clearly put everything she had into that heavy strike. If it had landed, it would have been a lethal, game-ending blow. Laughing mockingly, he proudly scoffs, "Too predictable," before instantly turning his wrath back on Jisoo, while R quickly rushes forward to shield his ally. The skeleton fiercely slashes at his sharp claw. Clutching his bleeding arm, the agonizing vampire screams in pain, "My hand, my blood." Xung Yu instantly yells out the command for an all-out attack, and hearing his order, everyone charges at the beast together. From the distance, the vampire's subordinates rush toward the scene at breakneck speed, shouting, "Boss, we are finally here to help." He glances at his arriving henchmen and laughs in satisfaction, though, at this point, he barely looks like a human anymore. The newly arrived goons immediately freeze in absolute horror upon seeing their leader's monstrous state. They stammer, "Boss, your arm," but while he is distracted, someone suddenly targets his wounded limb, causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. Knowing she cannot win head-on, Jisoo simply waited for this perfect chance to strike. The moment she pulls her blade back, Roy swiftly lunges forward to continue the onslaught. Just look at that, their teamwork right now is absolutely flawless. The skeleton soldier then steps up, swinging its heavy axe down, leaving the surrounded and battered vampire completely disoriented from all sides. Suddenly, he coughs up a huge mouthful of fresh blood, proof that this coordinated strike dealt massive, devastating damage. Xung Yu stands tall, declaring in a dark, ominous voice, "If you are so confident in your monster regeneration, then let me see you grow back your head." With that, he ruthlessly swings his sword, and a system notification pops up, "You have killed a level 1 player and gained 1,000 gold." A thought flashes through his mind, gold from players, and Xung Yu immediately puts the pieces together, turning to aggressively interrogate the survivors. He demands, "So this is how you farm gold," and as they freeze in guilty silence, an enraged Xung Yu roars, "You absolute bastards." Stepping closer to them, looking like a terrifying Grim Reaper fresh out of hell, Xung Yu demands, "You guys are that level 8 group, right?" Wanting to confirm his suspicion despite already knowing the truth. Once they nervously confess, he says in a cold, low voice, "Drop your weapons, or I will send you straight to hell." Overwhelmed by his suffocating aura, the terrified gang throws their weapons to the ground without a second thought. To prevent any quick escape, the skeleton soldier completely wrecks their vehicle, while a trembling goon starts spilling the beans, admitting they are working for a mysterious boss. He cries out, "We do not know who he is. We only took orders directly from our leader. We never expected our boss to turn into that monster." Xung Yu wonders if this mysterious employer is the one behind these transformations. Is that boss even human? And what could his hidden class actually be? Xung Yu estimates this shadow boss's power is likely around 5 stars, proving that a dangerously powerful monster is indeed currently roaming around their city. Then Xung Yu coldly asks them, "How many have you killed?" and the terrified goon confesses, "Probably around 20 people or more." Yu Xiongwu's eyes grow dark and hostile as he glares at the cold-blooded killers. The skeleton soldier gets the hint and raises his axe, terrifying the killers who scream out to spare their lives since they only follow orders. But how could he ever show mercy to heartless killers like them? The skeleton soldier strikes them down, and get this. The system immediately awards Yu Xiongwu a massive gold bonus for the kills. Jisoo and Hanho are shocked by his brutal decisiveness and yell out, "Hey Yu Xiongwu, what are you doing?" But he ignores them, radiating pure, cold anger. "If I do not eliminate them now, they will just keep on slaughtering other innocent people. Some habits never die." Jisoo sighs, admitting he has a point, and drops the subject as night falls and silence grips the area, though the military headquarters remains fully lit. Inside, soldiers are whispering about the comments left by the previous victims. Before the vampire could delete those posts, a nearby witness managed to report the whole truth online, making a frustrated soldier scowl. Even after joining the military, survival is still incredibly tough. This world is honestly driving me speechless. Another comment mentions Yu Seongwoo and his skeleton summons, catching the eye of Sergeant Kim, who mutters in curiosity, "Did they say skeleton soldiers?" He smiles and whispers to himself, could it be that same group? Because if so, they really are on a whole different level, just as a teammate rushes in, urging Sergeant Kim to hurry up and assemble. But the sergeant is still completely glued to his phone, eagerly reading about Yu Seongwoo's squad. So he quickly leaves a glowing comment of his own, among the flood of grateful messages from survivors, telling his comrade that he is just checking up on their savior. After a brief chat, the night fades into morning at an abandoned high-rise building, where a mysterious figure scrolling through the community forum thinks to himself that this is some very intriguing news. He quickly stands up, pockets his phone, and thinks to himself, he did not expect there would actually be someone so honorable out there. And as he prepares to make his move, the heavy gate suddenly swings wide open, letting in a blinding light. Down below, the city streets are completely deserted, with overturned cars blocking the roads. It feels like a literal ghost town as Hanho scrolls through the online forums on his phone to keep tabs on the latest gossip. Suddenly, he gasps out, "Hey Yu Seongwoo, there is a new post." The post was published by prosecutor Yong Deungpo, creating a thread where anyone can leave free comments, with a character limit of 200 per message. Anyone wanting to change their nickname has to pay 100 gold, and Hanho adds that it is crazy how this guy spent 1,000 gold just for public comments. Jisoo quickly grabs her phone to check it out. Most comments are just recruitment spams, and though Yu Seongwoo already knows almost all of this, he figures it is still smart to keep scanning the boards for any fresh intel. Hanho teases him, mentioning that a lot of people in the prosecutor's thread are singing his praises for what he did a few days ago. Yu Seongwoo responds blankly that he does not give a single damn, as twilight slowly sets in and evening falls over the land. As they approach a large apartment building, Hanho excitedly announces they have finally arrived. Yu Seongwoo points ahead with a grin, telling him his home is right there, but you can feel Hanho shaking, terrified of what they might find inside. Desperate to reunite with his family, Hanho points up to a specific floor and tells them that is his home. Yu Seongwoo warns him to stay calm since they still do not know what is waiting inside, making Hanho desperately pray that nothing horrible has happened. Jisoo looks around, noting the sheer number of dead orcs lying nearby, while Hanho continuously prays with shaking hands, begging the universe to protect his family. Soon enough, Hanho spots a clean, massive slash mark running right down the center of his family's front door. He screams out, begging his parents to open up and letting them know that their son is finally home, when the door suddenly swings open at the sound of his voice. His tearful parents rush out, crying out in absolute disbelief to see if it really is their boy standing right in front of them. Later that night, they sit inside the ruined, desolate apartment, looking at the heavy damage all around them. Before he can even take a bite of food, Hanho drops his chopsticks in shock, asking his father why he did not choose a class card. He keeps complaining, comparing it to how his father never hits in blackjack, no matter how much his mother nags him. While his dad sulks and mutters that it felt too risky, Hanho loses his temper, shouting that this cowardly attitude is exactly why he always ends up broke and losing everything. Yu Seongwoo interrupts to ask how they managed to fend off the orcs, which reminds Hanho that he wanted to ask the exact same thing. He explains that the orcs wiped out almost every other apartment on the block, begging to know how they stopped them, and his father proudly claims they used nasal spray. This bizarre answer leaves the entire group completely stunned, as his mother adds that his father actually sprayed the monsters directly while they were running away. Seeing his father look so unbelievably proud of himself, Hanho nearly chokes on his water, unable to believe this is real. Yu Seongwoo is quietly amazed that anyone could repel orcs with allergy spray, while Hanho's mother thanks them both for safely bringing her son back home. She apologizes that they do not have much left to offer in their ruined home, and invites them to have some simple tea, which Jisoo quickly accepts. Yu Seongwoo steps up quickly to take the tea tray, thanking her with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Lee Hanho boasts that he is pretty strong too, bragging about how he can slay those monsters with just a dagger. But hearing her son brag like that, his mother's face darkens as she stays dead silent, completely unimpressed. She warns them that the heating system in this building is totally broken, meaning the night will get pretty cold, but thankfully the water is still running. She invites them to wash up, but as darkness falls over this chaotic world, the real terror begins. Deep down below their apartment, a mysterious figure is staring straight up at them, completely hidden in the shadows. Those creeps flash a sinister smile toward the lit window of Lee Hanho's home. Inside, Jisoo is finally finished with her bath, drying her hair as she steps out of the steam. "I am all done." She thanks Lee Hanho's mother for borrowing the pajamas, relieved that after days of roughing it outside, she can finally enjoy a warm, clean shower. Jisoo looks totally different, making Lee Hanho's mother marvel at how intense her training must have been. Lee Hanho chimes in, boasting that sister Jisoo is easily 30 times stronger than him. Next up for the bath is Yu Seongwoo. Since there is only one bathroom, they let the girl go first, and now he is thoroughly enjoying his hot shower. It has been forever since he washed up like this, but his biggest relief is seeing Lee Hanho's family safe and sound. Honestly, Yu Seongwoo was just as anxious on the trip here as his friend. He quietly celebrates that those nasty orcs did not have sharper senses. If Lee Hanho's parents had not used the scent spray, terrifying scenarios of things going horribly wrong would have become a dark reality. You know, having a safe haven to return to in this absolute madness is a pure blessing. As he thinks this, he looks over to see Lee Han-ho and R bickering playfully, filling the room with a sudden warmth. After washing up and quickly scrubbing their clothes clean, everyone gets busy maintaining their weapons. In the middle of all this busy work, Lee Han-ho suddenly asks if they have planned their next move. Staying here forever is not a good option, is it? Yu Seong-woo replies that he still plans to keep moving forward. He adds that those wandering orcs are merely scouts, meaning there is definitely a massive, heavily populated colony nesting close by. Yu Seong-woo quietly ponders his next move. The real issue is that he still has not figured out their next major destination yet. Lee Han-ho suddenly shouts for Yu Seong-woo to check this out, making him sigh in total disbelief. He wonders who is still scrolling through social media at a time like this, but Lee Han-ho urges him to ignore the gossip. Look, the Yongdyongpo prosecutor commented. This guy uploaded a fresh post, and it shows that he has actually built a secure new shelter for any survivors out there. But they are searching for a new leader, demanding gold and fuel, and forcing anyone who wants in to pass a test. Jisoo reads over his shoulder, questioning if they can trust this guy. Though Lee Han-ho believes this group seems pretty decent. However, Yu Seong-woo just snorts coldly, so this is the real reason behind their online posts from yesterday, huh? The room suddenly falls quiet at his sharp question, everyone murmuring in agreement. Yu Seong-woo figures that the sanctuary built by this high-profile prosecutor is likely real. After all, the world has basically become a game, complete with overpowered skills and character classes. He points out that they spent 1,000 gold yesterday just to create a comment section for survivors. It is hard to believe this is pure, unconditional kindness, so he tells them to look closely at the other comments. The two immediately pull up their phones to review the thread, seeing countless comments praising and thanking this prosecutor. Yet, some users openly suspect his motives. Still, both Jisoo and Lee Han-ho mostly see overflowing praise and deep gratitude loaded onto the thread. Yu Seong-woo explains they are building trust early on by presenting themselves as some kind of benevolent leaders. Once survivors gather, the sanctuary will start demanding gold, slowly establishing a powerful new government under their control. I bet they are secretly hoarding gold and medicine. And honestly, we all know nothing in this world is ever truly free. Yu Seong-woo is calculating their options carefully. Since Lee Han-ho's parents are with them, his personal theories have to keep their safety in mind. Yongdyongpo is way too far from their current location, so heading there is definitely out of the question. Lee Han-ho agrees. Reading another weird post, they find some creepy old guy looking for girls to join his personal love castle, surrounded by massive backlash. Disgusted, Yu Seong-woo tells him to forget it, while Lee Han-ho keeps searching for a proper destination. He suddenly shoves his screen forward, asking if this place works, pointing out a post by a department head named Gu. This manager claims there is a safe zone in Suwon, boasting that he is a 2-star priest, though entering requires a fee. Yu Seong-woo hates paying for rent in an apocalypse, but a truly secure zone is hard to ignore. He turns to ask Lee Han-ho if Sugan Wonong is close by. Lee Han-ho quickly replies that it would take about 20 minutes by bus, prompting Yu Seong-woo to raise his phone once more. This will be their next destination. Lee Han-ho beams with joy, running off to ask his parents as everyone begins packing their bags to hit the road. With Lee Han-ho's family fully packed, Yu Seong-woo turns to look at the parents with polite respect. He apologizes for forcing them to travel like this, but Lee Han-ho's father just smiles, assuring him it is totally fine. He continues anyway. You brought Han-ho back home safely, so we feel we can definitely trust you now. Han-ho's mother chimes in, it is not safe around here either, with monsters roaming around and a bandit gang on the loose. Hearing this makes Yu Seong-woo quite surprised. A robber gang, you say? The uncle continues, I assume they are just some delinquent students from the streets. They go around bullying people and taking all their belongings. Yu Seong-woo scratches his head in thought, not expecting to find cheap street thugs roaming this area too. Right after he speaks, those exact guys zoom in on their motorcycles. They scream and shout as they charge straight toward Yu Seong-woo's group. The girl sitting on the back looks over with a trashy, arrogant expression and speaks rudely. Hey old man. Hearing this, Han-ho freezes in disbelief. Aryum looks at Yu Seong-woo and thinks he actually looks pretty old. Jisoo covers her mouth, shaking as she tries to hold back her laughter. An old man, you say? Yongsik sneers. We planted these trees and we built this road. If you have anything good, hand it over quickly as a toll fee for us right now. Or do you want to hand it over while crying? Yu Seong-woo just shrugs. Take a look at this. His skeleton soldiers are staring down those cheap street thugs with glowing blue eyes like grim reapers ready to collect some souls. Before Jujin can finish, Yongsik screams out. The entire gang panics upon seeing those glowing blue eyes. Shouting at each other, they twist their throttles as fast as possible. Run away. Hurry up, you bastards. The thugs flee for their lives as if chased by ghosts, not even daring to look back once. Jisoo and Han-ho look on in surprise. Huh, what is wrong with them? Yu Seong-woo is also surprised and turns his head to look behind him. A voice rings out, watch out, something is coming our way. From a distance, two canine-like paws with razor-sharp claws slowly creep forward. Cars on the street are sent flying into the sky. It looks like they have run into an absolutely massive beast of some kind. Gritting his teeth, Yu Seong-woo braces himself. They have absolutely no idea what it is, but everyone quickly draws their weapons. It is a pack of giant wolves. They creep closer, locking eyes with their next delicious prey. Yu Seong-woo watches closely. They are not attacking immediately. Do they actually share the same instincts as normal wolves? Guessing this is the case, Yu Seong-woo orders everyone to step back. He knows close combat with these beasts will be extremely dangerous. With those sharp teeth and deadly claws, they could shred the entire team instantly. Their bodies are built horizontally, while human bodies are vertical. Once you fall to the ground, there is no getting back up. At that point, your life would definitely belong to them. Yu Seongwoo silently calculates his next moves carefully. Hanho begins to tremble. Brother, is it safe to hold our ground here? Yu Seongwoo answers bluntly no. If I were them, I would completely flatten this place. Hanho panics. Then what on earth should we do? Right as they finish speaking, one giant wolf loses its patience, unleashes a loud roar, and charges straight at them. These giant wolves are truly on another level. Their power far exceeds that of any normal wolf. It charges forward frantically, slamming hard against the door. Suddenly, a glass bottle flies out of nowhere, hits the wolf's head, and shatters. A green fluid inside pours out. Hanho gapes in shock and asks, "Are we using that, brother?" Yu Seongwoo grunts in agreement. He explains that it is actually slime fluid from those slime monsters. The bottle explodes upon impact, leaving the wolf howling in absolute terror. Yu Seongwoo then turns to his skeleton soldiers and issues an order. "It is your turn to throw your spears." The skeleton soldiers obey instantly, launching dozens of sharp spears accurately toward the wolves. Honestly, when dealing with dangerous four-legged beasts like these, staying at a safe distance is easily the smartest move. Now only one is left. It seems to be the alpha, still alive. Seeing its pack members get taken down one by one, it charges forward in a blind rage. On this side, Yu Seongwoo quickly barks another command to his skeleton soldiers. "Everyone, charge forward." Following his command, the skeleton soldiers leap quickly toward the massive wolf. At the exact same time, the aggressive wolf snaps its jaws shut, biting off a skeleton's arm and chewing it up. Suddenly, sticky slime covers its entire body. The moment it makes contact with the beast, the fluid quickly takes effect, leaving the wolf completely disoriented and struggling. Yu Seongwoo smirks. "I guess nobody ever taught you not to eat food from strangers. I secretly stuffed a bunch of slime fluid inside that skeleton's arm just for you." Its mouth is burning and boiling now. Giving the beast zero chance to recover, Yu Seongwoo quickly grabs his sword and leaps straight toward the wolf. He drives his blade decisively straight down into its head. The system announces you have received 240 gold for defeating a wild wolf. He immediately retreats afterward. Just like that, another giant wolf crashes down dead. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers are busy fighting the last remaining wolf. Having witnessed what just happened, it becomes much more cautious. But in the blink of an eye, dozens of sharp blades pierce right through its belly. The system notifications keep rolling in. You have earned another 240 gold, and officially reached level 7. One after another, the giant beasts keep falling down dead. Yu Seongwoo continues racking up gold from this accidental hunt. Seeing him wipe out the entire pack single-handedly, Jisoo looks a bit downcast. "I ended up being completely useless again." Yu Seongwoo comforts her. "No, it was just that this particular strategy did not suit your playstyle." He thinks to himself this must be incredibly humiliating for Jisoo's assassin class. But it's still better to let her focus on physical power, since she is way better at that anyway. Right after fighting off the wolves, before they can even catch their breath, Yu Seongwoo turns to look at Hanho. The kid is happily introducing his skeleton soldiers and the boss to his own parents. Yu Seongwoo shakes his head, thinking how this kid can stay so incredibly carefree. Just then, a system notification pops up. "The corpse rejects your summon, and your level is too low to raise large monsters." Yu Seongwoo sighs with regret, so he still cannot summon this one yet. He turns to the group and says, "We need to get out of here fast. There are definitely more of them nearby." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth roar into the sky. Flying dragons are chasing down a military helicopter at terrifying speed. The passenger on board panics and screams out, "Hey, can we go any faster? If we keep going like this, they will catch us." The pilot replies helplessly, "This is maximum speed, sir." This only makes the man rage even harder. He curses at the top of his lungs that useless Sergeant Kim. He should have reported monsters like this beforehand. The pilot thinks to himself that it was actually this old guy who refused to take the sergeant's reports in the first place. It looks like he belongs to the faction opposing Yongdeungpo. He wants the military to take total control first. But the biggest obstacle right now are these flying beasts. Suddenly, the system announces the arrival of the local area boss, a wyvern alpha. The beast catches up to them in a flash. It digs its massive claws deep into the side of the helicopter. You have to wonder if anyone inside is going to make it out alive. Against such a savage monster, the helicopter stands no chance at all. Pieces of metal start ripping away. The chopper explodes in midair with a deafening blast. Up in the sky, these flying dragons have officially become the absolute rulers of the area. They quickly swarm into the city below. And it looks like there are several different species among them too. They begin tearing everything to pieces. Yu Seongwoo and the others watch the whole nightmare unfold from inside a nearby building. He is stunned, while Hanho stares at the military chopper and starts shaking. He expected things to be bad, but he never thought the wyverns would be this brutal. On top of the very skyscraper where they are hiding, the dragons are quietly sleeping. Hanho's father whispers, "I saw them sleeping up there earlier." His mother chimes in, "What are we going to do now? The safe zone is right in front of us." Yu Seongwoo turns back and says, "We cannot afford to be reckless. Our best option is to wait until they leave and just camp out right here for now." Night falls, and the dragons are still fast asleep on the roof. They show no signs of moving at all. Inside, Hanho's parents have fallen fast asleep, but everyone else is wide awake. Suddenly, Yu Seongwoo senses something strange, and his eyes snap open in shock. A system message flashes. "Which class will help you survive in this apocalyptic world? Please make your choice." Hanho yells out to his parents, telling them to pick the cards with the most stars. His father scoffs, I have been playing cards for 20 years, so do not tell me how to pick. The system prompts them to choose a subclass that links to their primary class. This catches Yu Seongwoo off guard. The system warns them they only have 15 seconds left to make a choice, and Yu Seongwoo starts weighing his options. A linked card? So it has to connect directly with my current class? But as he is thinking, the card in front of him suddenly vanishes. Yu Seongwoo is stunned. He realizes someone else must have grabbed it first. So in a deck like this, everyone shares the same pool of cards. It is basically a survival game of first come, first served. Hanho is frantically muttering to himself, stars. The more stars the better. He tries to force himself to stay calm. If it is a linked class, then high stars might not be the best choice. He needs something that perfectly supports his main role, Necromancer. The moment he decides, his hand darts forward and snatches a card. This is the one. The system alerts him you have selected the Mage Link card. The link is now merging with your current class. A new skill is being generated. This is a unique aura that buffs allies while debuffing enemies. Yu Seongwoo smiles to himself, a Necromancer aura that strengthens my summons and weakens the enemy is actually a pretty sweet deal. Meanwhile, Hanho is tearing his hair out in pure despair. He cries out, I am completely ruined. The 4-star card I wanted got stolen, and I ended up with a measly 1-star priest card. Yu Seongwoo can only curse under his breath at how ridiculous this is. Hanho keeps whining about his new skill, which only grants a 10-second shield after killing an enemy, even though he is a ranged attacker. Just then, his father walks over. He asks, hey Hanho, is this card of mine any good? Hanho looks up with tears in his eyes and asks what it is. He is already dying inside anyway. But the card his father holds is a class that can actually create a safe zone, the Engineer class. Hearing this, Yu Seongwoo lights up. He cannot contain his excitement and lets out a cheer. With this, they do not even need to travel to the Suwon area anymore. As dawn approaches, the deserted streets around their makeshift shelter remain completely silent. This place might actually be their safest bet for now. Hanho's dad is still busy testing out his new skill, looking pretty happy about it. He asks son, did you see those moves? Did you see them? Man, I really should have learned how to do this much earlier. Otherwise, we both would have died under my watch, Hanho jokes, before asking his mom what card she picked. She replies, I am a chef. He is stunned, why did she not pick a combat class? His parents suddenly burst into tears, hugging each other and sobbing about how their ungrateful son expects them to fight. Oh heavens, look at this ungrateful son we fed and put through school for 20 years, the mother cries out. Meanwhile, Seongwoo turns and asks Jisoo which card she selected. She calmly replies that she chose the 3-star assassin class. Her main skill is Elite Senses, a passive ability that heavily boosts her awareness and instincts during critical situations. Seongwoo strokes his chin, thinking about her elite senses. In her mind, Jisoo realizes how incredibly analytical he is. He has this pretty insane ability to utilize everyone around him effectively, reading any crisis with total clarity to survive. Jisoo realizes that no matter how hard she tries, she can never match him. It turns out Jisoo has always wanted to catch up to Seongwoo. She wants to grow stronger, too. If she cannot be like him, she will carve out her own path. She needs to push both her physical and mental limits even further. Seongwoo then speaks up, asking Hanho's father to explain the Vanguard skill. Hanho's dad is more than happy to answer. He tells him to hold on a second as he pulls up the details. Essentially, the Vanguard can create a temporary safe zone against monster attacks. The shield creates a safe zone covering up to 200 square meters, reaching a height of 10 meters for defense. However, a massive attack with enough raw, overwhelming force can still shatter the barrier completely. Seongwoo calculates that building and maintaining a safe zone is too difficult right now. Plus, grouping everyone together to farm gold is definitely not a wise move. After considering it, he says they should only activate that defensive barrier when they absolutely have to. After all, they need to secure a proper location first. Hanho's father double-checks if that is true, while Hanho looks completely shocked. Hanho asks if they are skipping the Suwon safe zone. Seongwoo simply turns his head, saying there is no need anymore. Seongwoo looks up at the sky, adding that joining any group means dealing with their annoying leaders, which is just too exhausting. He watches the massive wyvern overhead. It is starting to move, as if waking up from a very long slumber. The giant beast high above is now fully awake, spreading its wings as it takes off into the sky. Seongwoo tells Hanho to search for any nearby shops that might still be open. Hanho nods quickly, immediately scrolling through his phone. Seongwoo knows he needs to spend his gold to level up. Who knows when another monster like that wyvern will show up. Hanho scratches his head in confusion, admitting that he cannot find any active shops nearby. And right here is where things get wild. The quiet area suddenly shakes like an earthquake, while a biker gang speeds past, screaming that the giant wyvern is gone. Hanho immediately recognizes them, pointing out that those guys look exactly like the punks they ran into yesterday. Seongwoo gets a sudden idea, reminding Hanho that those thugs have been stealing gold from innocent survivors. That means they definitely know where the nearest shop is to spend their stolen loot. There's actually a pretty huge supermarket nearby that Seongwoo's group missed. Meanwhile, Taesung is grumbling, complaining that they had a miserable night because of that stupid wyvern. Youngsik happily replies that even though they were trapped in a butcher shop for so long, at least they got to eat some free meat. Youngsik asks Taesung if he can finally spin the silver roulette. Taesung lazily replies that he needs to collect a bit more gold first. Taesung adds that his last survival pack was completely useless, so he is hoping for something useful this time. He then shouts out, yelling to his gang that they are back and asking if everyone thought they died. But absolute silence greets him. He looks around in confusion, wondering why the place is so incredibly quiet. One of his guys trembles and whispers his name, but Taesung quickly gestures for quiet. The entire gang starts creeping forward, dead, silent. Living in this chaotic world, they have learned exactly what to do when things get this tense. Creeping down, one of them slowly reaches out to slide the door open, desperate to see what is hiding inside. But what they see shocks them. Everyone is gathered inside. Taesung is secretly panicking, though he forces a nervous smile onto his face. He asks what is going on and where Yujin is. Minsik shakes, terrified, saying that he arrived. He said we did not get enough gold, so Yujin Taesung rushes over to them in a panic. He demands to know what happened to Yujin. Nearby, Yujin snaps at him to shut up. Taesung asks if she is okay. She pulls off her mask, completely horrifying Taesung as he gasps, asking what on earth happened to her. Yup, she has been turned into a vampire. She snaps at him to shut up, saying she can smell human flesh and is starving. Whenever I smell it, I crave it, she growls. Nearby, a mysterious man sits with legs crossed on a desk. He glares at the two of them and barks insults, mocking that they look weak enough for his gang to bully. He remembers exactly how he killed that person, laughing while asking the corpse why they died so easily. Kim Taesung boils with absolute, fiery rage. That brat, how dare he attack us? The guy sitting on the table adds that Jujin is next on the chopping block. Rotor slowly stands up. I told you, if you try to hold back your bloodlust, you only hurt yourself. You must drink a certain amount of blood to stay sane. Do you brats not understand me? Kim Taesung screams out a set amount. Do you even know how many innocent people Gyu has slaughtered? Hearing him yell, the mysterious masked man just laughs and asks back. You dare talk back to me? He sneers with a cold threat. Our leader is watching. So how long do you think you will last if you disobey? Kim Taesung looks at Jujin in sheer terror, pleading to be left alone so they can find enough. But the thug quickly stands up and steps right into Kim Taesung's face. Wrong, you have to die, he snarls. If you do not obey, I will kill you. All of you. At the end of the day, Kim Taesung is still just a kid. Standing right before the threat of such a terrifying vampire, his legs cannot help but shake violently in pure fear. Rotor sneers. Get 10,000 gold in 2 days, or your neck is next. You know you cannot run from us, right? Wait, did you hear that? A sudden shout interrupts them from outside, drawing Rotor's attention as a new voice rings out. Who are you guys? Let me go. Yu Seongwoo yells. Are you not supposed to treat your customers like royalty? This shop is way too rude. Rotor asks back in utter surprise. Customer. Fine, my customer. What do you want? Yu Seongwoo proudly points his sword right at his face, making Rotor ask in complete confusion. What did you say? He repeats his demands loud and clear. Hand over absolutely everything you have, unless you are too afraid to fight us. The vampire chuckles with a sly smirk. You are no customer. You are just a total lunatic. Kim Taesung nervously thinks to himself that a brutal bloodbath is definitely coming. Seeing him laugh and reveal those familiar sharp fangs, Yu Seongwoo instantly recognizes who he is dealing with. He confronts him directly. Is it you? Are you the gang leader from that apartment complex? Being called out so suddenly catches him off guard. Rotor instantly channels his power into his razor-sharp claws, getting ready to strike. He lunges furiously at Yu Seongwoo. Did you kill my men? He barks. But before he can even touch a single hair on Yu Seongwoo, Rotor is instantly pinned down by his summoned skeleton army. Those clawed hands are locked in a crushing grip by skeletal fingers, leaving him completely paralyzed. Rotor screams out in utter shock. What are these things? Nearby, Kim Taesung falls to the ground in absolute panic, staring at the dry bones. Yu Seongwoo steps closer to the vampire, asking him, did you do all of this? Rotor refuses to answer, only roaring out in pure, raging anger. You absolute bastard, he snarls, gnashing his teeth. But before he can react, fresh blood sprays directly onto Kim Taesung's face. All Kim Taesung can hear are the vampire's painful, agonized screams as Yu Seongwoo drives his blade deep into Rotor. Time to feed my little skeleton soldiers. Rotor is quickly hoisted high into the air by the skeletons. His blood constantly drips onto the cold floor, leaving him trembling from the devastating pain. Yu Seongwoo delivers another brutal slash, forcing an agonizing shriek from the beast. He coldly warns, do not move, or your head is coming right off. The skeletons tighten their grip, forcing another pained groan. Yu Seongwoo aggressively demands answers once more. Are you the vampire named Rotor? Despite the blade pressed directly against his throat, he stubbornly refuses to speak, only letting out a wicked, twisted grin. Suddenly, the vampire swings his arm with sheer force, shattering the skeletons around him, even as Yu Seongwoo's blade plunges right through his neck. In a sudden burst, Rotor snaps the blade in Yu Seongwoo's hand. The system immediately flashes a warning that the weapon is destroyed. Rotor then lunges at Yu Seongwoo, driven by absolute fury and bloodlust. Just when we think he's done for, an unexpected defense flies in from behind, blocking Rotor's lethal strike. Caught completely off guard, several throwing daggers fly forward and sink directly into Rotor's flesh. Lee Hanho grins. I am pretty sure you were warned not to move. Senior Yu Seongwoo said so. Jujin quickly charges in, cleanly severing the vampire's arm with a swift, powerful slash. He screams in agony, but just like their previous opponent, a sharp, blade-like arm sprouts from the stump. Strangely, the newly formed arm instantly bursts into flames. The system announces that the blazing whetstone effect is active, meaning his rapid regeneration is heavily suppressed by fire. Jujin's sword blazes like a torch as she grips it tightly, delivering a heavy strike from behind. But Rotor senses the incoming danger just in time, successfully dodging the lethal blow before immediately launching a massive, high-speed strike right back at her. But Jujin is a highly skilled fighter, quickly ducking to dodge his counterattack. At that exact moment, Jisoo shifts her stance, gracefully parrying his deadly claws to the side before cleanly slicing his sharp arm off yet again. Crimson blood from the wounded vampire starts spraying out like a non-stop fountain. Completely enraged, Root lets out a deafening roar and lunges with his remaining clawed hand. Neither of them backs down an inch, trading blow after devastating blow as the clash intensifies. But wait, look at this, out of nowhere, Root grabs Jisoo's blade with his bare hand, catching her completely off guard. Yet, somehow, the vampire's body locks up, preventing him from launching a counterattack. The system alerts her to the elite senses effect. She can feel it working, realizing this must be the power of the elite sensory buff. Suddenly, a heavy strike hits Root from behind out of nowhere, forcing him to cough up a huge mouthful of blood. A system notification pops up. The killing intent has applied a forced, slow effect to the apostles. Any enemy targeted by a contracted apostle will immediately enter a severely weakened state. Jisoo thinks she would have been crushed by a vampire under normal circumstances, but thankfully, she is holding her ground. Those expensive skills are totally worth it. Meanwhile, the system pings Root again. Being hit with a 10-hit combo while weakened is just too much, and Root quickly hits his limit. Trembling, he falls face first onto the cold ground, clearly on his last legs. Terrified, Root finally screams at the top of his lungs. "Stop," he screams. "What do you want?" Yu Seongwoo smirks. "So you are finally ready to talk now." The vampire is secretly plotting since Yu Seongwoo is busy controlling the skeleton army. One quick strike should kill him easily, given his weak physical stats. Laughing on the inside, Root plans to fake a negotiation to close the distance and strike him down instantly. But before he can even finish that thought, the skeleton soldier brutally punches Root right in the gut, unleashing a savage barrage of follow-up attacks on the vampire. Caught completely off guard, all the helpless vampire can do is scream in agony. Yu Seongwoo calmly adds, "Monsters with bodies like yours should only talk when they are pinned to the ground, like this." Looking like a grim reaper, Yu Seongwoo warns him to speak up, or he has plenty of weapons left. Meanwhile, Taesung watches from a dark corner. He stares at Yu Seongwoo in absolute terror, remembering how he mocked the scary guy during their last encounter. Now, the kid is genuinely sweating. Wondering who these beasts are, Root coughs up blood but manages a grim smile, telling them not to think tying him up makes them special. Once the commander's plan succeeds, trash like them will all be wiped out. By now, his mangled face looks even more hideous than before. Realizing he won't get any useful intel out of this extremely cunning vampire, Yu Seongwoo gives up. Darkening, Yu Seongwoo orders his death. Hearing she can finally end the hideous monster, Jisoo swings her blade with decisive force, taking Root's life and earning 322 gold. The terrifying beast collapses right before Taesung's eyes. Staring at the scene, the terrified kid lets out a sharp gasp. Suddenly, Taesung screams, begging them for mercy and claiming they have no connection to the monsters. Hearing Yu Seongwoo speak, the kid respectfully asks for clarification. "How can you let us go?" he stammers. "Didn't you say that from the very start?" "Hand over everything you stole," Yu Seongwoo repeats. Soon, morning arrives, making the supermarket look much warmer than the dark night. All of Taesung's stolen gold gets transferred directly to Yu Seongwoo's group, with Hanho complaining that it is much less than he expected. Yu Seongwoo laughs, reminding Hanho that the kid placed third back then. Jisoo quietly stares at the vampire boss's corpse covered in a white sheet. Yu Seongwoo speaks up, admitting he has no idea who these guys are, though they clearly seemed ready for a fight. Their strength is growing rapidly, and he suspects they might be operating as part of a larger, organized network. Jisoo sighs, amazed by how quickly Yu Seongwoo adapts, wondering why anyone would commit such horrific acts. Instead of just adapting, Yu Seongwoo asks if she ever considered that these monsters might actually originate from this world. Besides their commander, the rest can propagate their own kind. While other species have limits on their growth, vampires do not share those restrictions. They spread fast like a virus. Privately, Yu Seongwoo knows they can't afford to ignore these dangerous creatures. Think about it, they barely took down one guy together. What if a whole horde of them attacks at once? Word of this will reach them soon, leading to an inevitable clash. Knowing this, Yu Seongwoo decides they must prepare early and get much stronger. Turning to Taesung, he casually mentions hearing about a shop nearby. Sweating profusely, Taesung whispers to his crew to stay humble and obey. Having witnessed Yu Seongwoo's sheer power, the kid is now completely full of respect. "I will lead," Taesung stammers. Suddenly, the system blares a chilling question. What happens to those who fail to choose a card? This unexpected second round throws everyone into sheer panic, as Hanho asks what is going on. "Do you see that?" Hanho gasps, pointing at a red window. This alert fills Yu Seongwoo with intense dread, wondering about the dark fate of those who skip their choice. Suddenly, Minseok grips his head, screaming out in absolute agony. Taesung anxiously shouts his name. He runs over, squeezing his hand tightly as he yells, "Minsik, do not tell me you did not choose." Minsik stammers, completely speechless, before suddenly screaming, "I have a bad feeling about this, and I do not trust this weird system at all." Taesung gets frustrated. You never know what kind of terrible things are going to happen. But Minsik keeps arguing, "What? I am not the only one who skipped. They did not either." Suddenly, the system issues a cold warning since you failed to awaken after being given 2 opportunities. Because you refused to become a player, you are now given the chance to become a monster. As soon as the announcement ends, Minsik mutates into a grotesque beast. Taesung screams for everyone to run. Yu Seongwoo watches in terror, realizing that this warning is without a doubt real. There is no way we can win if he actually finishes this monster transformation. But Yu Seongwoo knows this mutation takes time, giving them a perfect window to escape. He looks at the others and yells out, "Everyone, Attack them before it is too late. Jisoo is startled, but Right is already moving, rushing headfirst toward the transforming monsters. Yu Seongwoo grits his teeth. I am sorry, but there is no other way. They have lost all consciousness and we must kill them. Right and left fight with everything they have. But these monster variants are way larger than anyone ever expected. Watching them swing, Yu Seongwoo is pretty surprised. How can such muscular, solid bodies counterattack so incredibly clumsily? Right and the skeleton army tear through the beasts. Suddenly, a notification pops up. You received 3,000 gold for hunting 2 werewolves and reached level 8. If you think about it, that is a crazy payout. Yu Seongwoo is shocked that one guy is worth 3,000 gold. He is surprised because even an alpha wolf only drops 240 gold. How did those kids turn into such high-level threats? After the fight, Yu Seongwoo draws a random card, which successfully increases his agility by 3 points. Yu Seongwoo can only marvel. He got incredibly lucky with a random draw. Jisoo nods. Since you control skeletons, that agility upgrade is actually perfect for you. Hanho stands there, jaw dropped, asking if they really have to face more mutated monsters like those guys from now on. It feels like the difficulty level just went through the roof. Yu Seongwoo quietly thinks we must travel with our skeleton family. He looks around. Until now, he avoided summoning his skeletons in front of others, because doing so would definitely leave a bad impression on the other survivors. But the situation has changed. Since people who reject classes turn into beasts, there will definitely be terrifying cases where not just individuals but entire groups mutate. As he silently calculates their chances, the system chimes in with a new update. The deceased will now become your loyal subordinates. Accepting the enhancement, Yu Seongwoo still keeps pondering. It might look incredibly creepy, but he can no longer afford to worry about what others think. Looking at his newly risen undead minions, Yu Seongwoo grins. Perfect. With this raw power, we can take on vampires head-on. Taesung cries out the name of Minsik, completely devastated by his friend's fate. But Yu Seongwoo stays focused on the main issue, asking Taesung what about the shop. The kid stammers, explaining he was too. That shop is hidden inside a used car dealership run by a very dangerous manager. They took our gold, but forced the others to obey and kidnap people as sacrifices. This immediately sparks curiosity in Yu Seongwoo. He commands, take me to that place. The team and their skeleton forces quickly set off, with the 2 newly enhanced undead leading. Yu Seongwoo looks around. They have been moving in total stealth, but the quiet atmosphere is strange, with no guards. Just like that, the quiet is shattered. A blood-curdling scream echoes from the distance, ruining their stealthy approach. Yu Seongwoo signals everyone to halt. Pointing ahead, he shows them a massive grizzly beast battling a vampire who keeps cursing at the crazy bear. The bear has completely lost its mind, relentlessly lunging to rip the vampire apart while he desperately tries to dodge. Yu Seongwoo realizes what is going on. That beast is actually one of the kidnapped victims who refused to pick a class and mutated. He observes them, realizing these monsters are killed by the very captors who dragged them here. Talk about ultimate karma. Completely losing his temper, the vampire shrieks and lunges forward with blind fury. You filthy beast, you are just prey, how dare you move like that? But the bear only roars louder, like a mad monster. It swings its massive paws, snapping its heavy chains, and slamming into the vampire as blood splatters everywhere. Watching them fight, a calculated plan starts forming in the mind of Yu Seongwoo. Wait, at this exact moment, if he acts precisely, he can easily kill 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminating both of these obstacles in front of him. With bloodthirsty roars, both the bear and the vampire charge for one final, lethal clash. The vampire screams, lunging forward to end it. Die, you monster! Roaring loudly, the black bear charges forward at a rapid pace. But suddenly the vampire hesitates as something bright green flies rapidly toward him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts as Hanho's parents are led down a separate, safe path. 2 skeleton soldiers stand guard, constantly keeping a watchful eye on them. His father worries, hasn't Hanho been gone way too long with his senior by now? His mother is just as anxious. Are they okay? Finally, his father cannot take the suspense anymore. If she thinks about what those kids did, it seems normal, since they already killed other enemies. Still, she cannot help but feel deeply worried. They are young, so hopefully they can handle this situation without any real trouble. Right then, Rai and Yu Seongwoo's skeleton soldiers quickly join the fray, launching an attack on both the black bear and the vampire. The chains holding the black bear shake violently before flying straight toward the vampire. The metal links smash right into his eye, making him scream out in pure agony. Down he goes! The bear overpowers the vampire, swinging its massive arm to send him flying. But who knows what those chains are made of, because they are incredibly tough. Despite the black bear's monstrous strength, it cannot break free from them at all. Yu Seongwoo watches closely as he notices the beast. Is it actually trapped by those chains? Looking at the corpses piled up around, Yu Seongwoo figures that the black bear must have slaughtered all of those other vampires. Realizing that the werewolf minions pose the biggest threat to its survival, the bear immediately switches its targets. Shifting from the vampire, the black bear lunges forward, grabbing a werewolf in its crushing grip with a loud roar. Seeing this, Yu Seongwoo's face darkens as he feels a bit anxious. And here's the crazy part, unlike bears, wolves actually know how to hunt as a pack. You would think the werewolf minions are about to lose, but they quickly gain the upper hand. Yu Seongwoo cheers them on, saying he will turn the bear into their new friend. Charging ahead, the werewolf minions quickly bring down the black bear. The system alerts that you have acquired 3,500 gold from hunting the demon bear. The massive bear quickly collapses, drawing its absolute final breath while Yu Seongwoo just stands there calmly without even breaking a single drop of sweat. Yu Xiongwu turns to his skeleton soldiers and tells them that he needs to eliminate that monster to turn it into their new servant. A new alert pops up. You have successfully used Control Dead. Wondering about his size, Yu Xiongwu thinks it should have been limited to medium. Suddenly, Hanho screams out, telling his senior that this bus is actually their school shuttle. He believes it is the bus that Gyeongsu was driving, which Yujin instantly recognizes upon looking. Noting that Gyeongsu took this vehicle, Yu Xiongwu points out that it was likely attacked by a vampire. He recalls Gyeongsu's promise to get everyone to the shelter safely, knowing that a larger crowd always attracts far more enemies. Blindly charging forward would just be a complete suicide mission, which is why Yu Xiongwu immediately turns to Taeseong and asks him where the shop is located. Taeseong immediately replies that it is in this direction. But then, Yujin suddenly acts very strange as her fingernails rapidly grow out, indicating another ongoing transformation. Desperately, Taeseong calls out to Yujin. At that moment, it appears someone has completely taken over her body, wearing a truly wicked smile. Hearing her name, the entity tells them not to worry about her, because every single child is incredibly precious to him. The voice continues, saying he is extremely curious about the guy who killed his children, noting that this bastard seems to be a real piece of work who needs to be stopped. You can feel the tension rising here with her body possessed. Is death already knocking at her door? Yu Xiongwu speaks up, saying he thought a lord would be a man of few words. But this guy is the exact opposite, though his skill seems pretty annoying. The boss smugly responds that he always has to explain things to the deaf, which is probably why people call him the professor. He turns away. How will you handle this? I only do what pleases me now. Next, he mockingly calls Yu Xiongwu an insect and declares him dead. The system immediately warns that he has been cursed by a low-level spell, requiring holy power to fully dispel. Just die! The professor laughs maniacally, screaming at them to perish. You are finished, as he threatens to eat their organs. He tells them to wait because he will rip them apart to make them easier to consume. But suddenly, Yu Xiongwu charges straight at him with extreme speed, catching the professor completely off guard and sending him into a panic. Unaffected by the curse, Yu Xiongwu actually grows stronger, flying forward to deliver a powerful kick. As the professor is sent flying, Yu Xiongwu mutters that there is no need to listen further. No way. Hanho gasps, asking if his senior is even human. Yu Xiongwu notices a red mark on his hand, guessing it is from the curse. But if that is true, why does he not feel anything at all? With sparkling eyes, Hanho tells his brother that he can feel an unclean, dark energy radiating from him. Yu Seongwoo then remembers that Hanho selected the priest class card earlier. As Hanho tries to heal him, Yu Seongwoo secretly begins to doubt his abilities. He thinks that if this guy is a priest, the entire country is doomed. Hanho continues, asking him to hold still, since he can feel his disrespect. The system warns of the vampire lord's unique skill, blood tracking. He is now exposed, and his location will be revealed every 12 hours. He cannot lift the curse due to low holy power. A special quest has now been triggered. The quest is called No Refuge for the Wicked. The absolute requirement is to wipe out every single murderer who is currently targeting your life. Your reward is 30,000 gold and a grade C item ticket. This hunt only ends when one of you is dead. Yu Songwoo realizes that if that is the case, there is no time left to worry. He has to strike first before they get any stronger. He steps up and demands Taesung tell him where the shop is, though Taesung seems pretty slow to answer. Yu Seongwoo is running completely out of patience and demands to know where those vampires are hiding, when the system suddenly pops up another notification. It is a welcome to the Grade D shop. Jisoo is on guard, wondering if this is a lucky sphere drawing instead of a roulette. The Grade D shop only goes up to platinum rank. Hanho is completely baffled by the lucky sphere, but Yu Seongwoo immediately volunteers to go first. After volunteering, the system alerts him that he owns an unlimited level ticket, prompting him to calmly piece all these clues together. He remembers receiving a reward for killing 100 targets, a special prize that was strictly limited to only 100 players. But this new platinum tier costs a whopping 1 million gold, which is basically 10 times more expensive than before. He calculates that if the shop prices scale 10 times higher for every grade, then he should definitely save some tickets for later. For now, he decides to just take the gold, because staying alive is his main priority. Then, Yu Seongwoo gets a surprise. Check this out, the notification says he can add a high-tier sphere ranked from 1 to 3, inserting 5 special spheres into a pool of 100. Annoyed, he wonders if these game developers sold their souls to the devil. But thinking back to his previous rewards, he decides going for the rank 1 option is his absolute best move, regardless of the cost. Jisoo watches in suspense, while Hanho frantically warns his senior that according to his own gaming experience, this is bound to be a complete failure. But defying all of their expectations, Yu Seongwoo beats the odds and successfully lands the first place prize. He randomly receives a class skill that instantly skyrockets to master level, completely bypassing the need for any special training. It is the artisan grade Sanctuary of the Void, creating a pocket dimension to serve as a resting place for all his summoned followers. However, this pocket dimension only accepts his followers in their fully intact states. If he decides to summon a massive wave of them all at once, a deadly curse of death will instantly spread across the entire battlefield. Yu Seongwoo is absolutely thrilled by this incredible stroke of luck before turning his gaze over to check on his 2 companions. Hanho excitedly yells at his senior to step aside so he and Jisoo can take their turns, while Yu Seongwoo goes ahead to test his awesome new power. He raises his hand, sending his skeleton soldiers and followers into the dimension to rest, feeling deeply satisfied with how incredibly useful this new skill is. Even though there are still some limits on the quantity, This essentially means he can vastly expand his mobile inventory space. It will allow stealthy teleportation, and the safe zone will automatically grow larger whenever they rescue other desperate survivors. Yu Seongwoo cheerfully asks his friends if they got any good loot, but their incredibly gloomy faces say it all. They only pulled basic grade B survival items like bandages, emergency medicine, ropes, oil lamps, and even some totally useless bull trainer armor. Yu Seongwoo just walks away, acting completely oblivious to their terrible luck. He casually suggests they keep moving, which only makes Hanho scream in frustration, swearing he is definitely going first next time. Meanwhile, inside a nearby high-rise building, an unknown voice mutters in despair, calling them slaves and wondering where things went wrong. Gyeongsu commands all the surviving people to pile into the vehicle, silently realizing he had completely underestimated this apocalyptic nightmare. He looks back with regret, wondering if he should have stayed with Yu Seongwoo. Yes, he absolutely should have stuck by his side. He assumed the military base would be a safe haven, but it is completely destroyed now, even after they barely escaped the vicious werewolves and other monsters to get here. The entire military camp is now nothing but smoldering ruins and thick smoke, proving it is no longer the safe zone he desperately hoped for. The panicked guy next to him will not stop nagging Gyeongsu, demanding to know what they should do next. The guy complains that he only came because Gyeongsu suggested it, yelling that if the military base is already completely wiped out, then they are all doomed with absolutely nowhere else to run. Gyeongsu grits his teeth to stay calm while the frantic guy continues to ramble non-stop directly into his ear. Overwhelmed, he curses his luck, wondering why a simple driver like him has to face so much crushing pressure. Just then, a woman inside the vehicle holds up her phone and yells out for Gyeongsu to look at a new notification about a safe zone. She confirms the safe zone is located in Suwon-Hwaseong and asks if they should head there, while the crowd in the back descends into chaotic chatter. They beg Gyeongsu to pick their next destination, and hearing their pleas suddenly sparks a new wave of determination inside of him. He reminds himself that he survived by planning smart tactics to avoid the werewolves, so he needs to stay confident for the sake of these people. Gyeongsu confidently announces that they are heading out, though looking back now, he deeply regrets making such a rushed decision without thinking it through. He really should have weighed his options, as Gyeongsu grits his teeth and looks up at the nightmare waiting for them. And here is the kicker: what lies ahead of them are monsters in human clothing. Since this place is actually a massive vampire lair, the vampires lured the survivors here to make them easy prey. One of them kicks Gyeongsu in the back, ordering him to move faster. Noticing Gyeongsu resisting, the vampire smirks and mocks him, asking if the work is too tough and telling him to go to the kitchen and cook for them instead. Then he turns to his buddies and complains about how incredibly slow these slaves are. Should we not just replace them? The other guy quickly agrees, noting that some of these cattle actually tried to rebel right after his latest level up. He looks right at him, bragging they can rob these humans of their gold, then tear them apart to level up. Isn't this an incredibly creative way to make money? Gyeongsu feels completely helpless and despairing, knowing he'll soon be murdered just like all his friends were. Then the vampires shout out, "Hurry up, you dogs. If you slow down, I'm going to eat you alive." Suddenly, the vampire walking in front of him stops short, and Gyeongsu bumps right into him. Why did they stop? Standing, the two vampires are completely taken aback. What is that? The other one quickly takes a guess. Is that a skeleton? It's about goblin size, Gyeongsu notices immediately. The vampire looks at Righty with smug delight, mocking his tiny stature. Is this a joke? I thought it was a new monster. Then he leaps forward with bared fangs and sharp claws, lunging straight at Righty Die. But look at this, right from behind. A sharp spear thrusts out, catching him completely off guard. The remaining vampires are also quickly impaled by a barrage of sharp bone spears. Collapsing to the ground in pools of blood, they bitterly growl, "What the hell is this?" They look up at the massive army of skeletons and werewolf disciples, totally overwhelmed by their terrifying presence. Emerging from the crowd of skeletons, Yu Seongwoo slowly steps closer to inspect these monsters disguised as humans. Finding a lifeline in the open sea, Gyeongsu shouts out with joy, "Yu Seongwoo." He steps forward. "Gyeongsu, I prayed for your good luck before sunset, but it seems my prayer didn't work." Seeing that Gyeongsu is still alive, Yu Seongwoo sighs in relief with a warm smile, knowing the vampires will get much stronger once the sun fully sets. "Yu Seongwoo and I went to the same university, but is the gap between us really this massive?" The vampire crawls up with a wicked laugh to threaten him, but guess what? Before Gyeongsu can even think, Yu Seongwoo is already flying through the air, leaving everyone completely stunned. They never expected Yu Seongwoo to take such a reckless risk. Yu Seongwoo says coldly, "You look like humans, but you're actually monsters, so I'm only letting one of you live." The exact second those cold words leave his mouth, an incredibly chilling aura of pure death radiates from his body, making everyone nearby shiver with fear. Gyeongsu is stunned, realizing after not seeing Yu Seongwoo for so long that his old friend has grown far stronger than he ever imagined. It's not just Yu Seongwoo, Jisoo is getting stronger, and so is Hanho. Is growing this powerful really that easy? He thinks, watching Hanho argue with Righty. One of the terrified vampires pathetically begs for his life, promising to tell Yu Seongwoo absolutely everything. Yu Seongwoo cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know the exact number of vampires, the active players, and their specific levels waiting inside that dark factory. The terrified beast honestly confesses that their S-rank vampire leader is inside, along with about 12 other players. The highest player among them is level 4. Yu Seongwoo nods in satisfaction at the sincere confession, though he secretly has absolutely no intention of sparing his life. Terrified for his life, the vampire desperately asks if they're curious about the guards and the general situation inside, trying hard to negotiate. Before the beast can even finish his sentence, Gyeongsu rushes forward and stabs him right in the neck, killing him instantly. With a deeply darkened expression, Gyeongsu mutters that they absolutely cannot let this creature live, since every single one of his friends tragically died by his hands. Gyeongsu trembles, crying out that despite being thoughtless and cowardly, they didn't deserve to die. He painfully recalled his warm, beautiful memories with his friends, weeping because he still had so many things left he wanted to do with them. Yu Seongwoo steps forward to comfort him, acknowledging his grief but reminding his friend that he's safe and alive now. Every single night, these cruel monsters lash out, hiding right in plain sight within our human community. Making hard choices isn't easy for everyone, and adapting to this hell is very different from staying independent. In dead silence, they listen as Yu Seongwoo declares that even though this world is heading toward ruin, they must hunt down those bastards. Meanwhile, back at the factory, the branch manager is working furiously on a sinister scheme. From high above, 3 vampires stand watching the other captives toil away. One of them steps forward to ask what the director is thinking. The gloomy vampire grumbles that they were ordered to hunt down humans, but asks how long they must keep doing this. He shrugs nonchalantly, noting that these helpless humans are just a secondary supply source who are far easier to catch than real monsters, calling it a growing business. Perhaps our director already has his own grand plans or business philosophy. Everyone is fighting for survival in this apocalypse, and we must lead this industry, the henchman standing nearby says with an eager grin. The henchman eagerly replies that he wants to be a leader, and the manager nods, saying that hard work can easily earn him a permanent position. Just like how the director promoted me while I was wandering around the warehouse, he will definitely make you a permanent employee too. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a chilling voice suddenly rings out, catching the vampire completely off guard, saying that they are not regular staff at all, and calling them monsters is much more accurate. By the doorway, a tall figure stands tall with his coat fluttering in the wind, shouting out which one of you is Yu Seongwoo Yu. Yu Seongwoo Yu asks if they call this business development, since they literally did everything to make people give up on being human. The vampire manager and his 2 loyal henchmen leap into the air, landing firmly on the ground, while the other underlings draw their weapons. The manager smugly demands to know who he is, while the hostages locked inside the iron cages rejoice upon seeing Yu Seongwoo Yu. Is that really him? Someone whispers, and another confirms that it is indeed the guy from school, wondering who he actually is. He is the one who saved all of us back at school. But the vampire manager suddenly barks out, "Shut your mouths, you dogs." He demands who allowed their food to speak, glaring menacingly at the locked-up prisoners to keep them quiet and utterly terrified. Yu Seongwoo Yu strictly asks if they failed to get the message from their boss, and why their boss did not tell them who he is. One of them stammers, asking if he is the one who killed Manager Park, making Yu Seongwoo Yu burst out laughing, asking if they are playing company. Being mocked like that, the vampire scammers absolutely lose their minds in anger. The manager asks if he is insane for barging in, wondering how Yu Seongwoo Yu could behave so casually. But Yu Seongwoo Yu retorts that it is simply because he has the skills. Right after those words, a terrifyingly cold glare flashes in his eyes, striking fear into the vampires as their manager screams out, "What on earth is this?" Wondering about the black smoke, he gasps as the system warns that Fellblade is about to affect the area, catching him completely off guard. He panics, demanding to know what is happening as the Fellblade is summoned, while Yu Seongwoo Yu stands there like a demon from hell, utterly suppressing the terrified vampires. The system warns again. They are hit with a deadly curse effect, severely dropping all of their stats, making them tremble in absolute terror, wondering what kind of monsters these creatures actually are. As the vampires prepare to flee, the skeleton soldiers charge forward instantly, completely blocking their escape routes and trapping them. Seeing his subordinates panic, the vampire manager yells out at the top of his lungs to restore order and calm them down. He orders everyone to hold their ground and stay calm, saying they only need to take down the bastard who is controlling them. In no time, the fallen dead rise as Yu Seongwoo Yu's loyal servants, leaving the panicking vampires squirming like a bunch of helpless worms. Shocked to see the skeleton soldiers constantly rise again, the manager curses in absolute fury as the white bones keep charging forward, resurrecting instantly no matter how many times they get knocked down. The manager leaps off a skeleton, launching himself straight toward Yu Seongwoo Yu while screaming that he only needs to end his life. And check this out, a bottle of highly corrosive slime fluid flies out of nowhere, smashing directly into his face. Hanho grins proudly, glad the ceiling was already broken, while the vampire shrieks in agony as the acid melts his face, causing it to smoke. While he writhes in agony, screaming in absolute vain, Jisoo quickly moves in to break the locks and free the remaining hostages. She reports that all hostages are finally freed, sending the crowd into a chaotic frenzy, as Gyeongsu quickly drives the rescue vehicle right over. He urges everyone to move fast and load the injured first, while the enraged manager refuses to give up and screams to give chase. He screams that they are nothing but food and cannot escape. But a roaring sound approaches as a beast charges at high speed, slamming the vampire manager far into the distance. The system announces that the Nature's Wrath skill has been successfully activated. For the next 10 minutes, attack power and speed will surge, forcing the manager to realize the danger and try to dodge. Unfortunately for him, the death curse is already active, crippling his stats and rapidly draining away his remaining life force. The giant skeleton elephant holds up its magical bracelet, gaining a solid 20% boost to its overall attack speed. As the giant creature charges forward, the manager tells himself that he must fulfill his duty, oblivious to the fact that they chose a highly unsafe location to set up their base. With a broken ceiling and incredibly thin walls, this abandoned factory is honestly the worst place they could have picked to hide. Since they are trapped in such a vulnerable spot, their defeat is guaranteed. which was exactly what Yu Seong-woo had calculated from the start. Gritting his teeth, the manager realizes the kid is pretty strong as his head spins, prompting one of his underlings to quickly step forward to help. The underling offers to share his power with the branch manager, so they can finally destroy their enemies. Watching this, Hanho gets a sudden shiver down his spine and panics, calling out to his senior that the monster is growing massive. Vampires boast about their boss power as he completes his evolution, prompting the system to display a warning that a high-level vampire has officially entered an enraged state. His body has now completely mutated into a grotesque, bone-like creature covered in razor-sharp, lethal fangs. Yu Seong-woo remains perfectly calm through the transformation, noting that the beast has completely given up on even pretending to be human. No longer moving on two legs, the mutated vampire crawls forward at terrifying speed, charging directly toward the escaping crowd. Yu Seong-woo's skeleton soldiers quickly jump forward to form a defensive wall, which deeply frustrates the mutated vampire, as he aggressively turns around and shrieks for everyone to shut up. The skeleton soldiers keep charging, but the manager refuses to back down, trying to break through the lines all on his own. A werewolf viciously lunges from behind to bite him, putting the manager somewhat at a disadvantage. But the vampire is not giving up that easily and strikes back hard. He swings a heavy, brutal fist right at the mother wolf, sending her flying away. Knocking one out only brings another charging in like crazy. The manager pushes his speed to break free. But these werewolves are no joke either. Just watch this one leaps in and rips a deep gash right across his back. Seeing both sides locked in an endless stalemate, Ju anxiously watches the fight unfold. Unable to just stand there, she leaps forward with her sword, charging straight at the vampire. But surprisingly, Ju decides against a head-on assault. She flips gracefully right behind his back and swings her blade in one savage strike. Hit by this non-stop barrage, the vampire manager loses his mind in pure rage, yelling out, "You absolute bastards." Rai prepares to rush in with a sword, but Ju grabs Rai's arm and jerks them back. She moves so fast and with such force that Rai spins around, completely caught off guard. He is fighting the entire skeleton horde alone, yet seems to show no signs of fatigue, while his enemies are already underestimating him. Ju yells out to him, "Do not underestimate them." Right as she speaks, two skeleton soldiers thrust their weapons straight into the manager's chest. The system quickly alerts, the deceased has become your disciple. Lee Hanho gasps in awe, "Sister Ju is incredible. Isn't this what you call an emergency?" Sung-yu tensely observes the scene. That's exactly why it won't work. He's venting his rage through blood and explosives, but at this rate, he won't be able to hold out much longer. But the physical body of the beast might end up completely destroyed. It is going to be dangerous if his attacks aren't broken by the orc barrier. But the real issue is that this bastard is just a mere disciple of the vampire. Sung-yu feels a slight chill down his spine. If his disciple is already this overpowered, just how monstrously strong is Rot himself? Suddenly, Sung-yu gets a shock as the system chimes, "The deceased has become your disciple. Party power granted. Synergy effect active." A smirk plays on his lips. What a waste. I have to burn through quite a lot of power to catch this guy. I need to make good use of this werewolf too. It boosts attack speed, attack power, and defense when fighting inside narrow passages. The vampire is caught completely off guard. The power of these dry bones suddenly spiked. Before he can even react, Sung-yu commands the werewolves to bite him. Three of them instantly pounce on the vampire manager, tearing into him so fast that he can't even fight back. Helplessly, he screams out, cursing these bastards, before his entire body begins to dissolve. Sung-yu looks at him and says, "Go tell your boss that his expansion business here in 1 is officially finished." The system announces you have received 10,000 gold for killing a special player. Sung-yu gasps, "A player? Even though he looks like a giant werewolf, he's still classified as a human. I bet I can turn him into a disciple." Sung-yu silently calculates as he stares at the massive corpse. He frowns. "Because of a vampire's rapid regeneration, I usually have to decapitate them to make sure they are completely dead. Since their heads are gone, I've never been able to summon them before. But with this guy, things might be different." The system alert rings out, "The deceased has become your disciple." Sung-yu looks down and tells him, "From now on, you will serve me instead of your old boss." After successfully claiming the vampire manager, the system alerts him that he can now inspect a special memory fragment left inside his new disciple. Sung-yu is surprised. "Wait, a memory fragment?" And just like that, we get sucked into these dark and creepy visions. What is going on? I have never experienced anything like this before. Is this some kind of secret necromancer ability? Listening in silence, Sung-yu hears a dark voice echo, "That is exactly what I wanted to say, you sly bastard Rot. Think about it one more time. What is the true core of this game? Is there anyone here who wants to answer?" The gathered vampires just stare at each other in silence, and for a moment, no one speaks. He takes a slow sip of fresh blood. "Surely someone must know. Honestly, even I do not fully understand what is happening here," he continues, "but I know exactly what we must do. We need to evolve. Am I right, Manager Kim?" Hypnotized and deeply respectful, the manager bows and replies, "Yes, Lord, you are absolutely correct." Rot continues to brainwash them, saying whether they are gods, supernatural entities, or cosmic beings, whoever is running this, we have been given a truly special opportunity. Those weak, brittle skeletons, we must wipe out that failed race. Humanity has already reached its limit. If not this disaster, then something else would have finished them. Either way, they are bound to be erased. He coaxes them with promises of evolving into higher beings, and ushering in a brand new world. Hearing every single word of this memory, Sung-yu grits his teeth. "So it was you all along, the vampire lord." Rot goes on, "I have a grand quest, and all of you will complete it with me." Sung-yu whispers to himself, "A quest?" The vampires shout back fanatically, "Of course. Leave it to us. We will follow you to the very end, Lord. Boss, are you wondering what this weird enthusiasm is all about? Do they get brainwashed when they drink that stuff? It is a bizarrely loyal instinct. So this is how their group grew this incredibly powerful in just a matter of days. Denver raises a glass of blood and shouts, "We are throwing a celebration party, and Wonong is our very first stop." He gets incredibly excited just thinking about it. Their strategy is called the Grand Feast, and they want to invite everyone to join. Manager Kim, you will handle the meat supply and harvest materials. Yu Seongwoo is completely speechless at these people and curses them silently. Human farms, combat slaves, total slaughter parties. These sick guys are planning something absolutely insane. Their main goal is to use the safe zone as bait to gather everyone. It is ridiculous how well that cheap trick actually works. The system pops up. Yu Seongwoo is shocked. A brand new hidden quest. This green has appeared twice since the professor died. What else do you want from me? This time, the quest is to stop or execute a massacre. As the controller of death, you can choose to save people, or let them die, and rule them later. The choice is yours, and it will change your fate. Jisoo suddenly speaks up to stop Hanho. "Wait a second," she says, looking like she is hesitating. Then, a heavy hand lands roughly on Hanho's head. Talk about a sudden reality check. Yu Seongwoo's face darkens. "What are you eating?" Hanho quickly stammers back, "Senior, it is not like that." Yu Seongwoo keeps pressing with a dark expression. "You said you would do whatever I told you, right?" Hanho feels pretty guilty, and claims it is nothing. Yu Seongwoo smiles brightly. "You should complete this mission with me." Hanho panics even more, asking in disbelief, "Wait, what?" Elsewhere, a hand with sharp claws clenches tightly in sheer rage. Was the branch manager really killed? Ah Yang asks in total shock. How is that possible? He received power directly from the director and still got killed? Roth scratches his head. That guy is much stronger than I initially thought. I honestly do not know how he killed the branch manager with just those weak skeletons, but it really is starting to bother me. Ah, Yang continues. Isn't this situation going to affect the director later on? He lets out a wild laugh. Lady Ah Yang, are you looking down on me? His words sound incredibly polite, but they carry a heavy, deadly threat. Ah Yang panics, her face turning red as she stammers. She clearly forgot her master is a cold-blooded monster. He looks at her coldly. No, Lady Ah Yang, you are not wrong. It is quite annoying to keep getting distracted during our main task, but as long as we can curse him to track his steps, once the feast is over, it will be his turn to strike. I really want to see what kind of guy he is. Now, let's head over to the factory, where everything is eerily quiet. Everyone here seems to be incredibly busy. Some are carrying supplies, others are gathering weapons, and the wounded are getting their bandages done. Someone lets out a heavy sigh. This cleaning never ends. It looks like they have been working at it for hours. Hanho turns to look at Yu Seongwoo, suddenly asking, "Senior, do we really have to do this?" Yu Seongwoo is a bit surprised by his question. "What is your point?" Jisoo speaks up. "If what you said is true, isn't the massacre about to happen right inside Wonong?" Yu Seongwoo explains. "We cannot stop it early, and there is barely any time left. So for now, we just have to prepare as much as possible." "What are you looking for, Jisoo?" It turns out she found some strange, small medicine bottles lying around in Manager Kim's old workspace. Yu Seongwoo is surprised and curious. He picks them up to examine. That is quite a lot of medicine here. Jisoo also takes a very close look. Since they hunt humans instead of monsters, they have some pretty useful items on them. Suddenly Hanho cheers happily. "I was so worried about what we would do without electricity, but they actually have stuff like this." The item he found is a small portable charger, and it still has 87% of its battery power left. Yu Seongwoo quickly plugs his phone in. The system shows it will take 10 minutes to finish. He is surprised at how easy it is. Jisoo hands him a white bottle. It is a mid-grade elixir that can cure various infectious diseases and soothe painful wounds. He leans in to examine it closely, quite satisfied. "I think we can definitely put this to good use." Everyone keeps busy cleaning up, and soon night begins to fall. In these chaotic times, the quiet atmosphere is always pretty terrifying. Suddenly, Taesung and his companions stand before Yu Seongwoo and bow deeply in respect. "Thank you so much, boss." The young guy smiles happily as he looks over at his girlfriend. "It must have been hard for you to accept us, and you even gave us medicine." He is glad, knowing everything is still very dangerous. Even though she is not fully cured, the medicine is clearly helping. Yu Seongwoo says casually, "If she gets controlled by the vampire lord and tries to attack me again, I will end her life. So keep a very close eye on her." Taesung immediately panics. "Yes, I will make absolutely sure that does not happen." Yu Seongwoo looks at Taesung. "Is this kid really trying to stand in my way? He looks a bit like a thug, but he definitely is not." Yu Seongwoo continues, "This is not free, you know. I will have plenty of work for you guys later." Taesung immediately nods along. "Tell us to do whatever you need," he says. Nobody really knows what Yu Seongwoo is planning in his head, but after wrapping up his chat with Taesung, he turns straight to Hanho's father. "Let's get started, sir," Yu Seongwoo says. Hanho's father happily agrees and gets incredibly fired up. "Finally, I can put my mysterious power to use." Hanho just stands nearby, totally speechless, like, "Mysterious power? Dad, seriously?" Immediately, the entire area transforms into a highly secure pioneer camp, protected by a massive central energy shield. Anyone inside gets their health slowly restored, and the camp manager can set strict entry restrictions. Everyone is amazed by this place. It feels so warm and cozy, almost like stepping out of a hot sauna. To top it off, Hanho's mom cooks up a massive feast of delicious food. The survivors are shocked. Real food in a place like this? It actually feels like they are human again. Thanks to her cooking, everyone gets a massive stamina boost. For the next 20 minutes, their physical stats are going way up. Seeing this breaks Jisoo's heart. It must have been pretty brutal for these people just trying to survive. If we can stop the massacre, and here's the real question we're all wondering. Yu Seongwoo turns and asks Jisoo, "Did you get a special quest?" But she quickly shakes her head. Yu Seongwoo realizes she is just completely obsessed with stopping this absolute slaughter from happening. No special quest or suspicious system prompts ever showed up for her. Even without a system quest, she has a massive blood feud with the Vampire Lord. There is no running away from this clash. But Yu Seongwoo looks at Jisoo and decides to be brutally honest. You know, stopping this fight is not your responsibility, right? But he cuts her off, and yet, "You're still trying to stop it? Is this just for your conscience?" Jisoo bites her lip, looking down in silence before whispering, "No, that's not it." Suddenly, Jisoo snaps, "If we keep running, eventually something else will hunt us down and kill us, even if it's not vampires. I am just trying to survive." Suddenly, a system screen pops up, leaving both of them completely frozen. The main quest updates Chapter 1 begins. The system demands players find the courage to survive by any means necessary. But there is a huge catch. A 7-day event is starting, and players are strictly banned from entering the active combat zone. All gold rewards are doubled. Top-tier players get bonus rewards, and boss monsters are spawning. Yu Seongwoo realizes Jisoo was right all along. This crazy scenario is just getting started. But why on earth is the system blocking them from entering the war zone? The notice only fires Jisoo up to survive this insane death game. But after hearing Yu Seongwoo's plan, Hanho is not happy at all. "Come on, boss, isn't this way too much?" Hanho complains, "You drag me into these death missions but let Jisoo sit back?" Hanho whines about the absolute unfairness, but Yu Seongwoo cuts him off. "Jisoo has carried us since she joined," he says. Then, Yu Seongwoo flashes a teasing grin at Hanho. "She is strong enough to survive solo, but you? You would probably get wrecked in less than half a day." "Seriously, boss." Hanho snaps. "Have you ever heard of defamation? By the way, check out the comments on your latest post." "Well," Yu Seongwoo responds, "I could not just sit back and watch vampires trick innocent survivors, so I wrote that warning." His post was a clear warning to the community. Do not trust anyone offering unconditional help in this apocalyptic wasteland. While plenty of people agree with him, others are totally hating. But you know Yu Seongwoo, he doesn't care, and will keep warning everyone. He is about to say more, but Jisoo cuts in. "Looks like that famous prosecutor from Yeongdeungpo left a comment too." Talk about clout. The absolute flood of replies on this guy's post is no joke. The prosecutor posted that survivors can no longer rely on the government, so he created his own self-reliant coalition of players. Their goal is simple, secure, safe zones, rescue desperate survivors, and hunt down monsters. Yu Seongwoo immediately reads between the lines. This guy isn't trying to recruit us. He's just using this to show off that his group are the good guys. Hanho looks shocked. "Wait, really?" He played the exact same political cards before the apocalypse, Yu Seongwoo explains. As the power-hungry leaders finally start showing their true faces, Hanho quickly changes the subject. "So, boss, where exactly are we heading right now?" "We need to grind some levels," Yu Seongwoo says. Hanho hesitates for a second before mumbling, "I'm level 5. Yu Seongwoo immediately facepalms internally, forget surviving half a day. This kid would be lucky to last 2 hours out there. Kyungsoo happily yells out as the truck screeches to a halt. "Yu Seongwoo, we've arrived, but we'll have to walk the rest of the way from here." Everyone immediately leaps out of the vehicle, grabbing their gear and preparing for a long hike. Hanho grits his teeth as he looks ahead. "Is this really where we're going, boss?" Yu Seongwoo nods coldly. "Yeah," Yu Seongwoo says. The area ahead of them is completely ruined, filled with abandoned cars, and behind the debris, dozens of cold eyes are watching their every move. It is midday outside the supermarket, and intense sunlight is beating down, lighting up the entire area. Suddenly, a massive fireball comes screaming out of nowhere, hurtling straight down from the sky. Hanho shuts his eyes tight and lets out a terrified scream, but that blazing fireball keeps hurtling right at him. Yu Seongwoo quickly pulls him behind a nearby car to take cover as a panicked Hanho gasps, "Senior, look out for this attack." He immediately recognizes these bizarre monsters as fire attribute beasts, but before they can even finish speaking, a massive explosion rings out and startles the creatures. To Yu Seongwoo, these basic monsters are really no big deal, and his werewolf skeletons quickly snatch one up by its heels. Jisoo charges right in. She swings her sword to slash at the remaining beast, leaving it completely frozen in shock. To the beast, she looks like the Grim Reaper itself, and just like that, the team completely wipes them out. Hanho mutters that he thought they would be like goblins, while Jisoo wipes her blade, noting they use magic despite not being too dangerous. Yu Seongwoo figures the main point of this hunt is just to help Hanho level up and unlock some new skills, while for himself, just commanding his skeletons is enough to boost his overall power quite a bit. He knows his werewolf skeletons can handle low-level vampires, but these kobolds, despite using magic, are just too weak to become his summons. While he is lost in thought, Jisoo looks ahead and points out that this messy supermarket looks a lot like their old construction site. Wrecked cars, mutilated bodies, fresh blood splattered everywhere. It is the exact same horrific scene. Yu Seongwoo figures a massive group gathered here, meaning a tutorial round probably went down on this spot. Jisoo wonders about that, and looks ahead with concern. Are there any survivors left inside? Yu Seongwoo replies that more survivors only attract larger hordes of monsters, so there is likely no hope left. Kyungsoo then chimes in, suggesting that isolated, remote places like Jeju or some random island would be far safer. Both of them give a quiet nod, and Yu Seongwoo suddenly remembers that Jisoo's family lives on Jeju Island. Noticing his worried look, she quickly tells him not to worry, since they already decided to go their separate ways. Jisoo looks a bit down, but quickly adds that she is sure they are doing fine because they have always been highly capable. Yoo Seongwoo keeps quiet, wondering if her family situation is really that complicated. He knows it is best not to pry since not everyone has a close-knit family like Hanho. Leaving Jisoo's family drama aside for now, the group quickly moves forward and steps into the gloomy interior of the supermarket. A system alert suddenly flashes, announcing they have entered a massive dungeon called the Kobold Mage's Fortress, and the entrance is now magically sealed. The alert tells them to find a way out, leaving Yoo Seongwoo to realize with a shock that this entire supermarket is actually a dungeon. Jisoo spots something on the ground and gasps in panic, shouting to Yoo Seongwoo that they are standing on some glowing purple pattern, wondering if it is a magic circle. Look closely now. Right from that eerie purple glow, a shimmering light begins to materialize before them. A dark passage opens up, looking incredibly gloomy and creepy inside. One look makes Hanho turn completely pale as he starts to tremble with intense fear. Several creepy kobolds suddenly pop their heads out, their eyes glowing like predatory owls in the dark, making the poor guy want to cry. Where is this? The sneaky kobolds whisper to each other, gloating that they have successfully caught their target. The monsters gloat that their victim fell into the trap completely alone and unarmed. Hearing them speak, a shocked Hanho realizes these creatures can actually communicate with each other. Seeing them look down on him, Hanho just smiles, a smug, confident grin. He yells at them, calling them the weakest monsters in the world, but then he suddenly freezes, realizing he really is completely on his own. The poor guy did not realize he fell straight into a teleportation trap, leaving him stranded with absolutely nobody to help. Before he can even process the shock, the aggressive kobolds start screeching, and their leader immediately barks out orders to slaughter him, while the others eagerly join the chorus. "You are done for," they yell, throwing Hanho into a complete panic since he has never fought alone before. His dagger drops. Hanho screams in vain, desperately begging Yoo Seongwoo to save him. Hearing his pathetic cries, the monsters only get more excited, mocking him and calling him a total weakling and a coward. He mentally weeps, saying goodbye to his parents and lamenting that their beloved son is going to die a painful death inside a dungeon. And you won't believe this, before he can even finish his tragic thought, Hanho realizes he doesn't feel any pain at all. It turns out his defensive skill automatically deploys a protective barrier upon taking a hit, shocking the kobolds and leaving them utterly confused. Hanho stands right back up, suddenly bursting with absolute confidence as he sneers, asking who the real weaklings are now. Jisoo is in a total panic, urgently telling Kyungsoo that they have to hurry up and find Hanho and Yoo Seongwoo right now, and Kyungsoo quickly nods in agreement. She worries, if those two are together, they will be fine. But if they get separated before she can even finish, Hanho's distant scream cuts through the air. Her heart races as she dashes toward the sound, yelling out to ask if he is alright. On the other side, Hanho steps out aggressively, clutching his daggers and waving happily at Jisoo. Jisoo looks around in utter disbelief. Did you seriously clear out this entire area? Hanho chuckles, puffing his chest out proudly. Did you see that, senior? This is my new skill. Riding the wave of excitement, he starts bragging about how a real powerhouse easily handled those weaklings. That kid is just Hanho. Jiseok is completely speechless, muttering that it is not exactly a virtue. But Jisoo is still pretty worried. If we are already here, then Yoo Seongwoo is still out there all alone. Hanho calmly replies, if it is senior, you do not need to worry. Luckily, Yoo Seongwoo is stuck together with his skeleton soldiers and werewolves. The entire squad is busy tearing through those annoying kobolds. In no time at all, Yoo Seongwoo's forces completely wipe out the kobolds, leaving their bodies piled high across the bloody ground. With his job done, Yoo Seongwoo and his skeleton soldiers quickly set off to locate the rest of the survivors. Yoo Seongwoo mutters to himself, I am really worried about Hanho. Hopefully he is with Jisoo. They continue moving forward through the warehouse, which is way larger than he initially expected. Finding an emergency exit is proving pretty difficult too. Suddenly, in a far corner, Yoo Seongwoo spots a body, but looking closer, he realizes the man is still breathing. The man is covered in blood but still barely breathing. Yoo Seongwoo quickly realizes that even his rare health potion probably cannot heal wounds this severe. Sensing his presence, the dying man weakly opens his heavy eyes and points toward the shelves nearby. Looking over, he sees a strange box sitting on the high shelf. It seems the man desperately wants him to bring it down. Yoo Seongwoo quickly grabs the box and brings it over. What is this? Is there some kind of useful item inside? Opening it triggers a system notification. Inside lies an unidentified egg, which is a legendary class item for a dragon knight. Just imagine that, a single egg capable of completely rewriting your entire destiny the second it hatches. Yoo Seongwoo looks at the egg, starting to ask what it is, but before he can finish, the man coughs up a mouthful of blood. With his last breath, he gasps that the boss took his barcode. He has no idea what that means and asks what barcode. The dying man sighs weakly, stammering out that it is his identification key. It is clear the poor guy does not have much longer left. Yoo Seongwoo looks down at him, utterly powerless to help, and lets out a frustrated curse. In this cruel world, a player with a 5-star Dragon Knight card is dying right here. Yoo Seongwoo feels incredibly sorry for him. He figures the guy probably got ambushed while trying to reach the nearby supermarket, and the boss monster ended up stealing his barcode key right from him. Looking at the item info, he realizes something else. This is a class with massive late-game potential, but the poor guy never got to see it shine. Yoo Seongwoo studies the egg closely, despite the system labeling it unidentified. He knows it is a real dragon egg. He feels a deep wave of sympathy for this tragic stranger. Even with his very last breath, this man chose to trust me with his dragon egg. I will accept this as his final plea to destroy this godforsaken game. A pack of kobolds spots Yu Seongwoo and starts squealing to one another, "Look, a human. Let us tear him apart over there." But before they can even get close to Yu Seongwoo, his loyal werewolf skeleton leaps right in front of the pack. The monsters are instantly ripped to shreds, with one only having time to scream out for help. The very last thing it sees is Yu Seongwoo standing there, like a silent god of death. Yu Seongwoo makes up his mind, besides getting revenge for that nameless stranger, we should probably track down that barcode key, right? They are entirely wiped out in seconds, netting Yu Seongwoo another 150 gold coins. But as soon as one wave falls, another group immediately takes its place. Pointing at his skeleton soldiers, the kobolds call out to each other. Yu Seongwoo frowns. Isn't this behavior incredibly bizarre? They are getting slaughtered left and right, yet none of them are backing down. Yu Seongwoo notes that they are supposed to have intelligence. Seriously. They can't even survive a second, yet they keep charging in like mindless zombies. As the chaotic battle rages on, a massive explosion suddenly rings out, catching Yu Seongwoo off guard. In the middle of the dust, one of the creatures cackles. Look how beautiful magic is. This is a powerful kobold mage, utilizing a sturdy defensive barrier to block his skeleton soldiers' incoming attacks. The mage boasts that barriers like this can be shattered with a single snap. Suddenly, a dense blue aura erupts from the monster's body. It seems like the undisputed leader of this pack. However, it only takes a single clean strike to end its life. The system rewards Yu Seongwoo with 800 gold for defeating the mage. He looks coldly at the remaining pack. Now you guys are completely surrounded from both sides. Yu Seongwoo is determined not to let a single one escape. His skeleton soldiers charge forward, wiping out the entire pack. Message alerts keep popping up as gold floods in. Finally, the sweet sound of a level up echoes. Yu Seongwoo is surprised to see a skill selection prompt. Hopefully this means a major boost to his damage. The skill option is called Corpse Explosion, allowing him to detonate dead bodies like highly destructive bombs. An explosion skill? Perfect timing, because these annoying kobolds keep spawning like weeds. Another massive pack charges frantically, screaming at each other to block and slaughter the intruders. But this time, Yu Seongwoo stops his undead forces from advancing, raising his hand to signal them to fall back. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to test out his brand new skill. These foolish creatures literally volunteered themselves to be his test subjects. The clueless kobolds have no idea what is coming, suddenly realizing a bright golden light is emanating from the dead bodies around them. Suddenly, the corpses detonate like massive landmines, blasting the remaining monsters to pieces in a violent explosion. A few kobolds still hide inside, desperately listening to figure out what's happening out there. They sent a whole army of kobolds to keep Ryumin's party busy. One leader stands there wondering about an explosion, while another behind him asks the exact same. A magic accident? The annoyed leader snaps, "You cowards. Go check it out now." But before they can react, Jisoo charges in, aggressively slashing through the entrance with her sword. The helpless kobolds can only stand there screaming in absolute panic, their fresh blood spilling everywhere as another terrifying massacre unfolds. Desperate and terrified, they unleash a fiery attack directly at Roy, screaming out, "You monster." But Roy stands before them like a true demon. He swiftly slips behind their backs before they can strike. Jisoo's sword strikes like a real assassin, a relentless flurry of lethal slashes. Ryumin smiles with satisfaction. Roy completed his mission flawlessly, making the summon proud of his master's praise. The summon actually looks a bit embarrassed. Ryumin silently watches the area, sensing something big is about to happen. Are these tree roots? Over there, a fierce kobold with glaring hostile eyes is staring straight at him. Meet the high-level kobold mage boss, currently protected by an incredibly sturdy magical barrier that almost no normal attack can break. Ryumin mutters, "A barrier, huh? So that is the real reason why you did not dare to charge at us without your lackeys." He looks at the boss, intentionally pushing its buttons. "You are just trying to buy time, are you not?" The angry kobold mage glares back, locking eyes with him. Wait, what is this? The system suddenly warns that the kobold mage is casting a basic instant death spell. Any player under level 10 in this dungeon will die instantly. Stop the cast within the time limit. The countdown begins now. Hearing this, Ryumin is stunned. Instant death? If it kills everyone under level 10, that means his entire party is as good as dead. So the only reason those kobolds kept throwing themselves at them was to buy time. Everything finally clicks for him. He starts calculating. If normal attacks cannot shatter this shield, the kobold mage cackles mockingly, yelling out, "It is useless. Just die." So Ryumin decides to buy enough time to unleash his most devastating attack, quickly ordering his skeleton warriors and undead disciples to gather around. The kobold mage has no idea what Ryumin is planning. It is totally convinced he has no way of breaking through. Strange, eerie sounds echo from the darkness, where the lifeless bodies of the fallen kobolds are piled up high. Ryumin piles all those dead kobold bodies directly in front of the mage's barrier, leaving the creature completely baffled by his bizarre action. Unable to hold back, the monster screams out, "What on earth are you doing?" Ryumin smirks, mockingly replying, "Thanks for waiting for me, and say goodbye, high-level kobold mage." The moment he says those words, the room doors slam shut. He coldly whispers, "Blow them to pieces." The kobold is still utterly confused, but there is no one left alive to explain things to him. A searing golden light bursts forth, radiating intense heat that makes the creature gasp. In an instant, the entire room is engulfed in a roaring sea of flames. The massive blast completely shakes the entire zone, instantly reducing everything inside the chamber to absolute ruins and desolation. Thick smoke fills the air. Ryumin pokes his head in to inspect the damage, worrying that they might have been standing too far away. The kobold mage is completely unscathed by the blast. but the sheer disrespect makes it shriek and growl in pure, unbridled rage. And here is the absolute worst part: the boss actually sacrifices its own life force, cutting the countdown in half. Ryumin grits his teeth and curses that bastard. The countdown was already short enough. Seeing him panic, the boss grins triumphantly. Creepy roots start spreading across the walls, filling the dark room with a suffocating atmosphere. Ryumin and his skeleton warriors immediately sprint away as he urges them to hurry up. He barks out orders: find the dungeon core quickly. His minions scatter to search the area. Sure enough, just as he predicted, a glowing dungeon core sits over there, wrapped tightly in thick brown roots. Without waiting for orders, Roy steps up and slices those roots. The system alerts them that the dungeon core is destroyed, but they still only have 19 minutes left on the clock. Ryumin mutters through grit teeth, if we move fast, we can still make it. He counts his cards, glad he kept several mage corpses separate and successfully resurrected them as his own disciples. These are level 1 apprentice mages, pooling their power. Requiring a minimum of 3 mages, they activate a massive buff that boosts their casting speed by 20%. Now, he can read their dead memories. Ryumin is blown away. He never thought this would be possible, but he is actually viewing the memories of the slain monsters. He points ahead. Although the memory projection is quite blurry, he locates the next dungeon core in the electrical control room on the first floor. This area is also choked with thick, creeping roots. Kobold corpses and fresh blood are piled up in a chaotic, messy heap. Recognizing the carnage, he realizes Jisoo must have already swept through here. At last, he can breathe a quick sigh of relief. Ryumin looks ahead with a grin. Great job breaking that core, Jisoo. Surely, that terrifying instant death alert went out to everyone in their party. Out of nowhere, a kobold comes tumbling down right in front of him. The beast lets out non-stop shrieks of pain, catching Yu Seongwoo completely off guard. Panicking, he yells out, Jisoo, find Hanho and Jeonsui. I'll take care of the remaining core. But the reality is completely different from what he expected. Hanho is happily holding up a dead kobold, calling out Senior Yu Seongwoo. You're late. Staring at the bizarre scene, Yu Seongwoo and Righty are completely dazed. Yu Seongwoo keeps rubbing his eyes, desperately trying to make sure he's not hallucinating. Yu Seongwoo's face darkens, completely baffled by the situation. Jisoo quickly steps forward to meet him. She says, Yu Seongwoo, I destroyed the core, but what on earth is this mess? Explain this. The dungeon boss is plotting something, but I'm way more curious about what's going on with Hanho. Hanho quickly speaks up. We can talk about this later. There's no time to waste. Let's destroy the final core first. Though surprised, Yu Seongwoo quickly agrees. Right. The system suddenly alerts them to stop it within the time limit. With only 13 minutes and 27 seconds left, everyone begins desperately unleashing their attacks. The kobold screeches to block them. Yu Seongwoo grows tense. They are rapidly running out of time. Focus on shattering the last core instead of fighting them. Jisoo charges forward, calling out Yu Seongwoo. That kobold over there seems terrified. Hey, stop. You aren't allowed to cross over. As the skeleton soldiers charge, the kobolds throw themselves forward like moths to a flame. Yu Seongwoo realizes these kobolds are risking their lives to protect the core. Crossing his arms, he crouches low and yells, Righty, get over here. Hearing the command, Righty doesn't need another word. He leaps high into the air, brandishing his blade with pure fury. With a clean strike, Righty shatters the final core. The system chimes, you have destroyed the dungeon core. Talk about a clutch move, they cleared it with 9 minutes and 8 seconds to spare. Yu Seongwoo commands his skeleton soldiers now. Wipe them out. The panicked kobolds scramble to flee, screaming, save us. What are we supposed to do? The system alerts all cores destroyed. The barrier is coming down. Yu Seongwoo sighs in relief. Now we just need to stop that instant death magic. Veins pop on his head in pure frustration. We had to go through all this trouble because of that bastard. Just wait. I'm going to make you pay. Hanho then chimed in, Senior. Taking down the boss should be pretty easy now, right? You said you unlocked the corpse explosion skill, after all. Yu Seongwoo feels a wave of relief. He is finally back to normal. Hanho continues, exactly. Blowing up objects must be way more devastating than detonating corpses. Let's just blow up this whole building and bury the boss under the rubble. Hearing Hanho's words, Yu Seongwoo wonders, the entire building? He then says, let's regroup and confront the boss. We're running out of time. They quickly rush back to the boss room. The kobold shaman's tree roots are already growing longer by the second. The system alerts Yu Seongwoo only 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. The boss looks shocked to see them return. How did you? Yu Seongwoo cuts it off. What's that? Looks like your elaborate plan is completely ruined. Too bad you only have 2 minutes left. A skeleton soldier stands right in front of it, radiating a chilling blue light, like the Grim Reaper from hell. Suddenly, a flash of searing hot light erupts. The kobold shaman is instantly blown away, unable to react as it lets out an agonizing shriek. The instant death magic is successfully stopped. Gritting his teeth, Yu Seongwoo mocks. The magic you worked so hard to prepare has failed. Got anything else to show us? Because if not, then your life ends right here. Unwilling to accept defeat, it screeches in rage as blood pours from its eyes and nose. Tree roots begin bursting continuously from its open mouth. Seeing this, Yu Seongwoo is shocked. Hanho panics, yelling out, Senior, it's transforming because of what you just said. The system alerts the true boss, the fallen tree spirit, has appeared. It charges wildly, terrifying everyone. It's no longer the simple kobold it once was. The mutated boss begins viciously pursuing and attacking Yu Seongwoo's skeleton soldiers. It now looks like a colossal wood monster. Its entire body is bound by thick tree roots, with only its eyes glowing a brilliant yellow. Unable to speak, it can only roar in fury. Faced with this, Yu Xiongwu can't react in time. Jisoo steps in front to shield him, but the beast swings down with a pretty devastating, heavy blow. Panicking, he screams, "Everyone, get out of the way!" Jisoo shows no fear, fiercely snapping back, "If the enemy is made of wood, then I'll burn you down with my flame sword." Faced with such a tiny opponent, the towering boss looms like a massive giant, catching her off guard. Yu Xiongwu yells, "Jisoo, get back!" He quickly orders his werewolf minion to hurl something at the beast. The boss is startled as the corpses of those fallen kobolds are suddenly flung right in front of its face. It stands still to see what Yu Xiongwu is doing, then boom! Look at that. A massive explosion rips through the air, blowing the boss to pieces. Gritting his teeth, Yu Xiongwu watches closely. Did we actually pull it off? Hanho covers his ears tightly. "Senior, you're a walking nightmare for this guy." Although the boss was clearly blown apart, its shattered body suddenly begins reforming itself back to normal. Yu Xiongwu is stunned. Regeneration? In an instant, its colossal body stands tall again as if nothing ever happened. With a roar, it lunges headfirst to attack Yu Xiongwu directly. But before the monster can even react, another brutal strike slashes down with intense fury, setting the entire lower half of the massive boss on fire. It screams out in agony as the raging flames tear its body apart once again. Hanho yells out, "Can we really bring this boss down? It just keeps regenerating." Yu Xiongwu mutters in frustration, "We have to keep attacking it non-stop." Then the system flashes a notification: the enemy is completely out of mana and is now consuming its own life force instead. Yu Xiongwu says, "I used this from the start, and now its life force is finally dropping. Thanks for that." What he actually used was demonic blood magic. It allows the user to absorb demonic energy, stealing the target's mana with every strike. Once their mana hits 0, the skill drains their actual life force. The boss roars in pure rage while Hanho cowers behind him, shouting, "But senior!" It is not stopping at all. Yu Xiongwu spots what is happening and yells out in surprise, "That is the signal. Everyone fall back right now." The werewolf minions quickly retreat, while the heavy boss drags its massive, bloated body forward, desperately trying to crawl after them. But the party has already cleared out, leaving the giant monster completely alone, dragging its own massive weight behind. Before retreating, Yu Xiongwu smirks back, "We have prepared a little housewarming gift for the folks on the first floor." Once the skeleton soldiers and the entire party escape safely, Yu Xiongwu looks back and delivers a cold command: "Blow it up." The flames are already burning. Boom. A massive explosion illuminates the entire room before the boss can even react, completely vaporizing it. Talk about an absolutely devastating finish. Yu Xiongwu receives 12,840 gold for hunting the fallen boss, immediately hitting level 10 in the process. Yu Xiongwu says, "I did not expect to level up. Was that boss really worth that much experience?" Thanks to his level up, he receives a rare summon ticket, becoming only the 69th player in history to get one. This allows him to upgrade the ticket infinitely, and his maximum minion limit increases with his level. Yu Xiongwu is thrilled. This is awesome. On top of that, he learns a basic Necromancer skill, allowing him to summon 10 hellish zombies from the underworld. These zombies are not restricted by any size limits, but they will crumble into ash after 10 minutes. Yu Xiongwu is pretty stunned when the system mentions summoning 10 zombies, which honestly feels like a massive number. He was really hoping to expand his maximum minion capacity to fight those nasty vampires, but he definitely did not expect to suddenly be able to summon 25 undead monsters, along with a fully armored warrior steed. As he speaks, he gently runs his fingers down the brand new sword he just acquired from that battle. Wearing a highly determined expression, Yu Xiongwu smiles, knowing he can finally go hunt down those terrifying vampires. This legendary masterless sword is the exact key needed to awaken that mysterious nameless egg. Unfortunately, he does not possess the correct class to actually make it happen. If he wants to hatch this egg naturally, he has to wait 5,000 days. Yu Xiongwu grits his teeth over 13 whole years. The system says it is a penalty for not choosing the matching class. Hanho sighs deeply. By the time it hatches, we will probably be senior citizens. Yu Xiongwu mutters helplessly, "The system says the egg will recognize me if I defeat extremely powerful enemies." Who would have thought he would need approval from a literal egg? But get this, hunting more monsters actually reduces the remaining hatch time. Still, he thinks to himself, a +6 strength boost is pretty decent. This sword also seems highly durable, so he definitely scored a powerful weapon. Suddenly, Hanho chimes in, "Senior, your phone is lighting up. I wonder what is going on." It is actually a comment from Taesung. The clever kid managed to find the hidden comment feature. They are currently at Haegang Square in Suwon, where around 1 to 200 survivors have gathered. They have not spotted any vampires yet, and Taesung tells Yu Xiongwu to prepare 300 gold for him. Yu Xiongwu reads the message and quietly lets out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they are safe. Yu Xiongwu immediately orders all the other survivors to assemble at that location. Slip in quietly and keep an eye on the safe zone. He recalls what he told Taesung: "We absolutely cannot let those vampires run around doing whatever they want. I created this hidden comment thread just in case anything goes wrong." Back then, the kid was highly determined. "I stayed with the vampires for a few days, so I can at least handle a small task like this." Yu Xiongwu sighs. That kid is a real handful. Is this why the vampires have not done anything special yet? While lost in thought, a skeleton soldier gently tugs on his sleeve. He looks up as the skeletons point outside the door, making Yu Xiongwu wonder, "Did you guys find something?" Over on the other side, thick tree roots are continuously spreading, and it looks like the skeletons spotted something bizarre. Turns out, it is 2 werewolf corpses. Strangely enough, those massive roots are bursting right out of their stomachs, making the entire scene look incredibly gruesome. Yu Xiongwu wonders, did they die from being crushed by those roots? He extends his hand, and the dead are now under his control. Adding these two gives him 5 werewolf minions. Counting them along with his skeleton warriors, goblin skeletons, and skeleton mages, he now commands a total of 15 undead. Now, it is time to head to Suwon and see what those vampires are up to. Night quickly falls once again, wrapping the entire city in a cold, eerie darkness. Shifting over to Taesung's group, he looks around and asks, is this really the safe zone? Is nobody running this place? There are no monsters around. Let's just wait. They look up. A group has been standing on the upper floor, watching Taesung's squad this whole time. Looking down, they wonder when their food will arrive. One points at Seongwoo. See that kid? He is mine. His blood must taste amazing. Their leader suddenly screams, prepare to move out right now. Another vampire asks excitedly if the feast is starting. The leader glares back, cruel and silent. Not a chance. We are capturing the brat who attacked our factory first. A confused lackey asks, did the boss say after? His ally replies, we were told to save our strength in case any real trouble goes down. The leader is deep in thought. The situation has changed now that the target is near. Is he stupid? If he read the posts, he should already know we rule this territory. The leader insists, take my word for it, we have to put him down before he ruins our banquet. With a savage grin, he gives the final order. Kill him. Do not leave a single bone intact. Meanwhile, Taesung's crew leaks secret comments to warn Seongwoo. The vampires quickly gather in the parking lot courtyard. An eerie, dead silence hangs over the area. One notes, the school is right by the mall. They are hiding incredibly close. Their leader grins, assuming the target has no idea he is cursed, explaining his lack of caution. Suddenly, a terrified lackey screams in absolute horror at what lies ahead. Boss, look at this. That massive, ferocious berserk wolf is lying stiff on top of a car. Its body has been drained almost completely dry. Stepping closer, they realize the blood is still wet. These claw marks look like a werewolf's, but there are no bite signs. It must be his minion. This sight makes the leader's face darken with worry, as he never expected the opponent to have a trick like this. Sniffing the air with his sharp senses, he speaks up. The scent of the wolf's blood leads right over there. They mutter among themselves, shocked that such a beast lost to a clumsy fool. Either way, he is not one of us. But this fresh blood will draw more monsters here soon. The fool has no idea how to cover his tracks. Follow the trail. It leads right to the main hall. The vampires grin. Their leader screams, charge ahead, don't let them escape. According to the Lord, the summoned minions are just fragile skeletons, so we only need to watch out for the werewolf skeletons. The vampire leader severely underestimates his target, fully convinced that Seongwoo has at most 5 werewolf skeletons at his disposal. Against a force that tiny, his squad has more than enough power to tear them apart. He gloats, bragging that he serves the vampire lord directly. He brags that he can easily crush 2 werewolves at once. Moments later, the pack bursts into the main hall. Their glowing red eyes strike terror into anyone watching. One smug vampire kicks the door open, shouting, how dare you challenge our lord? You idiot, this assembly hall is going to be your grave. Looking at Seongwoo's tiny group, the vampire asks in total confusion if this is really all of them. The boss said there were 10. What a joke. Did you wash your necks yet? Dirty prey tastes awful, she sneers, as they all burst into wicked laughter. Their leader grins, admitting he actually prefers it that way. Oh my god, look at him run away in sheer terror. They eagerly charge right at Seongwoo, but for some reason, he just bolts toward the exit as they chase him down. It's a dead end. But here's the crazy part. Seongwoo suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Turning around with a cold glare, he says, so you fools finally found the perfect spot to die. Bewildered, their leader barks back. What did you say? Seongwoo retorts, you guys just couldn't sit still with me around. Dogs always get pretty sensitive and aggressive when it is feeding time. He continues, scanning the crowd. Looking at all of you gathered here, it is clear that none of you actually understand the sheer level of my abilities. Just as expected, your eyes light up the moment you see me. The arrogant vampire sneers, what skill could you possibly have? Are you talking about your brittle little skeletons? How many do you have? Seongwoo chuckles. They are not just skeletons, they are heavy-duty killers. The system quickly flashes an alert that his fallen saber skill is activating, making him look like a terrifying demon straight from hell, ready to reap their souls. The system alerts again that the zombie summon skill is now active. They never expected actual zombies to appear. One vampire screams in terror, damn it, I am not ready for this. Leaning back, Seongwoo watches them struggle, muttering that they are all the same, never realizing who the real hunter is. Soon, the entire pack is wiped out. Seongwoo continuously racks up 2,000 gold for slaying the players. He mockingly asks their corpses, get it now? Seizing the momentum, Rai directs the skeleton soldiers to surge forward, forming a stealthy hunting squad with combined power stats. With the Stage 1 command active and over 11 units deployed, their attack and defense powers are boosted. The remaining vampires scream in panic. I can't see a single thing. Another one struggles, shouting, stop this right now. What is this smoke? My body can't move at all. Yu Seongwoo lays it out. Cold Death Curse, Substitute Curse, and Demon Bloodstone. These spells trigger the moment you fools fight the undead. Right then, the remaining female vampire charges forward. Hey brother. What is the rush anyway? All I have to do is kill the summoner. But before she can even touch Yu Seongwoo, her entire body suddenly blows to pieces. Rai swings his sword with brutal precision, hacking the vampire apart. Instantly, her entire body bursts into violent flames. Not stopping there, Rai swings again, carving right through her charred remains a few more times just to be absolutely sure. 2,000 gold for the player kill immediately hits his account. Around them, pure chaos erupts as the vampires and his undead minions lock in endless combat. The boss completely loses his mind, roaring out, "You rotten piece of garbage, you think a corpse like you can kill me?" He then charges straight into the zombie horde, trying to break their encirclement all by himself. But these zombies are no joke. They roar as the vampire swings his claws wildly, slashing the empty air. "Is this all you got? Bring out more," I said. "Bring out more." The guy is losing his mind, but watching this absolute madness, Yu Sung-woo doesn't show a single hint of fear. Two zombies suddenly leap from both sides, sinking their teeth deep into the vampire and completely catching him off guard. Furious, the boss unleashes every ounce of his energy. "Get off me. Stop clinging to me like pathetic dogs." He is struggling for his life, yet Yu Seong-woo just sits there looking totally bored. He glares at him. "You are the one pulling the strings." Locking onto his prey, the boss charges forward. "Once I take you down, this is over." But right then, Yu Seong-woo's eyes flash with a cold light. Now check this out. A horrific scream suddenly tears through the quiet battlefield, sounding so brutal it would make anyone shudder. "I will kill you," the vampire shrieks, his mind completely broken. "Now you are the ultimate threat to our glorious lord." Facing this raging beast, Yu Seong-woo just calmly stretches out his hand. "Hey, you really shouldn't be running around like that." Gritting his fangs, the confused vampire glares back at him. "What are you even talking about?" Flashback to 2 hours before the fight. Yu Seong-woo is giving orders to his summons. "You wait for the vampires." Then, pointing to a skeleton, he adds, "First, go over to the other side." The skeleton quickly obeys. It clatters over to the other side. Yu Seong-woo nods. "Okay," Yu Seong-woo says with a straight face now. "Blow yourself up." Hearing this, the poor skeleton literally jumps out of its skin. Seeing it panic, Yu Seong-woo asks, "Wait, does that skill not work on you?" The skeleton cannot speak, only shaking in pure terror. He suddenly remembers, "Oh right, you are just dry bones, not an actual corpse. My bad, don't look at me like that." So he tries a different approach. Activating zombie summon in the area, a bunch of absolutely hideous undead start clawing their way out of the dirt. Nobody knows what kind of crazy plan is brewing in Yu Seong-woo's head. He just stares gloomily at his new zombies. What about these dead guys? No clue if these brainless zombies even understand him. They just blankly stare. They just stand there groaning blankly, as if trying to speak. Cut back to reality, and Yu Seong-woo tells the vampire, "When you moved, you marked the target area." Yes, Yu Seong-woo cast corpse explosion using the surrounding bodies, triggering a massive blast that rips right through the vampire boss. The searing heat burns him so badly, he is left trapped in a living hell, screaming in agony before collapsing onto the dirt. Yu Seong-woo just watches in total relaxation. The boss is basically a moth in a sea of fire. The guy still tries to act tough. "You bastard. I will kill you." But Yu Seong-woo has no intention of letting him off that easily. His werewolf summon leaps into action, clamping its jaws onto the vampire's leg and tearing flesh. Another agonizing shriek echoes across the battlefield. "You think you can stop our lord? He is a savior." Yu Seong-woo sighs in annoyance. It is crazy how fast this lord brainwashes people in just a few days. Staring straight into his own death, the vampire screams one last time, "Our lord will destroy you." That just pisses Yu Seong-woo off even more. Seriously, that vampire lord is a disgusting piece of trash. Channeling all that sudden rage into the blade in his hand, Yu Seong-woo grits his teeth and drives the dagger straight down. He pockets 20,000 gold for taking out a special player. Then, a system alert pops up: egg hatches in 4,949 days. Now, it is time to replace his fallen summons. He looks around, gather up all the corpses that are still in decent shape. Just like that, a brand new undead squad rises. The system confirms they are now his loyal disciples. You have unlocked a brand new synergy effect. Notification: Bloodsuckers Phase 1. Combo power activated. Requires a minimum of 5 vampires. Lifesteal now boosts total attack damage. Plus, all stats get a 10% buff when entering a state of hysteria right before death. Yu Seong-woo smiles. His strongest combat lineup is finally complete. Then, a hidden message suddenly arrives from Ju. It turns out they have already started moving somewhere. Even the lazy area managers are suddenly grabbing their gear, claiming it is required to enter the safe zone. Man, I really feel like a major storm is brewing here. Yu Seong-woo looks at the message, immediately knowing that Jisoo and Hanho successfully snuck inside. He figures the vampire lord felt his minions getting wiped out, which explains the sudden rush. But now, they belong to my undead army. Yu Seong-woo feels absolutely certain the tables have turned, and this will be his end. Meanwhile, an infuriated Ross smashes his glass of blood before storming off. But as night falls, look at how a terrifyingly gloomy atmosphere quickly blankets the entire city. A crowd starts gathering, and one guy suddenly points to the sky, screaming in terror. He tells them to look over there, causing everyone to look up. Far in the distance, dead werewolves are displayed high in the air, brutally impaled on sharp, towering spears. People grow pale with fear, whispering among themselves about why anyone would display them like that. Though defeating all those werewolves is genuinely mind-blowing, those beasts can easily rip normal wolves apart. So how on earth did they manage to capture them alive? Hanho grits his teeth and warns Jisoo that they will be next, adding that he expected this, but it seems they are confiscating all their weapons. One of the guards happily addresses the crowd. He tells them he knows some might be unhappy, but this is purely for their own safety and order, boasting that since his squad captured those 4 werewolves, they have absolutely no need for anyone's weapons anyway. Jisoo grits her teeth, whispering that these vampire underlings do not just want everyone's weapons, they want to make sure they can easily slaughter us without a fight. Suddenly, Taeseong calls out from behind, asking why they are standing there looking so annoyed. He tells them not to cut the line before running over to whisper that her 2 swords are already hidden exactly where she wanted them. He explains that since Yongsik is a 2-star rogue, the job went incredibly smoothly and absolutely nobody noticed a thing. Hanho chimes in, asking if they also prepared everything he requested for his own plan. Taeseong stammers, confirming that they have indeed set up every single detail. Suddenly, the searcher yells out for the next person in line. The guard barks out that anyone hiding weapons is going to get caught during the pat-down, and as the anxious crowd begins to panic, it is finally Jisoo and her group's turn to face the search. But since they planned everything beforehand, they do not have any weapons hidden on their bodies. The inspection goes off without a hitch, and they successfully pass through. Meanwhile, Denver is furious, screaming about how any of this is even possible. He sent an entire horde of his strongest minions, so how could they all lose to a complete fool like that? Hanho grits his teeth and whispers to Jisoo that it must be them, guessing those masks are meant to hide their vampire fangs. Jisoo silently calculates that since the swords are secured, they just need to wait for Yu Seongwoo, vowing that the vampire lord will pay for every single thing he did. While she glares at him, you can already tell Denver is starting to play some sick psychological mind games on everyone. He stands tall above them all, calling for attention, as a terrified Hanho whispers to Jisoo that they are completely surrounded. The masked vampires close in, as the vampire lord dramatically declares that humanity has officially reached the end of its evolution. He asks how they feel about this disaster, wondering if they are constantly asking themselves why all of this is happening. He asks if anyone wants to answer, only to get absolute silence. The terrified crowd starts whispering, wondering what on earth is wrong with this guy, and what he is talking about. Ross mockingly tells them that their pathetic ignorance is exactly why they are completely worthless, meaning their ultimate fate is to become victims of evolution. Suddenly, his minions begin slamming their heavy weapons into the earth, creating a deafening noise as they plant these mysterious metal spikes all around the terrified crowd. He continues, declaring that those who have been chosen to evolve. Before he can even finish, his followers tear off their masks and hurl them high into the sky, as a manic Denver screams that they are the ones holding the future. Finally, the vampires reveal their true, monstrous faces, baring their razor-sharp fangs at the crowd. They gloat about how they will finally feast on a delicious meal they have waited so long for, leaving the panicked crowd completely clueless about what is happening. People look around in horror, pointing to a gap in the crowd and urging everyone to run for their lives toward the exit. But those metal spikes slammed into the ground are not just for show, they are actually a massive trap designed to cage everyone. Powerful electricity starts crackling between the spikes, as a smug vampire mockingly invites them to come closer and meet their end. He laughs that he will help them rest in peace, causing the panicked crowd to shove each other in terror until Jisoo shouts for order. She tells them to get back behind her, warning that the barrier is a highly dangerous electric fence and there is nowhere to run. An annoyed Ross looks on, demanding to know what that idiot is doing and why he is holding a weapon. Out of nowhere, a massive bus comes speeding toward them from a distance, completely blinding the stunned vampires as they try to see who is driving. Someone inside the bus screams to aim directly at the monsters, and the vehicle plows right into the vampires, sending them flying with painful shrieks. The bus screeches to a halt right next to Jisoo, and Hanho points out that the dangerous electric barrier has finally shut down. He tells everyone to run for it, and the hopeful survivors immediately scramble toward the exit. Thanks to that, our food just ran away. The bus slowly stops, its doors quickly slide open, and the figure inside finally reveals himself. Road is trembling with absolute rage, gritting his teeth, "You bastard." Dongyu slowly steps down with his sword, wearing a wide smile. "Am I late?" "I hope not." Dongyu mockingly asks the lead mosquito, "Weren't you guys having a feast here? Did your mood drop because all your strongest guys are dead?" Road approaches with a loud laugh. "I thought I'd be late, but my timing is perfect. We haven't even touched the appetizers yet." His face turns incredibly dark and aggressive now that everyone is here. "Shall we start the feast?" Road continues with a grin, though things are a bit messy right now. Lady Wayang, before he can even finish, she already catches his drift. She agrees that a party needs food, then Wayang instantly leaps forward at lightning speed. Wayang orders her followers, apprentices, "Come with me to catch the runaways. And the rest of you, help our representative finish him." Seeing Dongyu standing completely still, Rote mockingly asks, "Shouldn't you be going to stop them?" Dongyu proudly replies, "I already have reliable allies over on that side." Jisoo and Hanho have already been ordered to evacuate everyone to safety. Rote covers his face and laughs hysterically. "How hilarious. What allies at a time like this? Even if we didn't meet, they'd be mine." Dongyu calmly responds, "Don't worry, you're about to meet some friends." Just as he speaks, a bony hand claws its way out of the ground. The vampire lord looks and instantly knows these are dire wolf bones. The giant skeletal wolf aggressively leaps down from the rooftop, lunging straight at Rote, ready to tear him apart. Rote and his minions just stand there, frozen, watching. "Don't tell me you seriously plan to fight me with those?" With a casual wave of his hand, the dire wolf instantly explodes. Rote finds this whole attempt utterly ridiculous. How could Dongyu underestimate him so much? Another dire wolf charges forward with bared fangs, but Rote refuses to back down. He thrusts his sharp claws forward, grabbing the wolf by its skull to crush it. Dongyu calmly controls his summons, saying, as expected, "A carefully decorated party is always the absolute best, isn't it?" But get this, before Rote can even catch his breath, a massive horde of goblin corpses suddenly swarms him. Those corpses instantly explode, causing a massive, deafening blast that violently shakes the ground. The vampires watching from the sidelines scream in absolute panic. With their lord lying motionless on the ground, the rest of the pack starts scattering like headless chickens. But how? How is this possible? One of them tries to calm the crowd. "Calm down. There is no way our leader would fall like this. I will handle things here, you guys go kill the others. Dong Yu quickly retreats and jumps onto the bus. The vampires shout to each other, that guy is driving the bus away. The vampires rush to block the doors, don't let him escape, finish him. But suddenly, they freeze in terror. What is that? What is this? Where did he go? There are only monster corpses left here. One of them looks up, he is on the roof. Damn it, everyone get back. Dong Yu has already climbed out and is standing on top of the vehicle. He smiles with satisfaction, how convenient of you all to gather in one place. Suddenly, Dong Yu's expression turns terrifyingly cold and menacing. Check this out, he triggers a massive corpse explosion, turning the entire bus into a giant bomb that detonates with an absolutely devastating shockwave. Only a single vampire seems to have survived outside, staring blankly at the burning wreckage of the bus. This is impossible. Is this really how we get wiped out? Nearby, the hand of the vampire lord twitches slightly, but absolutely nobody notices such a faint movement. Elsewhere, the strike squad sent to hunt down the survivors suddenly hears the massive explosion. Panicked, they frantically shout to each other, that massive explosion just now. Did something terrible happen to our supreme leader? Yang scoffingly turns back, that was loud. But with his terrifying strength, he is fine. Secretly, she is sweating with anxiety for her leader. But going back there alone would be nothing short of suicide. Turning back to her squad, she snaps, furiously focus on hunting down those escaping runaways instead of worrying about useless things. But shockingly, her entire squad is already lying dead on the ground without a single survivor. Yang panics, what on earth just happened here? Right behind her, a pair of sharp, aggressive eyes is staring intensely at her. Sensing that her challenger is absolutely no ordinary woman, Yang instantly vaults back to safety as their powerful blades violently clash, revealing none other than Jisoo. Jisoo rapidly swings her twin swords, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes. Yang snarls, who are you? Jisoo stays silent, staring back with fierce intensity. This is the end, you vampire. Yang finds this highly amusing, you actually dare attack me knowing what I am? What an arrogant brat. With a smug smirk, she adds, you are definitely not our leader's type, but my subordinates will absolutely love playing with you. Jisoo snaps in annoyance, shut up, just bring it. The old hag Yang screams back, I'll tear you to shreds, you bitch. Luckily, Jisoo has already left the safety of the refugees completely in Hanho's hands. It is safe inside this building, so everyone should hide there. Taesung walks over while Hanho calls out, everything is still going according to the plan. With this kid being so cheerful, by tomorrow night, not even a dragon would dare to come anywhere near us. Hanho adds, Senior Yu Seongwoo's plan really is on another level. Taesung then hands over a bag of weapons. These are the daggers I brought along. He beams, I do not think I will even need them. Hanho looks worried, these daggers always seem to bring trouble. A figure approaches the two boys and mocks them, admitting their spatial awareness is actually pretty impressive. When the manager left the safe zone back there, I honestly thought he was just being paranoid. This sudden arrival startles both of them. It is the vampire manager himself. He is too lazy to fight, calling it a massive hassle. Why did they not just come and capture him? Then he bares his sharp fangs. Since they did not make a move, fine, I will help you level up. Taesung beams, I knew it. College students are truly on another level of maturity. I trust you. Hanho is completely frozen, it actually happened. And what should they do now? Without letting his guard up, Taesung rushes forward, shouting for Hanho to help kill him since the vampire looks so weak. Gritting his teeth, Hanho cannot stop him in time and can only scream, wait, stop, you idiot. But the boy already charges right in. Underestimating him like this is actually pretty hurtful. Even if he is somewhat weak compared to others, he will not lose to mere insects. He fully transforms. And Taesung is left completely panicked. But fortunately, a volley of daggers flies in from behind, completely catching the vampire manager off guard. Hit by this unexpected ambush, he groans in agony. It is true, this guy is definitely weaker than the other vampires around. Shocked and frozen, he has absolutely no time to react. Seizing the moment, Taesung throws a heavy punch straight at the manager, but the vampire leaps high into the air to dodge it. Those flying daggers belong to Hanho, who grins and notes that leaping into the air makes him the absolute perfect target. The moment Hanho finishes speaking, the vampire manager crashes hard onto the ground. Taesung cheers, got him. Brother Hanho, we worked together way better than I expected. Hanho breaks out in a cold sweat. Did he actually defeat a vampire? No way. Hold on, did you catch that? Hanho hasn't received any gold yet, which means this boss is still very much alive. The daggers embedded in his flesh shatter to pieces and he growls, nice play, you bastards. Rising to his feet with an evil smirk, he sneers, you just ruined my handsome face. Cutting back to Yu Seongwoo's side, all the low-level vampires are dealt with. The bus is engulfed in massive flames, and the trapped monsters are screaming in pain with absolutely no way to escape. Standing on the outside, Yu Seongwoo calmly watches the entire scene unfold and whispers to himself. It is finally beginning. Almost everything inside the vehicle is reduced to ashes, but the raging fire shows absolutely no signs of stopping. Perched on the roof is a massive figure with huge demonic wings, staring directly down at Yu Seongwoo. The monster growls, let me repeat what I told you before, because you are dead. Hearing this, Yu Seongwoo quickly transforms. Spreading his own massive wings, he stands proud and answers, there is no way this ends so easily. Both sides clash as Yu Seongwoo commands his skeleton soldiers and summoned followers to charge straight into battle. The beast roars, I will crush these bones first. Yu Seongwoo immediately orders his minions to raise their spears for defense. Sharp bone spears thrust out instantly, yet the enemy dodges them as if he has no bones at all. Folding his wings inward, he easily launches straight up into the air. Next, He dives down toward the skeletons using his razor-sharp claws to easily crush their bones to dust. Watching the fight, Yu Seongwoo grits his teeth. These skeletons are nothing to him. He wipes them out easily and flies back up. He stomps on their rib cages, shattering them completely. But as he lands on the ground, the earth suddenly splits wide open. A system notification reveals that the Call of the Dead has been activated, and endless zombies crawl out from the dirt. The vampire is shocked. Zombies? He raises his claws and mutters, I see. So this is how my subordinates died. He roars in fury, but I am the vampire lord. Yet despite his terrifying rage, the zombies keep slowly crawling forward. Before he can react, one of the undead leaps forward and sinks its teeth deep into his arm. This only fuels his rage, so these things that keep biting even with only a head left are called zombies. He grabs it by the face, admitting he is impressed that a mere scratch was enough to make him bleed. The vampire unleashes a sudden blast of dark energy, sending the two nearby zombies flying backward. Yu Seongwoo signals his werewolf to get ready, while pointing ahead it is time for corpse explosion. The vampire uses his massive wings to shield himself, and it looks like the vampire lord successfully dodges this otherwise fatal explosion. Then he flings his hand back, unleashing massive raw energy as shards shoot repeatedly from his body. Yu Seongwoo watches closely and shields his face, realizing it is a barrage of frozen blood and bone. Is this his active skill? Yu Seongwoo grits his teeth, realizing the monster is actually turning blood into solid bone and firing it under high pressure. The attack power is quite low, but it keeps his body from self-destructing. Yu Seongwoo quickly calculates his next move, deciding to rely on his werewolf synergy. Thanks to this boost, his physical stats surge to match the enemy head-on. But these bastards are a different breed, and watch this. His counter sends the vampire flying clean backward. The fiend struggles hard just to regain his balance, yet he still keeps a smug grin. Then, pure fury erupts. Do you really think you can win with just that garbage power? He swings his claw violently, severing a werewolf skeleton head clean off. Yu Seongwoo tenses up 3 werewolves taken out at once. He commands his team to keep their distance and use spears. Following his order, they strike back immediately, but the vampire barely even flinches. How utterly boring, he sneers. This is the limit of unevolved humans. Yu Seongwoo spits back evolution. You look like a hideous monster and call that evolution? The monster just laughs aloud, asking what is wrong with that. We are far superior to low-life humans. His glowing red eyes flare as he declares the strong must conquer the weak. He continues, hasn't human history always developed exactly like this? Yet modern society, built on absolute lies, treated me like some serial killer. But my day has finally arrived. Even those up in heaven probably realized how fake and boring this world was. And this body I now possess is significantly superior to weaklings like you. Remembering his past, he adds, humans must evolve to rule this entire world. Getting that specific class card really messed with your head. Yu Seongwoo sighs and holds his forehead. I thought you had some grand reason, but this is just stupid. Outdated eugenics. The representative asks him directly, do you actually believe in that trash that was wiped out over 10 years ago? He remains stubborn, muttering that those rules only applied before the system arrived. The red professor goes on, our very presence proves our evolution, making us supernatural beings far superior to the old human race. Yu Seongwoo's face darkens, but it looks like your brand new race is getting slaughtered by the old one. Before he can even process the shock, Madame Yang's desperate screams echo across the area, begging her boss to save them. On Jisoo Yun's side, her sharp blade drives deep into Madame Yang, sending fresh blood spraying as the stunned vampire grits her teeth in sheer disbelief. No way. How can an evolved being like me get completely overwhelmed by some young girl? Arrogant as she is, getting beaten to a pulp makes the reality impossible for her to accept. She keeps muttering that it is impossible. Madame Yang frantically swings her sharp claws, slashing wildly at the empty air, but she cannot land a single scratch on Jisoo Yun. The vampire wonders how Jisoo Yun's physical stats are vastly superior to humans, yet still somehow slower and weaker than her own. Wait, didn't her strike land? The vampire stands utterly baffled, and you and I can see the panic on her face as Jisoo Yun smiles, asking if she is surprised. Why did the attacks of an old hag like you have absolutely zero effect on me? Jisoo Yun grits her teeth, knowing she might not be as overpowered as Yu Seongwoo, but constant hunting has sharpened her. Leveling up did not just raise her stats, it built real combat experience. That is exactly how I knew you were just throwing a tantrum, old lady. Madame Yang struggles desperately just to block the relentless, heavy strikes coming from Jisoo Yun. Jisoo Yun analyzes her opponent. Despite having superior raw physical strength, the vampire's strikes are entirely predictable, meant purely to intimidate. Jisoo Yun figures the vampire probably got too comfortable bossing others around under her legendary master. Shifting gears, Jisoo Yun delivers a massive, brutal slash that leaves the monster completely paralyzed. Madame Yang is completely broken by the strike, unable to react as she throws her head back and screams out in agony. Jisoo Yun walks over to the dying vampire weeping on the ground, whispering, "Thank you, old lady, for helping me prove that I am not weak." With those final words, she grips her sword and drives it straight into Madame Yang's chest, unleashing a horrific scream across the mountains. Representative, please save me, but before she can finish, blood splatters violently into the air. Wiping her blade, Jisoo Yun catches her breath, relieved to have finally put down this cunning vampire once and for all. Jisoo Yun figures Hanho Lee is still evacuating civilians, meaning victory rests on Yu Seongwoo defeating the vampire lord. Meanwhile, Taesung Han and Hanho Lee lie battered and trembling on the ground. The kid struggles to sit up. Hanho Lee, are you okay? The vampire manager struts over, mocking their survival. Hanho Lee turns to his ally, asking if he can still stand and fight. Both of them are completely exhausted but keep pushing to buy time. As the manager smiles, simply killing you would be such a waste. Why don't you two join our ranks instead? This is an incredibly rare opportunity, leaving Hanho Lee staring back in absolute shock at the vampire manager's twisted offer. What? You want me to become a vampire? He asks. You chose a card during the tutorial, didn't you? The exact class card meant for surviving in this chaotic world. Both of them freeze, unsure how to answer. The manager just smirks honestly. Instead of picking a class to fight for survival, you need a different choice. A choice that guarantees you will survive, and the absolute best method is becoming parasites. He thinks back to the world before the chaos, where regular people like students never had to fight. Janitors and shopkeepers. What would they even do if they got trapped in a completely transformed world like this? The absolute best option they have is to cling to the strong. Join us now. Survival is the ultimate goal, right? A strange, eerie gleam flashes in the vampire manager's eyes. Lee Hanho suddenly looks completely dazed, gritting his teeth. You are actually right. Taeseong, standing nearby, yells out in pure shock, Brother Lee Hanho. But Lee Hanho simply continues, what should we do? It looks like our side is actually way stronger than yours. Lee Hanho stands tall. It is not just the two of us fighting you. And check this out, from out of nowhere, a loud motorcycle comes charging straight at the vampire manager, completely throwing him off. While the manager is distracted looking behind him, Lee Hanho instantly hurls a dagger. You really should not let your guard down. The manager swiftly dodges to the side, laughing maniacally. You absolute idiot, you just killed your own teammate. Since he dodged, that deadly dagger flies straight toward Taeseong's ally at full speed. But to his absolute shock, Taeseong's friend is not the one who ends up taking that sharp blade. A goblin serves as a meat shield, the blade driving straight into its skull. Lee Hanho chuckles. I was never aiming for you, I was targeting that goblin. And right then, the manager panics. Wait, what is this? Am I seeing things? Or did that kid suddenly grow massive? Lee Hanho stands proud. Confidence is what makes a real man. The manager goes totally wild. I have no idea what skill that is, but even with 4 extra legs, the end result stays the same. The vampire manager immediately rushes forward and lands a heavy punch, only to freeze in confusion. Why did that sound like solid metal? A giant Lee Hanho looks down. The second you targeted my goblin, my body became completely invincible, so you have 0 chance of winning. Instantly, Lee Hanho unleashes a devastating flash strike that makes his opponent erupt. The vampire manager screams out in pure agony. But they are not done yet, as Taeseong's group charges in together to land a fatal, crushing blow. Barraged by a series of heavy iron fist strikes, the vampire manager is left completely dazed. He goes wild, baring his lethal claws at the kid. You bastards, do you think I will not strike back? Faced with this wild fury, Taeseong is momentarily frozen in sheer terror. But Lee Hanho quickly steps in to shield him, glaring right back. What do you think you are doing? Lee Hanho turns his head. In a tense situation like this, I have to move insanely fast just to block you. Mark my words, you pathetic bastard are not escaping us. Quiet darkness completely blankets the city, when suddenly, a terrifying scream echoes from the high-rise, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The crazed vampire manager begins slashing wildly and repeatedly at Lee Hanho. Why are you not hurt? Die, just die. Taeyong cannot stand by anymore, gritting his teeth as he charges. Let me handle this. Iron Fist. A heavy blast of raw energy erupts from the kid, slamming into the vampire and sending him flying backward. The monster grunts, thinking their weak little attacks are absolutely nothing to worry about. Yet their teamwork is incredibly sharp, throwing him completely off balance and leaving him bleeding from their coordinated strikes. He glares at Lee Hanho, who is acting as a fast-moving, giant shield. But just watch how quickly their luck turns as Lee Hanho suddenly hits a major wall. Damn it, my power is fading fast. The vampire manager smirks, gritting his teeth of course. There is no way a broken skill like that lasts forever. This is where you die. Right then, Lee Hanho rapidly shrinks back into his regular, vulnerable form. He blindly hurls a dagger into the sky. But somehow, the blade lands directly in a falling goblin's head. He gasps in shock. Another goblin? Why on earth is there a goblin falling from the sky? Then a familiar voice calls out, Great shot, Brother Lee Hanho. I heard you have to escort these goblins to safety, which honestly sounds like the hardest mission of all. Lee Hanho's jaw drops. How many floors did you clear? Instantly, his giant form activates once again. I just have to keep sacrificing the falling goblins to keep my giant form active. The manager grinds his teeth as Lee Hanho continues. You told us to betray others to survive, right? Lee Hanho glares coldly. Well, you are dead wrong. True survival means standing beside friends you can actually trust. He reflects on his allies, knowing they must stand united to survive these dark trials. This is the bond we forged, our ultimate path to survival through trust and unity. As Lee Hanho speaks, memories of their peaceful lives before this apocalypse flash through his mind. The vampire manager stands frozen, completely unable to believe his own ears. No way, that is impossible. Brushing it off, he screams out in rage, you are all just pathetic little brats. Kim Taesung and his crew rapidly charge in, absolutely furious, kicking and punching the hell out of him. The vampire manager just closes his eyes and takes the beating, unable to fight back. Seeing this pathetic display, the furious vampire Lord Rot yells out, you idiot. How could you lose to a bunch of lowly humans like this? Yu Seongwoo's expression darkens as he scoffs. The truth is, vampires are not even that special. They actually have way more weaknesses than humans. Hearing this, the vampire Lord Rot completely loses his patience. Rot snarls that he actually thought they could have a civil conversation, But Yu Xiongwu remains completely calm, explaining that the first major weakness of a vampire is their total inability to use weapons. His skeleton soldiers immediately surround Rot with sharp spears, as Yu Xiongwu continues his lecture. Yu Xiongwu tells him, "I thought your long claws would at least be useful, but it turns out they are just a straight path to your own death. When it comes to reach and attack range, fighting without any weapons is a massive disadvantage." Raising 2 fingers, Yu Xiongwu points out the second major flaw: regeneration. Because they heal so quickly, their basic self-defense instincts during combat are almost non-existent. You make completely obvious moves because you do not even bother to pay attention to your surroundings. As he speaks, the skeleton soldiers strike exactly where Yu Xiongwu predicts, leaving the vampire Lord Rot covered in deep, bloody wounds. He angrily screams out, "You fool, this is our true power." But Yu Xiongwu's voice cuts him off again. Point number 3, vampires have no mana. Every single skill and cellular regeneration they use is powered entirely by blood. Thrusting a glowing gem forward, Yu Xiongwu asks if he is seriously still this arrogant, when his forces are already completely wiped out. Look at this move, it is absolutely crazy. Yu Xiongwu unleashes a secret blood magic spell that starts consuming the enemy's life force once their mana drains, and Rot instantly feels his strength completely vanishing. Dropping to one knee, Rot stammers out, "You absolute bastard." Meanwhile, Yu Xiongwu just looks down on him coldly. "And fourth, you talk way too much. If I were in your shoes, I would have ignored my provocations and targeted the Necromancer first." Driven into a state of absolute fury, the vampire lord throws his head back and activates his bloodfield skill. Rot lunges toward him with pure hunger, but launching an attack this late in the game is completely useless. Thinking he just needs to consume some fresh blood, Roy suddenly drops from above, sword in hand, making Rot gasp. "What is this? A goblin?" Rot aggressively swings his sharp claws at Roy, mocking him, "You think you can stop me with that?" But Yu Xiongwu just keeps speaking. And fifth, a system notification flashes as the one-armed skeleton warrior silently slashes right through Rot's body. Yu Xiongwu coldly adds, "You only judge by appearances," which makes it incredibly easy to catch you off guard. Rot gets toyed with repeatedly, left struggling in a miserable, desperate state while Yu Xiongwu remains completely unharmed, which only fuels the vampire's burning frustration. He screams out in rage, "You little brat." But suddenly, Roy hurls a vial of mysterious green liquid directly into Rot's open mouth. The explosive fluid immediately splashes everywhere, burning the vampire Lord Rot's eyes with a searing, agonizing pain. As he screams, the slime drips down, sizzling and melting the solid stone ground. Screaming in pure agony, the vampire Lord Rot throws his head back and howls, "That slime decoy completely tricked me." Yu Xiongwu and his skeleton soldiers watch from a safe distance, a satisfied smirk forming on the Necromancer's face as Rot is left completely blinded. Rot desperately tries to open his eyes, but everything around him is a blurry mess, his vision completely ruined. Because he has lost way too much blood, his body cannot even regenerate his damaged eyes, making Rot tremble with pure rage. Pressing his advantage, Yu Xiongwu yells out, "Let's end this here." But Rot refuses to yield, relying on his sharp ears since his eyes are useless. Footsteps echo from all directions, forcing him to realize his impending death, but he instantly rejects the thought. "Me? Die? I will rule over this world. Do you think I would die in a place like this?" With a desperate swing, Rot blindly strikes out, shattering the skeleton soldiers to pieces. Honestly, you have to admit his struggle is wild, but Yu Xiongwu just watches calmly, knowing the end result is already set in stone. Rot is driven to the brink of madness, his primal instincts screaming out, "Blood! I need blood!" Suddenly, the rich scent of fresh blood fills the air, making him rejoice as he tracks the source close by. He aggressively clears the surrounding skeletons and dashes toward the scent, screaming at the weaklings to get out of his way. Yu Xiongwu yells out he is running away. "Chase him down, do not let him escape." The Necromancer is determined to finish this. But the vampire lord's speed is on a whole different level, vanishing from sight in an instant. Following his nose, Rot finally tracks the scent to its source, werewolf blood. Completely starved, the vampire desperately rushes forward. He knows the blood is stale after sitting out in the open air, but he does not care. Once his broken body fully regenerates, he can easily slaughter a whole truckload of humans. Rot's blurry eyes look up, spotting 4 werewolf corpses impaled on the rooftop. He tells himself to stay on guard this time, but suddenly, a chilling sensation freezes him right in his tracks. Yu Xiongwu mockingly scoffs, "You idiot. I knew you were starving, but my skeletons are not just for show." Ryumin fiercely orders his skeleton soldiers to block the path, making sure the vampire lord cannot reach the blood. His werewolf disciples quickly charge forward to block him, as Ryumin calls out, "There is not a single drop of blood here for you to drink." In an instant, long bone spears impale the vampire lord, leaving him in a state of absolute, pathetic misery. Rot is then slammed by an aerial attack, sending his body crashing violently into the ground with a painful thud. He coughs up another mouthful of fresh blood, as it continues to pour endlessly from his multiple stab wounds. "This cannot be." Rot snarls in denial, "I am destined to rule this brand new world." Ryumin glares at him with a dark expression, annoyed by how stubbornly this guy clings to life, while a trembling Rot glares right back. Ryumin cuts him off. "The banquet started with a bang, so let us make sure the after-party is just as spectacular." Right after those words, his werewolf disciples thrust their sharp bone spears forward, viciously stabbing the helpless vampire lord over and over again. Though furious, he can no longer fight back due to the severe blood loss, leaving him completely helpless on the ground. A desperate scream echoes, but Rot is still breathing. Just as Ryumin noted, he is incredibly tough to kill, gasping heavily for air. Ryumin mutters, "Over here?" He then quickly tosses the corpses of the other fallen vampires directly onto the defeated boss. He triggers his signature corpse explosion, unleashing a brilliant, searing wave of heat. Rot screams in absolute despair, "No, I refuse to die here." Ryumin delivers his cold final words, "Hope you enjoy your new life down in hell." A split second later, the vampire lord blows up. The system announces a reward of 10,000 gold for taking down a special target player. With both his exclusive quest and dedicated quest fully complete, Ryumin secures a massive bounty of 30,000 gold and a rare S-tier item. But get this, he even unlocks a powerful exclusive skill that completely rewrites his fate, making this epic raid totally worth the struggle. Jusung-taek and the others quickly gather around Ryumin, cheering and shouting in pure excitement, "Senior, we always knew we could count on you." Ryumin turns around in surprise, wondering why they came here when they were supposed to be waiting in a safe zone. Though this world is slowly dying, Ryumin lets out a soft sigh of relief, smiling quietly because his companions have managed to survive this far. He promises himself that he will keep moving forward alongside the people standing right in front of him. To Ryumin, they are his second family. Suddenly, warm sunlight cuts through the clouds, shining over the city as the survivors break into cheers. Whispers spread through the crowd as people wonder if this group really killed the vampire lord, agreeing that whoever they are, they just saved everyone. Exactly, they rescued us, and just like I told you before, that guy right there is the legendary player 157. He's the one who saved me and gave me food. Others instantly recognize him as the guy from the apartment complex, the legendary Necromancer. Hearing the crowd murmuring, Jusung-taek grins, "Senior, it seems like you have become quite the celebrity around these parts." Ryumin remains calm, explaining that since this is a residential district, saving this many people was inevitable. Suddenly, someone points toward the distance. "Who are those people?" a young girl in the crowd asks in confusion, as a large, heavily armed military squad suddenly comes marching directly toward their position. Is that the military? They were nowhere to be found during the deadly monster battles, but now that the threat is cleared, they finally show up. And they do not look friendly toward Ryumin at all. The residents mutter among themselves, wondering why the army is here, until one of the soldiers steps forward to address the crowd. He asks how everyone is doing. The voice sounds incredibly familiar, causing Ryumin and his companions to freeze in surprise. The man chuckles, "I was curious about who caused such a massive ruckus here, but I never expected to run into you guys again." The group gasps in unison. Sergeant Kim. Ryumin steps forward with a warm smile, genuinely relieved to see the man alive and well. The sergeant smiles, "Yes, I managed to survive thanks to the medicine you gave me." Ryumin nods, but asks, "Isn't the timing a bit strange, though? Why are you guys here?" Sergeant Kim explains, "For the past few days, we have been keeping a close eye on the safe zone creators around here. I never imagined something this massive would go down. It seems the military was just a little too slow to take action." Either way, Ryumin has already taken care of the entire situation himself. But hearing Sergeant Kim's words, his brow furrows in deep thought. Monitoring them? Does that mean the military already knew something terrible was bound to happen here? Looking at the tense situation, you just know he wants to stay far away from any messy plot the military is cooking up. He is not one to actively look for trouble. Sergeant Kim then adds, "Sorry to bring this up so suddenly, but someone wishes to see you." Ryumin is completely caught off guard. Who could it be? But Sergeant Kim remains mysterious and tight-lipped. Is this some kind of official military business? High up in a nearby military building, a mysterious man stands silently by the window. And judging by his cold expression, he is definitely not a good guy. Back in a quiet room, Ryumin stands surrounded by scattered bones on the floor, calmly reviewing his updated stats on the system window. Ryumin smiles, having secured 150,000 of the 300,000 gold from the battle. It is true, this is nothing like hunting monsters out on the streets. Plus, Dongyu finally got his hands on the bone armor. It is a special reward from the system after he took down the vampire boss. At the basic level, this bone armor is made by using the bones of corpses. It slowly wears down with every use, and its performance depends on the type and quality of the materials. Naturally, the higher his skill level, the more perfect the armor becomes. When he puts it on to try, it fits perfectly. The density is surprisingly higher than he expected, yet he can still move around with complete freedom. Even though the armor can be worn down over time, its overall defense is only going to get stronger. Wait, there is more. He remembers other items rewarded from the quest. He pulls out the goblin crossbow, which is equipped with an ammo box linked directly to his subdimensional armory. This lets him fire continuously without ever having to reload. Dongyu is pretty satisfied since it is highly suited for his style, especially with its long range. Although he also got a massive greatsword, it just does not fit his current tactical moves. Clenching his fist, he vows to grow stronger, much stronger. Today was just the start. He will be able to defeat anyone and never be useless again. It is clear that Dongyu is now fully resolved to wipe out all evil. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Dongyu!" It snaps him straight back to reality. The sudden screaming startles him. "It is so hot," the voice cries out, calling for Dongyu over and over, asking if anyone is there. They beg for help, pleading with Dongyu. And honestly guys, this is where his worst nightmare suddenly manifests around him in flames. Dongyu panics and stares into the flames, catching the faint silhouettes of a man and a woman trapped deep inside the burning building. Through the thick smoke and rising flames, the painful crying faces of his parents appear. Too real. His father screams out from the fire, telling him that since he has grown stronger, he needs to hurry up and save them. Dongyu raises his arm to summon the Sword of the Fallen. But wait, his hand is tiny. He looks down in pure shock, realizing his entire body has shrunk back into a helpless kid. Meanwhile, his parents drag themselves forward, screaming right at him. They cry out, asking why he won't save them. Terrified, Dong Yu runs. He just runs. Their desperate voices call out, asking if he is really going to run away and abandon them again. Calling him a weakling, they mock him for still being so small as he runs and cries in absolute agony. But as he gasps for air, he finally wakes up. It was all just a nightmare. Worried by how much he is sweating, Lee Han-ho calls out to his senior. Dong Yu sits up, clutching his forehead, as Lee Han-ho mentions he has slept the entire day and must be completely exhausted. Lee Han-ho adds, looking quite anxious, that he spotted Sergeant Kim and a few soldiers nearby, and they seem to be looking for him. Dong Yu recalls how Sergeant Kim had invited him to join their military unit, telling him to reach out if he ever needed anything. Outside the door, Dong Yu overhears voices saying that there is no point in bothering him while he is still so exhausted. Hearing this, Dong Yu quickly gets up and grabs his coat, telling Lee Han-ho to tell them to wait, and Lee Han-ho quickly rushes to do so. Still haunted by that nightmare, he silently makes a promise. Get stronger. He must get stronger. He needs power to save others, so he will never have to abandon anyone again. Outside, the soldiers are pacing back and forth, clearly growing quite impatient. Spotting Lee Han-ho, an officer walks up and demands to know if he is inside. Lee Han-ho, a bit taken aback, politely asks him to wait just a moment. The officer snaps right in his face. Wait? Do you think this is a game? He demands they hurry. But seeing Dong Yu, he turns serious. Lieutenant Pion, 51st Infantry. Is he the Necromancer? Still throwing on his coat, Dong Yu turns around to face him, looking a bit dazed by the sudden confrontation. The lieutenant casually sits down, noting that they traveled a very long way and do not have much time to waste. Because of that, he wants to get straight to the point. Dong Yu sits down, frowning slightly at the officer's overly casual behavior, but calmly tells him to go ahead. Continuing his inquiry, the lieutenant asks if Dong Yu was indeed one of the people responsible for taking down the enemy group over in Hwasong. He explains that he needs to gather testimony regarding that battle, and also discuss their potential cooperation in the near future. Dong Yu calmly replies that the testimony is not an issue, but asks what kind of cooperation he is talking about. Pointing casually at him, the officer commands him to join the army. Talk about a plot twist, they were targeting Dong Yu all along. This sudden demand leaves them both completely stunned. Feeling a headache coming on, Dong Yu rests his head in his hand and asks if he is seriously suggesting he join the military. He notes that the sudden offer is quite a shock, asking why on earth he would have any reason to join. He clearly is not thrilled about this at all. The lieutenant quickly explains that the country is currently in an incredibly critical situation. More precisely, they are currently operating under strict martial law. Because of that, requiring him to enlist in this desperate situation is not against the law at all. He adds that they are more than willing to give him highly specialized treatment, clearly trying to bribe him into joining. Dong Yu silently questions the legality during a national collapse. He knows it is far too late for laws, yet he still keeps his guard up. Asking what they want him to do, the lieutenant casually replies that he must serve his country, reclaim lost territory, and protect the system. Just support those procedures, they say. Seong-woo covers his face in complete misery, knowing damn well it actually means he is going to have to work his ass off. The officer scowls at his unbothered attitude. Since you served in the military before, I expect you to understand how these systems work better than anyone else. This current crisis is far worse than anyone imagined, and even if we drafted every single citizen, it still would not be enough. But that guy, that corrupt prosecutor, actually betrayed the nation to assemble his very own puppet army of mindless followers. Seong-woo immediately knows exactly who the officer is talking about. He quietly reflects on the prosecutor's actual track record, like saving those desperate citizens in Yeondong, founding Korea's very first guild, building a genuine safe zone to protect the survivors, and taking down massive boss monsters. After all, he was the one leading that entire faction. Now, the prosecutor's true goal is starting to look pretty obvious. The lieutenant tries to rally him, saying this is no time to lose heart. Everyone needs to stand united under strict military command. With things getting this bad, following experienced leaders who can actually see the bigger picture becomes absolutely crucial for survival. Just follow our orders so we can rebuild a structured society, step up as soldiers of Korea, and become national heroes. We have a lot on our plates right now. Sergeant Kim and his comrade, along with Seong-woo, listen in absolute silence, but each of them is harboring completely different thoughts. The moment the lieutenant finishes his speech, Seong-woo speaks up to shut him down. No, I do not agree, Seong-woo says the military has no right to say that. The officer angrily snaps back what? He keeps going, pointing out that when this apocalypse hit, the government and army did nothing while the citizens had to rely on themselves to survive. And yet you dare call them a puppet army. The lieutenant is literally shaking with rage at those words, but he cannot find a single thing to say, forced to just stand there as Seong-woo calls him out. We are simply the ones who adapted to this new system. Monsters are flooding out, items are dropping, and quests are appearing. These are things your country and your military cannot possibly take responsibility for. He raises a hand, asking you want me to be a hero. Right. What if I prefer being a mercenary? The lieutenant roars, asking if he wants to become an enemy of the state. Seong-woo calmly replies that the people are dying while they do nothing. The state's core purpose is long gone. Every single word from Seong-woo carries heavy resentment and absolute contempt for the outdated military. The lieutenant completely loses his cool, marching right up to him. He screams that every single word out of Seong-woo's mouth is an absolute insult to them. How dare you turn your back on the country that raised you? Seong-woo has zero interest in arguing further and simply brushes the man's hand off. And just like that, Seong-woo ends the negotiations, stands right up, and casually walks out of the room. The furious lieutenant screams after him, yelling that he will regret this, and asking how he dares to insult their honor like that. Unity and absolute discipline are the bedrock of human survival. There is no way a lone wolf like you can survive without our military backing. Hearing this ridiculous lecture, Seongwoo looks back with an annoyed glare, replying that he actually feels a lot more comfortable being a lone wolf. Inside the military compound, the soldiers are busy going about their duties, with guards standing watch while patrol units move through the base. The rescued civilians whisper excitedly among themselves, feeling relieved that having the army around makes them feel like things might actually go back to normal. Lee Han-ho sighs, grumbling that they saved those civilians, not these soldiers who showed up late. Jisoo calmly replies that it is pretty understandable, since people desperately need some authority to cling to when the entire world is falling apart. She does not need their endless gratitude or worship, wanting nothing more than for these regular citizens to feel safe and secure again. Lee Han-ho reflects, admitting that he also feels a bit relieved, since the army actually has way more real combat experience than they do. Jisoo silently agrees that these soldiers are combat experts and likely the most experienced squad here, though she cannot help but notice how deeply troubled and grim they look. Wondering what is wrong, she carefully studies the behaviors and expressions of the surrounding troops to analyze their actual state. Lee Han-ho walks up with a friendly smile, saying "excuse me," which instantly catches a nearby soldier off guard. The soldier asks what is going on, and Lee Han-ho asks if they are the guys serving under Sergeant Kim. We previously met another young soldier who was traveling with Sergeant Kim, some guy named Private Guan. Do you know where he is now? Something is seriously wrong here. Just asking about Guan completely terrifies these soldiers as they awkwardly stammer about how the current mental state of the troops is facing some major security issues. Lee Han-ho scratches his chin in confusion, saying he has never been in the military himself, so he really would not know. Jisoo overhears their conversation from nearby and wonders why they brought up security when Lee Han-ho only asked about that missing private. Lee Han-ho leans in closer, whispering to Jisoo that the vibe here feels incredibly tense, and she quickly nods in agreement. She admits she has a really bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Seongwoo and Rai are already marching down the hallway after storming out of the office. Any future negotiations with the military are officially dead. Seongwoo had actually hoped to maintain somewhat decent relations with these guys, but just thinking about that arrogant lieutenant gets his blood boiling. That old man seriously needs to learn some boundaries when ordering people around. Can you believe he actually had the nerve to demand I enlist? Suddenly, frantic running footsteps echo from behind as a panicked voice desperately calls out his name. He turns around in absolute surprise to see Sergeant Kim politely apologizing for dragging him into such an awkward situation. He smiles warmly. No need to worry. Soldiers here cannot be blamed for any of this. But did you really ask to convince me? Sergeant Kim just scratches his head, stammering. Dong-yu sighs. They really seem to need me, huh? Sergeant Kim just nods seriously. We truly need you, Dong-yu, but I had no idea the commander would do this, he says, leaning close to his ear. And get this, he is actually willing to leak a massive military secret as the orange sunset slowly begins to fade. The military base is incredibly quiet in the evening as Sergeant Kim leads the way, with Dong-yu and R following closely behind. Absolutely nobody else is around on this empty path, making Dong-yu wonder if this secret is about classified data held by the military. Finally arriving at their destination, Sergeant Kim turns and asks Dong-yu to please wait out here for just a moment. If I get caught, I will be shot on the spot. But since the guards are distracted, I will sneak in and grab it. Dong-yu watches him leave, his mind spinning shot. Is he really willing to gamble his very life just to let me see some item? Being extremely careful, Sergeant Kim scans the area before whispering to Dong-yu that someone might see, telling him to get inside quickly. Standing inside a long, quiet hallway, it really feels like only the two of them are left in this entire place. Staring in awe, Dong-yu asks what it is, and Sergeant Kim explains that it is a powerful item called the Prophecy Stone. He stares curiously at the transparent ice crystal glowing softly in front of him, feeling drawn to its mysterious, constant light. The sergeant explains that these items have been scattered all over the world, allowing people to glimpse dramatic events that will unfold in the future. We do not see the exact, literal events, but the visions shown here are incredibly close to real life. Anyone lucky enough to find this gains a massive advantage, which is why they call this survival game a setup of unbalanced luck. Dong-yu listens closely while staring in absolute silence at the glowing artifact resting right in the palm of Sergeant Kim's hand. With the word future echoing in his mind, Dong-yu reaches out and touches the stone, triggering a system alert that he has contacted the Season 2 Prophecy Stone. Looking up, Dong-yu is completely blinded by an explosive burst of brilliant blue light that completely wraps around him. Wait. The sky? Where on earth is he now? Finding himself floating high in midair, Dong-yu is startled as a massive skeletal skull suddenly appears right in front of him, and he realizes it is the Monster One decaying into white bones. The scene before him is absolute ruins, with corpses piling up everywhere and the entire city crawling with the undead. As Dong-yu continues to glide through the air taking in this apocalyptic sight, a certain name suddenly echoes loudly in his head. He realizes this is a future world that has completely collapsed into ruin. Someone seems to be standing on the corpse of a giant wyvern, and looking closely, he spots Ju and himself positioned exactly like the four guardians. But where is Lee Han-ho, he wonders, scanning the area until he finally spots him over there, acting like a zombie commander leading an army of bones. Dong-yu sweeps his gaze around. He needs to find whoever caused this absolute destruction. In the distance, he spots a terrifying white skeleton with 3 horns on its head, fiercely spewing fire straight toward him. Dong-yu silently realizes how terrifying it will be to stop such a monster, when suddenly something else startles him. A massive skull burning with raging flames inside suddenly unleashes a violent blast of fire directly toward him. He watches his own body get consumed by the fire of the lich monster, and as he snaps back to reality, the crystal ice block falls to the ground and shatters. A system alert blares Season 2, Hell's Arrival. A massive update is scheduled to take place on January 1st. Dong-Yu's hand is shaking uncontrollably, forcing him to grab it with his other hand to keep steady, as Sergeant Kim anxiously asks what he saw. "I saw only dry bones and dead bodies, making me think of you immediately," he says, as a system notification appears. An exclusive quest has been unlocked. Who is the Master of Death? With the goal being to select the Grim Reaper's scythe. The reward for this quest is massive, and the exact location of the Grim Reaper's scythe will be revealed upon reaching level 15. Dong-Yu holds his forehead, noting how incredible the item is, because it gave him a clear goal, making Sergeant Kim gasp in surprise. But the prophecy continues to haunt his thoughts. Level 15 in just 2 months before Season 2 officially begins. Dong-Yu calculates that if he fails to obtain the Grim Reaper's scythe, he will end up exactly like that doomed future. What he saw in that vision cannot be allowed to happen, so he turns to Sergeant Kim to ask a crucial question. He asks if the sergeant knows where the local boss monsters are located, planning to hunt them down since they have been spawned in each area from the start. Although hunting those bosses is incredibly dangerous and he previously put it off, he can no longer afford to hesitate, since defeating them is the absolute fastest way to level up. Hearing Dong-Yu's urgent question, Sergeant Kim pauses to think deeply, before slowly replying that he only knows the location of one single boss monster. And that was also the exact monster giving the lieutenant his absolute biggest headache. Clearing out threats and establishing a proper base was his top priority, but without a high-level player by his side, making this a reality was pretty much impossible. He says this with total seriousness. Suddenly Dong-Yu chimes in, telling him to go report that he successfully convinced Dong-Yu to hunt down the boss monster. Sergeant Kim is absolutely thrilled to hear this, getting so emotional that he practically sings Dong-Yu's name in sheer gratitude. Turning to walk away, Dong-Yu reminds him that this job is not free. Sergeant Kim blinks in confusion, asking what he means, only for Dong-Yu to look back with zero hesitation. "Of course we are talking gold, paid up front." Sergeant Kim wastes no time delivering the steep terms directly to the lieutenant. Dong-Yu wants 100,000 gold to take down the boss monster, which completely catches him off guard and drives the lieutenant absolutely insane. "Is he out of his mind?" someone yells. "What did he just say?" But another soldier admits that honestly, nobody else has his level of skill. "Commander, I watched Sergeant Kim fight those vampires, but this kid is on a whole different level. His skills are just unreal." The soldier explains, visualizing Dong-Yu slaughtering the vampires, leaving the lieutenant completely speechless as he tries to process it all. He weighs the costs. Is he really that much better than Sergeant Kim? The soldier nods, explaining that there is one key difference here. Sergeant Kim fights alone, but Dong-Yu commands an entire army. This only makes the lieutenant even more frustrated. "But we are a literal military," the lieutenant grumbles. The soldier patiently explains that even if Sergeant Kim leads all our player troops, there is simply no way we can match those skeleton soldiers of his. "It is not that I fear those bones he summons, but I am terrified our men will end up dead if we try to force this mission ourselves, Commander. And honestly, even if we bring in more troops and gather more supplies, I still think he is stronger than an entire battalion on his own." His logic is incredibly hard to argue with, giving the lieutenant a massive headache, because 100,000 gold is just way too steep. Standing nearby, Sergeant Kim suddenly speaks up loudly, interrupting his deep thoughts to tell the commander that he has something to add. He firmly believes that no matter what, they absolutely must make Dong-Yu an ally, repeating with total confidence that the kid possesses incredible, unmatched talent. He even shared crucial information about the elixir, proving that Dong-Yu is a highly capable man who knows exactly what he is doing. "I am absolutely positive that gold is strictly a standard mission fee." Deep down, he knows they cannot afford to lose another single soldier. Meanwhile, the lieutenant calculates that his men only pull in about 60,000 gold a day. Paying this kid would burn through nearly 2 days of their entire military budget, leaving him sighing at how incredibly embarrassing this is. Still, their absolute highest priority right now is to reclaim and restore these critical strategic areas. He knows this is a brutal matter of survival. That terrifying beast has completely locked down the runway, and they must eliminate it. If they just sit around, they will never escape. And get this, the commander previously sent dozens of players who got wiped out in 10 minutes. They completely abandoned the operation. He deeply regrets that if that damn wyvern were not there, the sky would be their absolute safest route, and repairing the runway would have guaranteed them a major promotion in the upcoming evaluation. Left with zero options, the frustrated lieutenant slams his fist hard against the chair. "Damn it, we have no other choice," he growls. "Just give him the gold and let the company managers deal with his greedy face." Still, he is absolutely furious, muttering that one day he will personally reclaim every single coin he is forced to hand over to that greedy bastard. Hearing the commander's spiteful words, Sergeant Kim silently bites his lip. And that very afternoon, he is sent to deliver the massive sum of 100,000 gold directly to Dong-Yu. He says, "We actually had to collect all this gold from our soldiers. Please work with us going forward," he says. But Dong-Yu points out that they cannot possibly cover that much ground in just 5 days. Dong-Yu clarifies that he only needs to clear out the target inside, and Sergeant Kim quickly nods. Since threats still surround the aircraft, they need to perform maintenance on it, promising that everything will be fully operational in 3 days. He adds that Dong-Yu will be accompanied by Sergeant Kang, who happens to be the lone survivor of that horrific runway massacre. The man steps forward to introduce himself as Sergeant Kang Jin-guk, mockingly pointing out that Dong-Yu is now apparently his assistant. He asks what level Dong-Yu is, laughing that if it is lower than his, the kid might just be a total beginner. Dong-Yu is pretty annoyed by this guy's arrogant attitude but keeps his composure, biting his lip before calmly revealing that he is already at level 10. The sudden revelation completely shocks the sergeant and everyone nearby, making him grit his teeth in frustration, wondering what they are even doing. He complains about grinding monsters all day with barely any progress, while Dongyu just looks at him with pure, quiet contempt. Well, if you could actually take down the boss yourself, things would be better, Dongyu dryly remarks, as Li Hanhu and Rai giggle while veins pop on the angry sergeant forehead. True, but do not get cocky, because that vicious monster waiting on the runway is on a completely different level. But Yu Xiongwu does not care at all. He just walks forward, calling back to thank them for the advice and reminding them to level up before they meet again in 3 days. As night falls, the crowd starts whispering in panic. Where is Yu Xiongwu? Do you mean he has not returned yet? He really is an incredible guy. I hope he keeps protecting us. Everyone around here can't stop talking about him. Gyeongsu looks at the survivors left in the factory, his emotions mixed and hard to describe. Hanho's father speaks up, asking Gyeongsu if they can establish a safe zone when danger strikes. Turning around, Gyeongsu reassures him they don't need to do it immediately because the military is currently busy carrying out maintenance work. Hanho's mother asks in worry, wondering what they should do in the future. Hanho's father chimes in, saying they obviously need to look for food first. But Gyeongsu suggests they should build a village for the survivors. His face is full of determination. To him, one way or another, everyone here is a survivor who made it through this nightmare. There will be so much work to do, with those skilled in crafting and production helping the village grow. Meanwhile, the military and those with combat classes will take charge of hunting monsters and protecting everyone. Gyeongsu looks up at the sky, noting their main goal is to constantly gather gold and build up their army. Hanho's parents clap in admiration, telling Gyeongsu it's a brilliant plan and they always believe in him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. But Gyeongsu shakes his head, admitting Yu Xiongwu was actually the one who proposed it, while he himself is just a leader who failed before. My old team and my closest friends all lost their lives because of the foolish decisions I made back then. He looks down in sadness, wondering how someone like him could ever lead others. As those painful memories cut deep into his heart, Hanho's parents fall silent. Before long, his mother is already wiping away tears as she starts to sob softly. Hanho's father walks over, telling Gyeongsu that leading people in a twisted world like this isn't something an ordinary person can easily do. Gyeongsu lowers his head in agreement. The older man sighs, admitting it truly is a tragic story. But when there was no one left to lead, you still stepped forward and made the tough decisions. You did your best, and that alone makes you a truly brave person. You need to have some confidence. You've earned it. Hearing those comforting words, Gyeongsu's tears start streaming down his face. Looking at Gyeongsu with trust, Hanho's father tells him to become their village chief. Deeply touched, Gyeongsu thanks him, unaware that the old man is actually scheming a bit. He simply doesn't want to carry such a stressful responsibility, so he's happily dumping it onto the young man. Meanwhile, Yu Xiongwu's group continues clearing out giant orcs, surrounding the area in blazing fire. Hanho mutters that the whole situation feels like some kind of a bad joke. Yu Xiongwu looks back and tells him that with their current levels, this is nothing special. Just 3 humans and 1 skeleton, yet they wiped out the entire horde. Even if any lucky survivors bring back more orcs, they'll just get sliced apart by the fallen sword. Hanho feels incredibly proud of himself and his powerful teammates. His confidence is through the roof. Yu Xiongwu also thinks to himself that if too many swarm them, he can always end it with a corpse explosion. No matter how many of those ugly orcs show up, none of them will survive that devastating blast. As for the stragglers, Hanho does some math in his head, remembering how a fierce orc suddenly charged right at him earlier. Luckily, Yu Xiongwu quickly raised his hand crossbow and shot a bolt straight through its skull, finishing off every last monster on the streets. The group immediately heads inside. Hanho points to a nearby sign and asks Yu Xiongwu if that looks like a dungeon entrance. Yu Xiongwu walks over to check the symbol. It is a hammer, meaning this place must be a blacksmith shop. He tells them to go inside first. Following his lead, they step in, and a system alert pops up saying they can craft items here. It requires the tears of the sea spirit, a demon bloodstone, and an elder slime core, along with a crafting fee of 100,000 gold. Just imagine the kind of incredibly overpowered masterpiece he is going to get from combining these legendary materials. He checks his inventory. He already has the tears of the sea spirit from the shop and a demon bloodstone dropped by an orc, along with the elder slime core. Yu Xiongwu knows these high-grade materials are incredibly precious. Hanho excitedly chimes in, reminding Yu Xiongwu that the result is completely random, so maybe he will wind up getting a weapon that fits him instead. Like a cool dagger or something. Yu Xiongwu just smiles confidently, asking if Hanho has already forgotten how insanely lucky he is. Besides, he is combining 2 magical orbs, so there is no way it turns into a dagger. Yu Xiongwu turns to Jisoo, who has been unusually quiet, and notices her silently praying. The system alerts them that the process costs 100,000 gold, with a tiny 2% chance of destroying the items, asking if they wish to proceed. Yu Xiongwu does not hesitate. Is that even a question? Of course he wants to proceed. The system announces that the fusion is starting, warning them to step back from the table for safety. Looking at Jisoo and Hanho, Yu Xiongwu can only hope this is not some cruel joke. Thankfully, the fusion succeeds, creating a legendary item known as the Chaos Crystal. This relic boosts his mana by 500 and raises his lifesteal attack rate by 3%. Yu Xiongwu frowns, wondering if chaos is just another word for demonic power. So this isn't exactly a simple concept to grasp just yet, is it? Unfortunately, there are no items above the legendary grade right now, but I can still find a way to upgrade it. All I need to do is absorb all the enemy's mana, and turn my physical power into continuous absorption capability. Yu Seongwoo quietly runs the numbers in his head. Hanho walks over with a huge grin, and as expected, he really scored a top-tier item. Jisoo gets pretty excited too, saying congrats, Yu Seongwoo. He smiles back and thanks both of them. The system suddenly alerts Jisoo that she can also combine items, which catches her completely off guard. Without hesitating, she fuses the ignition stone with her sword. The upgrade boosts her attack speed and adds fire damage to every single slash. Jisoo absolutely loves it. Hanho feels totally left out, since his companions are both upgrading their weapons. He yells out, "What about me?" But the system just ignores his question and vanishes, leaving Hanho incredibly frustrated. He starts whining, complaining that he is the only one left out. Yu Seongwoo can only laugh helplessly and tries to comfort him, promising that since they will earn plenty of gold, he will buy him something from the shop. Jisoo quickly changes the subject, pointing out that there should be some decent gear in there. But ahead of them, the night reveals a completely destroyed area. Yu Seongwoo looks around in shock, wondering what happened. Jisoo stares ahead, realizing they cannot even use the shop in this state. Hanho's heart completely sinks at the sight. Yu Seongwoo notices some cars piled up near the entrance to block the monsters, though it looks like a pretty useless setup. He literally breaks down crying, and honestly, you can't blame him after seeing his hopes get totally crushed like this. Actually, it is a place everyone needs. Yu Seongwoo picks up a piece of debris to inspect it closely, noting that monsters would never do something like this. Jisoo spots some harsh words cursing humanity scrawled all over the wall, and she figures a highly intelligent creature must be behind this. She reaches out to examine the writing, thinking it has to be the work of someone specific. Monsters simply cannot write such flawless characters. Yu Seongwoo guesses it might even be a beast that knows human language and can write, though that sounds crazy. Unless we are talking about some Disney character. In the end, they still cannot find a concrete answer. Yu Seongwoo suggests heading back to the village first. The group walks through the deep night, with absolute silence pressing in around them. Righty leads the way. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone who had been waiting in ambush rushes out to block their path. Yu Seongwoo looks up in surprise, asking what Sergeant Kim is doing here. The sergeant explains they were tasked with clearing out some nearby monsters. Having received team quests before, it almost feels like taking a trip down memory lane. Yu Seongwoo is surprised to hear about a team quest. Yeah, Sergeant Kim explains, it is basically like a daily quest. Every day they have to hunt monsters and bring them back to the unit. Doing so earns them daily synergy rewards. Yu Seongwoo asks in surprise if the rewards for soldiers are actually any good. Sergeant Kim looks down at a wounded comrade being bandaged up on the ground. He grimaces, explaining that completing the quest grants them a 10% stat buff the next day, which they can definitely feel. Orcs and goblins just keep pouring in from who knows where, almost like some sort of endless response. Hanho thinks Sergeant Kim actually makes a lot of sense. It is true, after all, we have no idea where they are coming from. Sergeant Kim says he hopes that is not the case, but if it is, he grits his teeth in frustration. Dying like this would be totally meaningless. Hearing this, Jisoo gets curious. Has nobody tried to run away? Surely some people must have stayed behind to find their families. Sergeant Kim reveals there were many of them at first, but they got wiped out instantly. Without any backup, things were getting way too difficult. But there was no way the military would just let soldiers desert like that, right? They were severely punished afterward. He clenches his fist in agony. In this current situation, the High Command has no way of putting together any real strategy. We are basically just thrown onto the battlefield. On top of that, they confiscated all our gold and communication devices. No one is allowed to access the community anymore. Yu Seongwoo feels pretty bad about this, thinking that, while any army would eventually adapt to those early losses, he did not expect them to try controlling the situation in such a rigid way. No wonder the Yeongdeungpo Prosecutor Guild had the chance to grow as powerful as the actual military did. Sergeant Kim says it is time to move, as they have too many wounded, and heading to the nearby village is their safest bet. Meanwhile, a giant, aggressive bear lets out a deafening roar and things are about to get incredibly messy here. It launches into a violent, frenzied attack, keeping everyone from getting close. They try to hold it back, but are instantly sent flying. The panicked crowd scatters in chaos. We are doomed. Everyone run inside. Gyeongsu shouts for the combat team to hold the line until everyone escapes. He is so focused on evacuating people that he misses the bear closing in on him. Gyeongsu panics, wondering why these disasters always have to happen right when Yu Seongwoo is not around. Is history about to repeat itself? Gyeongsu grits his teeth and charges forward anyway, terrifying his allies. The giant bear does not flinch. It lets out a massive roar, swinging its claws in a wide sweep that blows everyone backward. Suddenly, the beast pauses as its target completely vanishes. The bear just stands there, totally confused. Seizing the opening, Gyeongsu grits his teeth, leaps high with his spear, and charges. He knows he can't back down when there are people left to protect. He drives his spear brutally, straight into both of its eyes, unleashing a wave of agonizing pain as fresh blood pours out. It collapses completely, clutching its bleeding face. Gyeongsu smiles. He actually pulled it off. Dragging this desperate battle out is Gyeongsu's only real hope of making it out alive from this nightmare. But then, another massive bear charges straight in after seeing its ally get completely overwhelmed. Panic sets in. Gyeongsu completely forgot there were 3 of these monsters in total. Tears of pain stream down Gyeongsu's face. Then, a familiar cry echoes through the air, and he weakly looks up telling Seongwoo he's late. Seeing him struggle, Jisoo leaps forward with her blade, cleanly severing the bear's arm in a single flash. As it howls in pain, Gyeongsu is finally freed. Although the severed claw of the beast is still stuck on his shoulder, Moving like lightning, she delivers the finishing blow by plunging her sword straight through its skull, before softly telling Gyeongsu he did a great job. With those words, she grips her blade even tighter. Two beasts are down, but the final one is still standing, and it suddenly lunges straight toward Jisoo. A voice rings out, "Get off me, you monster." Hanho is in a terrible mood today. Crying eyes and all, Hanho still delivers a brutal, heavy blow straight to the face of the black bear. Gyeongsu stares in absolute shock as multiple daggers fly in a perfect line, piercing the bear's skull, leaving him wondering when they were even thrown. Seongwoo's voice echoes through the air as he remarks that he expected to save his strength for the raid. But the beasts brought themselves here instead. You can just feel the chill from here, as Seongwoo glares at those beasts like a total Grim Reaper. He tells them to prepare to be summoned, while Sergeant Kim and the entire squad stand completely frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Seongwoo summons the undead bear beasts, merging them to form a berserk force that quickly tears the other monsters apart. And it's not just Seongwoo. His teammates are incredibly powerful too, utilizing their skills to hunt with absolute, practiced perfection. The sergeant grips his weapon, trembling, feeling like this whole situation is deeply unfair. His own men aren't nearly as strong as Seongwoo's crew, yet their comrades are expected to fight just like them. Those drafted into this war simply can't survive this. They shouldn't die like this. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if following orders is really right. By now, Seongwoo's team has wrapped up their business, calmly stepping closer to the soldiers. Seongwoo asks him to relay a message to headquarters, saying they can finally begin the mission to capture the escapees. Inside the main hall, injured soldiers are scattered everywhere. Caregivers weep as people shout for help, with figures frantically running back and forth with medical supplies. Over in the corner, Jisoo and Hanho excitedly run over to Gyeongsu, showering him with praise for doing an amazing job. They can't believe he actually took down a berserk bear. But Gyeongsu humbly bows his head, pointing out he didn't escape unscathed. Seongwoo arrives just in time to add that reacting that quickly isn't easy, and Gyeongsu did everything he could to protect the village. While they are talking, a smug, arrogant voice suddenly cuts in, demanding to know what all the commotion is about. And here's the worst part. Sergeant Kang Jingu struts in with a sneer, ready to act like he owns the place. He remarks that the village looks a bit messy, and some people seem dead, making Seongwoo scowl in absolute disgust at his heartless reaction. Seongwoo simply explains that they were hit by a berserk bear raid, and Kang Jingu nods along like he understands. Kang Jingu boasts that he caught one of those bears himself and admits they are pretty tough, while Seongwoo says nothing, just watching him silently. From what Seongwoo gathered, Sergeant Kang Jingu's class is a 3-star martial artist, a weaponless fighter who previously claimed he had no idea what cards he drew. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim cuts in, asking Kang Jingu if he is ready for the upcoming raid, since Seongwoo wants to launch this raid, fast, as soon as possible. Surprisingly, that simple question drives the man into a total rage, as he glares with razor-sharp eyes and snarls at the poor soldier, asking since when did he become Seongwoo's personal spokesman. Sergeant Kim stands there, completely stunned by this sudden burst of aggression. Incensed, Kang Jingu violently rushes forward, kicking the sergeant hard in the leg while screaming insults at him. He yells that Seongwoo should have addressed him personally, demanding to know why the sergeant is sticking his nose in. He then grabs Sergeant Kim by the collar, pulling him close, his voice dripping with pure malice. He demands to know if the sergeant is actually performing his duties properly. Gritting his teeth in intense pain, the sergeant stammers out a weak confirmation that he is doing his duty. But Kang Jingu isn't letting it go, his eyes burning with rage as he claims he doesn't see it that way. He asks if the sergeant seriously thought he didn't know about his constant complaining regarding useless deaths during missions, before glaring coldly at the rest of the soldiers. Their gold rewards are probably dropping because they are failing so miserably, he coldly adds. You should know that the commander always tracks the exact coordinates of his soldiers, he says, making Sanju frown in utter disbelief. Exact location? Does the military really have a system like that? On top of that, they are collecting gold, making the soldiers look more like slaves. Suddenly, Kim Sang-gu explodes with courage, roaring without fear. Is that jerk saying they failed their job? Does he even know how many of his soldiers have fallen? They died, because of the completely unfair promotion of that private and sergeant. But Kang Jin-guk is completely shameless. His face darkens as he hoists the sergeant high before his terrified comrades. He growls, a warning, is this guy crazy? Just shut your mouth and gather the gold, while he goes out and hunts down all those monsters. They died because of your own weakness, he barks. How can a coward who chose a blacksmith class now dare to blame him? Kim Sang-gu squeezes his eyes shut, trembling with raw frustration. Sure, he chose to become a combat blacksmith, but that was only because he wanted to help his soldiers survive. Right then, a hand suddenly grabs Kang Jin-guk by the arm, cutting right through the tense atmosphere. Sanju stepping in as their savior calmly announces that it is time to move, as they really do not have much time left. Kang Jin-guk glares back with absolute murder in his eyes for a few seconds, before remembering Sanju is not someone he can easily mess with. He brutally slams Kim Sang-gu to the ground, muttering that he will personally teach this bastard a lesson. Sanju quickly plays along, pretending that they are in an extreme rush. Backing down, Kang Jin-guk orders the remaining soldiers to quickly move out to their combat positions. Soon, only the close allies are left standing in the quiet space. They rush forward immediately, some helping Kim Sang-gu up with deep concern, while others angrily curse out that absolute piece of trash. Sanju watches quietly, realizing that the sergeant's relationships around here are actually pretty complicated. Rubbing his bruised neck, Kim Sang-gu looks at Sanju with pure embarrassment for letting him witness such a humiliating scene. But Sanju just waves it off, saying it is totally fine. That competitive officer Kang Jin-guk is something else. I never expected him to lash out at me too. Kim Sang-gu forces a weak laugh after speaking. He nudges his furious soldiers to get moving since they are supposed to help Sanju with the raid, so they need to go prepare. Sanju's team watches them walk away with heavy hearts, knowing how hard his life must be. A moment later, the armored military trucks roar down the main highway. They drive without stopping, and before long, they finally reach their first monster hunting ground. It used to be a massive and highly impressive airport, but now, only piles of ruined debris are left behind. I mean, look at this. Scrap metal is scattered everywhere, creating a truly terrifying sight as they wonder how any plane could take off in this wrecked state. The group decides to head deeper inside to investigate further. Kang Jin-guk takes this chance to brag, claiming the boss is likely rolling in the mud nearby, and boasting about how he toyed with it just a few days ago. Sanju and his teammates exchange looks, silently cursing him out since they heard he actually ran for his life back then. Honestly, all his intel is completely useless nonsense. Sanju knows the guy does not want them to fail here, but his sheer jealousy and petty attitude are just utterly unbearable. Luckily, he already got some reliable info on the boss from Kim Sang-gu, so it is no big deal until this happens. A massive, tower-like figure looms from behind the building, revealing an absolutely terrifying face. This giant zone monster has officially made its grand entrance. Caught completely off guard while lost in thought, Sanju literally gapes at the sight. Damn it, this beast is way larger than he originally expected. You can forget about the plan to beat it with 4 rampaging bears. Just watching it casually pick them up like tiny toys says it all. But the loud noise over here quickly catches the massive monster's attention. Its glowing red eyes and jagged fangs lock onto the tiny humans below, letting out a massive, earth-shattering roar before leaping forward with terrifying speed. Officer Kang Jin-guk still tries to act tough and suppress his fear. He turns to challenge Sanju, yelling that if he wants to tuck tail and run right now, he can still get his 100,000 gold back. But Sanju calmly starts casting a spell instead. After all, he is not a guy with only one plan. Following Sanju's command, a horde of undead claw their way up from the ground, savagely biting and tearing at the monster's legs to slow it down. The giant beast looks down, snorting a blast of air from its nostrils in pure contempt. Raising its colossal leg, it stomps down with massive force to crush the undead like tiny bugs, sending a violent shockwave through the shattering earth that feels like an actual earthquake. Everyone covers their heads in a panic, desperately shouting out for each other to stay safe. Kim Sang-gu runs up in a panic, asking what they are supposed to do now that all the zombies are wiped out. But keeping his back turned, the young man simply waves his hand to tell him to stay calm. Now, he will just summon something stronger to match it. As soon as Sanju finishes speaking, a blinding light flashes and corpse explosion is finally activated. The zombies clinging to the monster's massive body explode simultaneously like devastating bombs. Caught completely off guard, the beast takes the full impact of the blast, roaring out in absolute agony. Fortunately, everyone followed Sanju's orders to take cover beforehand, successfully dodging the massive shockwave. Watching from a safe distance, they can clearly see its severed arm flying off. Through the thick, swirling smoke, it looks heavily injured. And get this, a bizarre sight unfolds right before our eyes as its bones and tissues literally sew themselves back together. Its thick black blood instantly stops flowing. This beast isn't just ridiculously massive, its insane defensive self-healing ability allows it to fully recover in seconds. Normally, all these non-stop curses and attacks would have ground a beast down, but this monster seems completely unaffected. It doesn't possess any specialized magic like Slim, dragons, or earth spirits, but its physical stamina is just off the charts. This might be Sanju's ultimate foe. Only now does King Guk finally raise his head. He clicks his tongue mockingly, complaining that the youth's special move was useless and that they are all doomed to die anyway. Sanju hears everything. He remains silent. Run? No. There is still a way. Suddenly, the safest and most effective solution arrives as 2 bold figures step forward from the crowd to carve out a bloody path. It's Jisoo and Hanho. Time to shine. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, we cut to military headquarters. The commander's booming voice echoes through the speakers. Prosecutor John Diem has gathered a group of survivors, and their numbers are climbing fast. There is also a guild called Warang over in Busan. Before the commander can even finish, bald Lieutenant Park cuts him off. Those traitorous bastards keep multiplying, almost as if they were just waiting for this perfect opportunity. As the commander scrolls through national defense updates, he wonders aloud why they don't just post on the official military forum. If we slow down the growth of these guilds, won't public information dry up? Lieutenant Park shakes his head to disagree. As proud members of the military, they can't just trust unverified rumors. Besides, that channel doesn't even run on their network. Information control is absolutely vital. The moment our military or government coordinates get leaked, won't the enemy pinpoint our location immediately? They still have no idea who actually developed this software, making things incredibly risky. That is why the government and military are playing it safe. But the skeptical commander silently wonders if blindly following these orders is truly safe. Even though they are still unfamiliar with it, isn't this system's massive influence far too dangerous to ignore? This system is actually powerful enough to control their entire force of soldiers. While lost in thought, the bald lieutenant suddenly remembers something and spins around to ask if the warning was already sent to the troops. Once the boss falls, that bastard is their next target, and anyone who refuses to cooperate will be eliminated. The commander quickly nods in confirmation. Sergeant Kang and 2 squads of soldiers will handle that. By then, Sergeant Kim won't have any other choice but to fall in line. Yet, Lieutenant Park still feels uneasy. Narrowing his eyes, he warns the commander that their target is bound to have some powerful allies. Does he have any weaknesses? The slow-witted commander racks his brain, trying to list the kid's vulnerabilities one by one. One of his companions carries a sword, but since she's a girl, they have no idea if she's actually strong. The other ally is a pretty low-level kid wielding daggers. He seems quite weak and always hides behind the Necromancer, only picking on the absolute weakest monsters. Hearing this, Bak Taeyong laughs confidently and orders them to investigate, though he warns them not to strike just yet. Securing at least 100,000 gold, or even far more than that, is the real goal of this raid. This bizarre command makes him freeze for a few seconds. To him, this sounds way more like a robbery than official military duty. They care about gold, not threats. Stealing loot seems way more important than killing potential enemies. But he quickly tells himself to shut up and obey. As soldiers, they have no choice but to follow orders, and Sergeant Kang will surely deliver. Now we're back in the action, where the boss is absolutely furious, roaring so loud it shakes the earth. It repeatedly swings a massive wooden club to crush Hanho, but the kid blocks with both arms, creating a surprisingly solid defense. He keeps mocking the beast, telling it to hit harder if it actually has any real power, boastfully claiming he's the neighbor of the king. After trading heavy blows for what feels like forever, the beast realizes Hanho is completely unharmed. It stops to breathe. Big mistake. Its guard is down as a shadow slips in behind. It's Jisoo. She drives her long, razor-sharp blade deep into the monster's flesh, making it shriek in agony as cold sweat pours down its body. Leaping backward, she retreats far away before the massive beast can even recover and swing its hands to grab her. Jisoo lands safely nearby and looks back up. This boss is incredibly massive but pretty slow, meaning they actually have a real shot at winning. Wasting no more time, she quickly turns and yells to Hanho that she has the steel ropes ready to go. Now he is ready to get to work. Hanho nods, having already tied the other end of the rope around his waist. The item Jisoo acquired is a special climbing rope. Unlike ordinary ropes, this one is completely indestructible no matter what you do. They are going to use it to bind the monster's legs. Like lightning, Hanho teleports repeatedly to wrap the rope around the beast. Unable to keep up with that insane speed, the beast can only roar in sheer frustration. Standing right below, Jinguk is completely frozen by this sight. He assumed the kid was just the Necromancer's weak servant, but he is incredibly powerful. Seriously, look at them go. It is like they are playing a prank on a giant boss, landing strikes on its head with zero issues. Did this guy steal their points just to boost his own reputation? Suddenly, the system flashes a warning. 3 seconds left to form the barrier. Feeling the rushing wind approach, Hanho quickly turns and yells out for Sergeant Kim. The sergeant is already holding up a tightly bound goblin. Everything is set. A gleaming knife plunges straight into the goblin's forehead, completely shutting down any struggle. And thankfully, its swift demise immediately triggers the protective barrier effect. Seeing the successful result, the remaining soldiers quickly repeat the process on the other goblins. Jinguk frowns. Are they seriously hunting goblins while fighting a boss? In the end, this barrier skill still requires constant monster kills. He bets that woman lacks real combat training and experience. Fighting monsters is a whole different ballgame compared to fighting people, but he did not expect this chaos. Wouldn't it be far easier to just assassinate the Necromancer right now? Meanwhile, Yu Seongwoo calmly analyzes the situation, as his mind suddenly drifts back to an earlier memory. That day, the group was discussing their battle strategy. Yu Seongwoo was completely taken aback when Jisoo proposed tying herself together with Hanho. He shook his head, arguing it was too risky and they should just let the undead handle it instead. But Jisoo refused to back down, insisting that if the boss hit them even once, they would fail instantly. Their agility was pretty solid, making them the best fit. To convince him, she added that with Hanho's shield skill, the boss's attacks wouldn't even be a problem. The kid reluctantly nodded along. Meanwhile, Yu Seongwoo silently questioned if that shield was actually more like some weird transformation skill. After thinking it over, Yu Seongwoo wanted to review the plan to keep them safe, but Jisoo understood his worry and quickly cut in. They weren't his shields. They wanted to be his true allies, asking him to place a little more trust in them. Back in the present, the giant wooden club slips from the beast's grip. Hanho grits his teeth, pulling the rope tight for the final lock. Behind him, the massive monster is bound tighter than a holiday package. Seizing the moment, Jisoo uses her sword to sweep its legs up. Completely off balance, the giant boss faceplants hard onto the cold ground right in front of the stunned onlookers. Everyone erupts into wild cheers over this massive victory. And you already know who gets the final blow. Yu Seongwoo steps forward in absolute style. He genuinely loves watching his allies grow stronger, but now it is his turn. He steps up, completely radiating a terrifying aura. Right behind him, his undead army and cursed spirits erupt in raging flames. Shaken by the Necromancer's overwhelming power, Jinguk curses silently. With Yu Seongwoo's back now heavily guarded, there's no way to pull off a sneak attack. An undead nearby respectfully hands Yu Seongwoo the glowing red blade of the Dragon Knight. This weapon is absolutely begging for blood. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he charges directly toward the fallen monster, ordering his entire army to strike. The undead and the zombie bear rip into the boss, tearing at its limbs as the giant beast roars in agony. Annoyed by the deafening noise, one undead leaps forward. He delivers a brutal whirlwind punch straight to its face, bringing tears to the beast's eyes. But it still fights back. With a savage snap, the boss bites down on the undead's arm. Seeing this, Yu Seongwoo's eyes flash with a sharp, calculating gleam. He asks if his undead tasted good. In case it needs more nutrition, their thoughtful leader slipped a little surprise inside. The boss panics, realizing the severed arm is still trapped in its mouth. Before it can even process what is happening, A massive corpse explosion erupts like a miniature atomic bomb. The beast collapses with its jaws wide open, thick smoke pouring out from its charred throat. Shaking in pain, it has no strength left. Most bosses cannot revive, and he bets this one is no different. With that, Yu Xiongwu drives his sword deep into its head to finish the job, successfully slaying the giant boss and claiming 220,000 gold. Right after that, the system begins flashing a massive string of notifications. He earned a special reward, boosted all of his stats, unlocked an item box, and secured another level up. Today ends with 4,851 days left to prove his ultimate authority. Since this hunt cost him 98 days, he chooses the bone weapon crafting upgrade card. With this, Yu Xiongwu can now craft a wider variety of items. Kang Jin-guk is still completely frozen in shock. He stumbles back a few steps, unable to believe it ended this easily. Meanwhile, Sanju still has no clue about the military's shady plans. He casually steps up to announce that their contract is officially over, meaning he is taking the boss monster's corpse, since his only promise from the start was to defeat it anyway. Seeing him prepare to leave, Kang Jin-guk starts panicking because his mission is still incomplete. He quickly glances back, desperately scheming his next move. Can he actually take him out right now? With over 20 armed soldiers backing him up, it should be totally possible. Alright, let's do this. His plan is to sneak up and strike Sanju from behind. Confident in his scheme, he pretends to agree and tells Sanju to do whatever he wants. But with Sanju's insane perception, he immediately notices the shift in the sergeant's shady behavior. And here is where he completely messes up. Sanju just smirks, warning Kang Jin-guk that he has officially run out of time. Completely losing his cool against the calm Necromancer, Kang Jin-guk lets out a furious roar the second his plan gets exposed. He charges forward with a massive flaming fist, aiming to crush Sanju. The devastating punch strikes, throwing up a massive cloud of dust that completely blinds the area. As the massive cloud of dust finally begins to clear, eerie sparks of blue ghostly fire flicker into view. This is Sanju's signature magic. He instantly summoned a colossal bone shield just in time to absorb the entire impact of that deadly fist, and he does not have a single scratch on him. Rewinding to the exact moment the sergeant launched his strike, Sanju actually commanded An's massive hand to block it instead. Simultaneously, a blinding blue light erupted as his bone armament skill activated. Sharp pieces of bone begin ripping apart under his spell, shifting into an entirely new defensive form. In an instant, the towering summon reshapes into an impenetrable shield of solid bone to block the attack. It all happens so fast that Kang Jin-guk is completely caught off guard. He grits his teeth in pure frustration at the sight of the unscathed Necromancer, his perfect ambush completely ruined. Clicking his tongue in rage, he slams his fist together and orders his squad to assault the undead while he deals with Sanju personally. He figures without those towering skeletons backing them up, Sanju's little group will be incredibly easy to crush. Fueled by pure confidence, he lunges forward again, delivering a barrage of heavy strikes until Sanju's bone shield finally cracks and shatters. Sanju quickly draws his blade to counter, but Kang Jin-guk is faster. With an explosive kick, he sends Sanju's weapon flying, leaving the boy completely stunned. Sanju swings his bare hand forward. The sergeant just scoffs, seeing absolutely nothing in his grip. He mocks the pathetic attack, asking if Sanju really thinks a bare fist can hurt him. But before he can even finish, a swift shadow cuts across his face. Sensing danger, he desperately leaps backward. The sergeant pulls off a quick backflip to create some space-spitting insults at the brat the entire time. But right then, a clean slice suddenly opens up across Kang Jin-guk's cheek. A sharp sting burns through his skin. But check this out, Sanju is suddenly holding a dagger, even though his hand was completely empty just a second ago. Noticing his confusion, Sanju takes a leisurely pause to explain his little trick. This armor is forged entirely from bone, meaning it can shapeshift. By channeling his bone armament skill, he can manifest any weapon he needs in an instant. The higher his mastery grows, the more insanely versatile these skills become. Blood starts pouring heavily from the fresh cut, proving the absolute sharpness of his conjured blade. Furious, Kang Jin-guk screams out, "Stop acting so damn smug." When it comes to raw strength and close combat, he is still far superior. But suddenly, the shattered bone fragments on the ground begin moving on their own, wrapping around the sergeant's feet as he stares down in horror. With an entirely blank expression, Sanju flatly points out that the shattered bones of his summons can still easily be repurposed into deadly weapons. Activating his skill, the scattered fragments instantly explode upward into a forest of razor-sharp spears. The brutal bone spikes impale Kang Jin-guk from every angle, pinning him in place. Spitting up blood, he gasps as the stench of iron fills the air. Sanju casually walks over, looking down at the broken soldier. He asks if he wants to brag about his physical stats and combat skills again. Left completely helpless, he suddenly remembers the squad of soldiers standing behind him. He whips his head back, desperately screaming for them to help. But ignoring Kang Jin-guk's desperate cries, his subordinates and the undead just stand there quietly watching him bleed. After a tense silence, Sergeant Kim speaks up, asking if their leader is actually stupid or just pretending. He points out that the situation is already obvious. The squad has decided to prioritize their own survival rather than dying for his foolish pride. Hearing this, veins pop on Kang Jin-guk's forehead as he furiously demands to know what the hell they mean by wanting to live. He threatens to execute them right on the spot, calling their cowardly behavior a straight-up mutiny. The sergeant yells that they are just hunters, they never cared about protecting civilians. They only did this job to squeeze money out of people. Fed up with his selfish tyranny, the remaining soldiers finally lose their patience and begin shouting back. They are absolutely done taking his orders. But right then, the commander and their backup troops arrive. Stunned by the chaotic scene, he demands to know what the hell is going on. He rushes over to rescue the corporal. Kang Jin-guk is both relieved and furious to see his savior, demanding to know what took him so long. While the commander is busy personally pulling the bone shards out of Corporal Kang Jin-guk, Sergeant Kim quietly speaks up from behind. He mentions that soldiers from other platoons already explained what happened during that campaign, making it clear they are no longer fit to serve. The commander turns his head with a look of concern, gesturing with one hand for his reinforcements to keep helping the corporal. He tries to soothe the crowd, acting like he completely understands where Sergeant Kim is coming from. But he asks if they really have a choice, pointing out that in this brutal world, they cannot survive anywhere outside the military base. As he says this, the commander narrows his eyes threateningly. He wants to make absolutely sure they get exactly what he is implying. Sanju and Ju stand to the side, quietly observing the tense exchange. Ju whispers that working under a guy like that must be absolute hell. Another soldier on the commander's side barks out, does Sergeant Kim actually think the commander will just ignore this? They all know damn well that deserting means facing severe punishment. But Sergeant Kim stands his ground and boldly fires back. They only tolerated being treated like slaves because they were terrified of that very punishment. But now that these newcomers are here, they can actually win. Just then, Kang Jin-guk is finally pulled free. His body is covered in nasty cuts and dripping blood, but he immediately starts shouting insults. Calling everyone fools, he demands they hand over the gold, claiming he will handle things himself rather than rely on useless trash. Suddenly, he pulls out a syringe filled with a strange, glowing liquid. Trembling, he mutters that they forced his hand and he never wanted to use this. The commander turns and panics, trying to stop him before it is too late. But blinded by pure rage, Kang Jin-guk tunes everyone out completely. He stabs the needle right into his arm and injects the entire dose. He sneers at the commander for failing to keep his own men in line. Wait, what on earth is that? Sanju stares at the mysterious syringe in shock. It is definitely not medicine. Almost instantly, Kang Jin-guk's body reacts violently to the serum, answering Sanju's unspoken question. He begins swelling up at a horrifying speed, his nails morphing into razor-sharp claws. Panic erupts instantly as everyone scatters in a frantic bid to escape the monstrosity. Sergeant Kim guides his men to safety while shouting a quick warning for Sanju to watch out. That syringe is a mutation serum, designed to turn humans into monsters. Yet, the stubborn commander stays behind, desperately trying to get Kang Jin-guk to calm down. Before he can even finish his sentence, the half-human beast brutally rips the commander's head right off his shoulders. Kang Jin-guk is now a massive, hairy beast with rows of jagged, terrifying fangs. Lee Han-ho shrieks in terror. He turned into a demon tiger. I thought only non-card players became monsters. Scanning the area with glowing eyes, the beast spots its primary target and lets out a deafening roar, charging forward to rip Sanju to shreds. Ju wastes no time and springs forward to intercept the threat. As they clash, the beast's razor claws stop mere inches from her face before her superhuman reflexes kick in, letting her narrowly dodge the lethal blow. Ju vaults off her hand with lightning speed. She unleashes a torrent of fiery slashes from her blade, forcing the giant tiger to back off. For the finishing blow, she swings her sword with blinding speed, driving her sword clean through its giant palm. Instead of weakening, the furious beast violently flings its arm back, launching Ju high up into the air with it. Caught off guard, she loses her balance. The monster brutally slams her into the concrete, sending her sliding across the ground toward her teammates. Her fragile body takes a brutal beating from the heavy impact, leaving her coughing up blood as a towering column of blue fire erupts. The multi-headed hound is summoned. Seeing his ally hurt like this sends Sanju into an absolute rage. He wanted to keep the guy alive for questioning, but this monster just crossed the line. There is no way he is leaving this place alive. Amidst the demon tiger's frantic roars, Sanju commands his spectral hounds to swarm the beast, tearing it apart without a shred of mercy. Pure chaos. Blood spatters absolutely everywhere. Sometime later, the military transport vehicle finally rolls back into headquarters. A soldier rushes in to report to the lieutenant that the troops have returned. The bald lieutenant is thrilled and quickly orders them inside. With permission granted, Sergeant Kim leads the way. His subordinates follow closely behind, somehow having made it back alive. Lieutenant Park eagerly steps forward to ask if the plan worked. Sergeant Kim calmly replies that they successfully cleared the boss. Overjoyed, the lieutenant grabs the sergeant's arm, repeating how proud he is of their work. But suddenly realizing someone is missing from the lineup, he wonders where Corporal Kang is, along with the commander. Sergeant Kim keeps a totally flat expression as he replies that they are all dead. Baek Taeyong steps back in pure terror, asking warily, what about that other guy? Speak of the devil. Because right then, Sanji parts the crowd and walks straight toward the lieutenant. He suggests they talk a bit about Corporal Kang and their little plan to take his life. The quiet night at the camp is suddenly shattered by the roaring sound of approaching engines. The guards rush out in absolute anger. They demand to know which regiment dares to rest without permission. Turns out it is Sergeant Kim from Unit 1. Wait, was not he supposed to be with the Air Force? Suddenly, giant bone bears step down from the vehicles. Here is where the panic sets in. A soldier screams that it is a Necromancer-led mutiny, but nobody can run fast enough. The giant bone beasts completely crush the guards as they scream in terror. A close comrade steps up, asking Sergeant Kim what on earth is actually going on. Sergeant Kim turns around with a smile, saying that they are finally free. Meanwhile, miles away at the headquarters, Sanji is dragging that lieutenant along like a rag doll. They make it to the commander's room. He boldly throws the door open without knocking and shoves the bald Lieutenant Park inside. The commander just sits there calmly, sipping his tea, shocked that his own soldiers actually dare to launch a full-scale riot. The old man looks incredibly disappointed in him. Surely there were early warning signs of a mutiny, and he should have crushed it back then. Annoyed by the talk, Sanji interrupts. He does not get why this is happening, but sending men to die on a battlefield and calling it a mutiny when they refuse? That is just insane. The commander completely ignores the question, takes another slow sip of water, and asks, did you really have to push him to the brink? That is some careful planning right there. And they survived only by adapting quickly. But this is a brutal war. And since those soldiers were sent to hunt monsters from day one, he simply found a way to replace anyone whose spirit completely broke down. Sanji smirks in pure disgust, asking if the method he is talking about is just some synergy effect from the system, like forcing compliance and burning them alive with agonizing pain whenever they refuse to obey. Exposed and furious, the commander loses his calm entirely, slamming his cup onto the table before shouting out a curse. But it works, because that is the only way the core military force survives. On day one, massive sacrifices had to be made just to clear out those monsters, and back then, a strange combined power is what forced them to stick together. This mysterious synergy triggers through shared grief, but lately, the entire military force has completely failed and ended up utterly shattered. This is actual war, and demanding that soldiers throw themselves onto the front lines is completely normal. Sanji quickly shuts him down, asking if he really calls this war when the brainless monsters do not even move systematically. This is a survival game. Until we find out who is actually running this system, we are nothing but knights on a chessboard being moved around at will. So let us get straight to the real point. Why did you order them to execute me? The commander hisses through his teeth, stating that Sanji is bound to become a massive troublemaker one day. Sanji throws out a counter theory, asking if the old man realizes this will only create rogue independent factions. But the commander fires back, saying if the public wants stability, the military will rebuild in no time. A massive national system like this needs serious operators, powerful figures who can bring top-tier talents like them together. Meanwhile, outcasts like Sanji will remain at the bottom of society, waiting to be cleared. Independent troublemakers like that bastard John Diempo simply need to be wiped out. This is the correct path, but Sanji just glares in disgust at the commander and his desk. Did the old man really think a cheap bow could take him down? Laughable. With a heavy sigh, Sanji decides to offer a compromise instead. Since he already gave those soldiers the freedom they wanted, all he needs from the commander now is the gold. They will leave this base the moment the main quest wraps up, but the stubborn commander refused to cooperate. He screams that both the gold and the troops belong to the state, which instantly pisses Sanji off. Reaching his hand forward, he speaks in a terrifying low voice. This is not a negotiation if the old man wants to live. He had better hand over everything right now. Shaken to the core by Sanji's terrifying presence, the old commander reluctantly agrees to the terms, though he still tries to make one final demand. And here is the catch. Sanji must leave Wonong and Suo as promised, though the old man hates it. He desperately asks if there is any way to get his troops back, since he needs bodies to rebuild the state. Thinking back to the happy faces of those free soldiers, Sanji flatly refuses, knowing the commander would only enslave them for synergy buffs. With no other options, the transaction goes through, and Sanji walks away with all the gold he wanted. But Sanji is left pretty surprised. Is this really all of it? He figured this guy would have gathered way more gold from those co-op raids. Suddenly remembering something critical, Sanji asks where the beastification serum came from. The commander flinches and growls back why on earth should he tell him that? That definitely was not part of their deal. Playing along, Sanju acts completely heartbroken to mess with his head again. He claims he was actually thinking about staying longer, but just the thought of going back to a wandering lifestyle is already making him tear up right now. Surely the commander knows better than to transfer funds before signing a contract, right? That little guilt trip actually works. Holding his head in misery, he confesses he has no idea who they are. They just called themselves door-to-door salesmen. They claim to sell rare items not found in any normal shop, which is exactly why he bought a few things. Highly suspicious. When asked where they are, the leader shakes his head, admitting they never answered any questions. All they told him was that relying on the luck of the roulette wheel is incredibly stupid and completely pointless. That was their catchphrase, which is why he decided to buy. This is where things click. Sanju suddenly remembers a chilling phrase about how fools relying on luck should just die. Hearing that exact line about relying on luck, Sanju knows it was written on the shop walls. Did they destroy the place? Deciding to leave, he warns him not to forget their synergy deal, saying he will double-check everything with Sergeant Kim. Suddenly, the commander snatches up his bow and yells for Sanju to wait, claiming he forgot something. Spinning around, he repeatedly draws the string to launch a surprise attack, calling it a national punishment. Suddenly, another raider rushes out from a nearby door carrying the exact same weapon. His accomplice screams to match his leader's energy. With a loud boom, arrows fly directly at Sanju, kicking up thick dust. The commander and his bald lieutenant burst into celebration, asking if it is already over. But not so fast. As a necromancer, Sanju refuses to let them celebrate. In the nick of time, he conjures an invincible bone shield to block the attack. His face remains completely calm. He knew this would happen. There is no way a power-tripping commander like him would just let him walk away. Seeing the target completely unscathed, the shocked raider stammers, is he some kind of vampire? Meanwhile, Bak Tae-ong manages to stay a bit more clear-headed. He desperately urges his ally to shoot the guy down immediately, instead of just standing there like an idiot. But the warning comes too late. Sanju waves his hand, launching razor-sharp bone fragments that fly forward like deadly daggers. They instantly pierce the heads and throats of both men, taking them down. Right away, his system notifications start pinging with gold coin rewards. Realizing how badly he messed up, the commander quickly backs into a corner, screaming out in terror, "Stay away from me!" Cornered and desperate, he pulls out a remote control, claiming it triggers a bomb. Did Sanju really think he would not have a backup plan? This is an item called Concentrated Abyss Essence that he bought from those sellers. He even tested it on a brain monster before. If it detonates, they both go down, but that threat completely backfires. Sanju does not flinch at all, he casually tells him to go ahead and do it. Totally unprepared for this reaction, the leader freezes in absolute disbelief, while Sanju arrogantly repeats his dare. He tells him that the boss brain monster's blast barely tickled, so he is actually pretty excited to see how strong this one is. Hearing this clearly, the terrified man backs away, stuttering out a warning. "Keep back, you crazy bastard. You will actually die." Suddenly, with a loud crash, the window behind him shatters as Undead bursts in. The summon grabs his arm, forcing the panicked commander to drop the remote trigger. Instantly, Undead tightens his grip, easily crushing the man's arm and leaving him screaming in agonizing pain. Sanju walks over slowly, bringing up what the commander said earlier about wanting to rebuild the nation, yet never mentioning saving its people. He is no soldier, he is just a coward who only cares about his own skin. And just like that, the traitor is swiftly executed. Wiping the blood from his cheek in disgust, he notes that for a self-proclaimed commander, the guy was only level 3, he did not even try to level up. Just as expected, he knew absolutely nothing about how this game world works. It seems he was solely focused on gathering gold from the synergy effect. Even so, his stash of gold is pretty pathetic. Sanju looks around carefully, soon noticing a highly suspicious cabinet sitting in the corner. He orders Undead to force it open, and guys, you will not believe what is waiting inside as Sanju's eyes light up. Inside is a massive stash of those secret serums the commander mentioned. No wonder he had so little actual gold on him. Everything was hidden right here. He carefully picks up one vial to inspect it closely. It is the wolf beastification serum. Over at the clinic, Lee Hanho is busy casting his healing spell. He asks Ju if using high-grade potions would be better than relying on the recovery skill he just obtained. She gently explains that they still have way too many injured soldiers who have not received any treatment yet. Besides, he really needs to practice his recovery skill anyway. The previous cast was a bit lacking, but raising his mastery level will make a huge difference in the future. Lee Hanho reluctantly agrees, but seeing the skeletal bears and the weakened Undead leaves the poor kid feeling quite down. Suddenly, Wright walks over and pats his shoulder to comfort him. Hanho can't help but hug the skeleton tight, bursting into tears. He knew it was the only one who chose the right side. Sanju returns just in time and asks Jisoo if she has recovered. Looking up at him, she admits with a gloomy face that she feels completely ashamed of her own weakness. She honestly thought she could handle that savage giant tiger alone, but its sudden ambush completely overwhelmed her, proving she overreached. Now watch this, Sanju just smiles, leniently assuming she simply hasn't mastered her class skills to a master level yet. But he thinks it is better to specialize in handling one specific type of monster for now, since very few monsters actually have the form or traits of a tiger. Sanju also makes sure to praise Hanho. Learning recovery skills is a great choice for the kid. In the worst-case scenario, they can at least deal with the Undead Army of Qualag, the priest class, and counter those undead forces. During close-range battles, he can use his recovery and shield skills. On top of that, he can even throw daggers for long-range combat. This class hybrid is pretty strange, but if he builds it right, could Sanju even find a way to defeat him? While his senior keeps rambling on, Hanho is completely distracted by a strange item on his body. It is the first time the kid is seeing this cloak. He has one too, so why are the colors totally different? Sanju explains that he got this King of the Night cloak from a special item box after slaying the boss, but the drops inside are completely random. The kid completely breaks down, cutting him off to roll around on the ground, crying that he doesn't want to see or hear anything anymore. "Why is it always just you?" Sanju awkwardly offers to let him borrow it, but Sergeant Kim suddenly interrupts out of nowhere, completely breaking the mood. He announces they are finally done here, and aside from those looking for their families, everyone has decided to join the village. For those who refused to cooperate until the very end, he figured they would just have to find their own way to survive. Mainly because they believe that the responsible and brave ones already died at the very beginning. They have zero hope left for the survivors. Hearing this, Sanju cheerfully rallies everyone, telling them to head back to the village since they still have tons of work to do. With only 3 days left before the main quest ends, he has to keep grinding and hunting. Later, as the sky turns into a dusky gray, the crowd below gets livelier. One group busies themselves cooking and sharing food with each other. Another group passionately debates and researches their options, while others stay busy wiping out small, stray monsters. People pass by one another, making sure to wave friendly hellos. Cho Kim Taesung's young crew eagerly joins the action to hunt down street-running goblins and make them cry. While that familiar bone sword continues to draw boss blood, a system alert shows Sanju has finally reached level 12. Looking at the mountain of monster corpses around him, he simply clicks his tongue in dissatisfaction. Seriously, if things keep dragging on like this, when will he ever hit level 15? The card in his hand glows intensely, boosting his strength to 13 plus 6, which is exactly how he took down those orcs. But against that bastard, this won't even scratch the surface. He has to reach level 15 as fast as possible to secure his death scythe, just as a system notification flashes. Chapter 1 is officially over. Double gold will be rewarded during this event, leaving Hanho completely stunned as the guide for Chapter 2 finally unlocks. Crucial warnings and instructions fill the screen. Gathering with his allies, Sanju comments that the game has started up again, but he knows the key to survival is targeting boss raids. This is his absolute priority since it guarantees rapid leveling, followed closely by the Angel and Demon faction system. He has no idea what that will bring. While he is still deeply lost in thought, Hanho suddenly shouts his name in sheer panic, snapping him back to reality and pointing frantically at a phone screen where the rankings were just updated. South Korean regional rankings light up on the display. Can you even believe this? The top player is already sitting at level 15, even with non-stop grinding. He is only level 12. So how did this guy pull that off? The guy does not even have any background in online gaming. So is this actually possible? Jisoo spots something off and quickly points out that ranks 4 and 5 look extremely suspicious, seeming to belong to the exact same group despite both being elite top rankers. Hanho then shoves his phone right back into Sanju's face, groaning loudly as he shows him the community tab. Prosecutor John Deong-po, the second-ranked player, is actively searching for him, as a flickering blue message on the screen confirms a meeting request. But Sanju narrows his eyes in caution, a public announcement on a community platform. What are they really after? Civilization has crumbled, leaving a selfish world of ruthless survivors. So Prosecutor John Deong-po definitely has a hidden agenda for reaching out like this. He knew an encounter was inevitable, but it looks like trouble has found them much sooner than expected. At that very moment, in another distant city engulfed in a raging sea of red fire, massive pillars of flame erupt into the sky, ash and heat burning away everything deemed unclean. 3 figures stand proudly watching the chaos, and the blindfolded man looking like a fallen angel is Sung Manhwa. He excitedly speaks up first, announcing that the prosecutor's travel restrictions have finally been completely lifted. Now is his chance to expand his power. Hai, standing nearby, disdainfully pushes up her glasses. She criticizes his previous words as completely brainless. They should be focusing on boss raids, angels, and the chilling presence of devils, gathering much more intel on them. A humiliated Manhwa tries to argue back, claiming they will just figure all that out during their hunts anyway. Sensing the tense atmosphere, John Deong-po slowly speaks up. He calmly explains that even if a crazy situation like this happens, their ultimate duty is to handle it. They will save people by wiping out every single monster. To stop the world from sliding back into the Stone Age, they must do whatever it takes. Hearing this, Manhwa looks completely enlightened. This is exactly what you expect from Prosecutor John Deong-po, a man with a warm heart, boundless altruism, and an absolute godlike charisma. This is truly the man who will save this country. Just thinking about it makes him burst into a messy, snotty sob. His female teammate cannot help but instantly judge him. Back to business, the chief assistant seriously checks her phone and reports. Since the prosecutor wants to recruit powerful players, she has been searching for the absolute strongest in the community. Yet, there is no trace of him, literally like a ghost. So instead, she contacted the third strongest player, the Necromancer, right below him. Manhwa's jaw drops as he interrupts again. He thought the guy saved tons of people in Suwon, but people say everyone in this world is just chasing money now, right? Hai shakes her head. He did not take any money. And even if they offered, he only asked for a pretty reasonable amount. And honestly, in a ruined world like this, that is already incredibly decent. No wonder the community hypes this guy way more than our prosecutor. The blindfolded guy jumps up in outrage. How dare anyone be ranked higher than their beloved prosecutor? Yeah, according to the online community, he played a massive role in wiping out that vampire coven. The survivors are still spreading the word, but it is only temporary. There is still a massive gap in reputation and support from other players. John Deong-po, silent until now, finally speaks up. This is exactly why they need to learn more about this guy. According to reports, the Necromancer is only running in a 3-man party, yet he reached level 12 with just those 3. Aside from the #1 ranker, his speed is completely unmatched. Now is the time to find out who he really is, in case he becomes a threat in the future. Suddenly, Dung's phone buzzes with a notification, and she excitedly says they finally got a response. Sanju is ready and waiting, so they must hurry and prepare to head over to Suwon. Time flies by, and soon the day of their meeting arrives. Hanho, holding a goblin hostage in his arms, asks Sanju if he feels uneasy about meeting Prosecutor John Deong-po. He just tesks, casually replying that they should probably go meet him at least once anyway. If they can score some classified intel, they can level up way faster. Normal hunting won't easily get them to level 15. Suddenly, a bunch of rough-looking thugs on roaring motorcycles come tearing down the road right toward them. Kim Taesung instantly recognizes them and screams a warning about an attack. Sanju looks up, completely confused. An attack? Fuming with rage, the kid confirms his warning is absolutely true, explaining that these weird bastards suddenly ambushed his group of teenagers out of nowhere. Yong was dragged off by them. They might be after the golden deer. They were searching for it, and when he said he hadn't seen it, they attacked. He managed to lose them, but they will definitely show up here soon. Jisoo narrows her eyes, quickly sizing up the situation. It seems they are from a different territory, and get this, they even took a hostage to give away their exact location. Sanju's face hardens upon hearing this, and he calmly tells the kid to lead him straight to those bastards. Not too far away, in a quiet, deserted alley, a heavily armed gang of thugs surrounds a small figure bound tightly like a chicken, lying completely helpless on the dirty ground. They are starting to get frustrated since the brat refuses to talk. At this rate, he will literally be beaten to death. Yong's face is already horribly swollen and disfigured from the brutal blows, but the stubborn kid grits his teeth and endures, knowing that if he gives up the village, he dies anyway, so he must hold out until help arrives. However, the leader's patience has completely run out. Sick of waiting, he decides to just end the kid's life right here and go hunt for the golden deer himself. Just as he raises a heavy metal bar high over his head to strike, Sanju's group arrives in the nick of time. Anxious, Kim Taesung screams out Yong's name. Hearing the noise, the boss stops and turns around, recognizing the punk who ran away earlier, though this time, it looks like he brought some backup along with him. He slyly tries to squeeze out information on the golden deer, promising to let them all go if they just point him in its direction. Sanju calmly shakes his head, claiming they haven't seen it, while questioning why they are hunting the golden deer. Hearing there's no lead, the boss gets even more irritated. At this rate, they are just wasting his precious time. But then, his vulgar gaze lands on the gorgeous Jisoo standing nearby, and he sneers. He smirks, saying this place isn't exactly romantic, but even so, he would still love to take her out on a date. Jisoo looks utterly disgusted, growling that she is going to kill him. However, her words only end up bruising his fragile 3-meter ego. He furiously charges ahead with his weapon, growling that he should have never been polite to her in the first place. At this moment, the massive head of his metal weapon crackles with electricity, shooting sparks everywhere. And as he gets closer to Jisoo, the entire thing bursts into violent flames. If she did not dodge that instantly, the consequences would have been devastating. The guy is swinging like an absolute lunatic, constantly swinging his weapon in all directions with terrifying force, desperate to make her regret ever crossing paths with him. Now man growls that she should have just surrendered while he was being nice. Unluckily for him, she easily evades every single strike. In a critical split second, he slashes horizontally to cut her throat in half, but Jisoo swiftly ducks beneath the blade. Wait, check this out. Here is where she completely turns the tables. Jisoo draws her signature sword in a split second, launching a brutal upward slash, catching him completely off guard and slicing his entire arm clean off, leaving him screaming in absolute agony as he collapses. His panicking lackeys immediately rush forward to assist, all screaming to kill her and take revenge for their fallen boss. A fully cloaked thug attacks first, conjuring a massive fireball and launching it directly at her from a safe distance. Without flinching, Jisoo calmly intercepts the incoming fireball with her sword and casually deflects it away, sending it right back toward their injured leader. She finishes him off effortlessly, then immediately dives straight into the middle of the remaining thugs. Exuding pure bloodlust, Jisoo unleashes venomous fire slashes, instantly ending the life of anyone who dares to get close. Seeing he is next, a nearby thug frantically aims a crossbow at her, but before he can finish speaking, his throat is sliced. Hanho then returns, transformed into his massive, imposing giant form. His glowing red eyes warn how dare you attack a woman with a crossbow. He warns that his silver armor will never allow that. Meanwhile, another desperate thug acts quickly, grabbing Yang and pressing a sharp knife against the kid's throat. Shouting that he will slit Yang's throat if they do not freeze, the tense thug orders everyone to stay back, completely forgetting to guard his own rear. A figure suddenly emerges from a hole in the ground. Who else could have such a stealthy skill besides Sanji? He swiftly drives a blade straight through the hostage-taker's neck, killing him instantly, and completely shattering the enemy's defense. Realizing they are completely outmatched, the remaining low-level thugs frantically scramble onto their vehicles and flee for their lives. Still trying to save face, they scream that they will return to slaughter everyone. Once they escape, Taesung immediately runs over, deeply worried about his friend. Surprisingly, the resilient kid just smiles, optimistically reassuring everyone that he is still breathing. Hanho takes the opportunity to tease, joking that his senior actually looks way more like a thief than he does. Slightly embarrassed, Sanji replies that is precisely why he lent him the cloak, but Hanho immediately whines in an incredibly obnoxious tone. He dramatically rejects such cheap sympathy, complaining that he actually wants something else instead. Hearing this, Sanji recoils in horror, shielding his body and warning the kid he will get beaten if he comes closer, leaving Hanho pouting in frustration over the misunderstanding. He was only talking about the luck stat. Meanwhile, Taesung gazes at his bruised friend with deep pity, wondering just how valuable this golden deer could possibly be to justify such brutal treatment. Is it really that legendary, guys? Suddenly, Jisoo spots something and points, telling Sanji to quickly look over. A glowing creature stands quietly at the end of the alley, and it is indeed the golden deer they are seeking. Right then, a system notification pops up, assigning them a new quest to hunt down the creature. Jisoo carefully reads the details, noting they must capture it. Hanho nudges her with a sly grin, insisting that this thing must have incredible luck stats. Wasting no time, a powerful purplish-blue energy suddenly erupts beneath the deer, forcing the creature to look around in high alert. Grotesque undead ghouls summoned by the Necromancer claw their way up from the ground, eager to tear the poor beast to pieces. Terrified, the creature screeches out. Unleashing its raw instincts, the golden deer uses its hard, glowing antlers to ram through every obstacle to escape. Annoyed that the target is escaping faster than anticipated, Sanji immediately orders his summoned wolf to hunt it down. Reaching a narrow fork, the deer abruptly veers off toward the valley. The creature's raw speed is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Anxious about losing the trail, Sanji grows extremely worried, silently cursing himself for acting way too hastily. But as they round the corner, they find the deer frozen in sheer terror. Blocking their path is a massive, real-life dire wolf. Currently chewing on the severed arm of a goblin it just brutally slaughtered on the ground. Sensing intruders in its territory, the wolf lets out a furious roar, showing off glowing eyes and rows of razor-sharp fangs that would easily terrify anyone with a weak heart. And yet, Sanji and his ghostly wolves stand their ground with absolute calm, completely ready for a fierce showdown without taking a single step back. The wild wolf's expression suddenly shifts. It stares at the opposition for a moment before breaking into a heavy, cold sweat. After a brief internal struggle, it lets out a loud, echoey howl before leaping away across the building ledges to escape. Safe from danger, the golden deer sighs in sheer relief. But before it can celebrate, Sanji's ghost wolves make sure it remembers they still have a job to do. They walk right up and take down the deer, leaving the poor beast time for only a single stifled cry. Lee Hanho has been watching this entire scene unfold, and now he steps forward with doubt written all over his face. Was that not a bit strange? Did it actually run away out of pure fear? Do Sanju stays silent, deeply lost in his own thoughts? Did it just analyze the situation on its own? The captives have done nothing but attack blindly until now. But the moment they realize they are at a disadvantage, they flee. How can they possibly defeat them? It is a real headache, but now it is time to keep their promise and head back to the village first. That night, a full moon hangs bright. A massive crowd gathers at the square, excitedly whispering to each other. Is Prosecutor John Diembo really coming? The leader of the Free Guild himself? The person they are about to meet is truly legendary. Suddenly, someone points to the sky and yells, telling everyone to look up. Dusanju and his team look up, completely in awe. Even with a weavin flying, is it always this loud? That is the level of South Korea's absolute top guild for you. Countless high-end aircraft roar in from the distance, looking incredibly powerful. A moment later, the aircraft lands safely in the plaza, and the prosecutor along with his men step down with absolute confidence. Dusanju stares intently at him. So, this is the player ranked second in the entire world. The prosecutor approaches gracefully, reaching his hand out to introduce himself. His real name is Choi Dong-hun, and he is thrilled to meet him. The very second their hands meet, a blinding flash of light erupts out of nowhere. You might think it is some divine sign from the heavens, but no, it is just Manhwa Thailand using a stolen flash camera to capture this historic moment. The tale of Prosecutor John Diembo. Suddenly, Dusanju notices something very unusual. Now he gets how the guild members truly view their leader. Honestly, he is pretty charming. But wait, something is seriously off here. The rest of Dusanju's group is reacting the same way. Everyone, both men and women, is showering him with non-stop praise. Some even have completely infatuated eyes. This is the villagers' first time meeting him, yet they are already acting like this. But praising his looks won't make him work any harder. His eyes look exactly like those of a vampire lord, and even Lee Hanho cannot hide the absolute faith shining in his young eyes. You two are being way too sensitive. Sometime later, they head into a private meeting room together. Dusanju politely leads the way, inviting the prosecutor inside first. Beer and snacks are already neatly prepared on the table. Dusanju quickly cracks open a cold can first. He sits down, relaxed, and begins the conversation, mentioning that over the past few days, he has witnessed expressions he had never seen before. It is the look of people who finally feel safe, and that makes him realize coming here was absolutely the right move. Hearing this, Dusanju frowns. He sits down, takes a sip of water, and asks about safety back at John Diembo. The prosecutor pauses, clicking his tongue as he admits that is indeed the case. All because the survivors from Seoul have gathered around John Diembo. Countless people have died, but since the survivors started gathering at their place, it has gotten incredibly lively. The current headcount in that area has already reached 30,000. Dusanju's eyes widen in absolute shock at that massive number, but the prosecutor calmly adds that they will easily pass 40,000 soon. It is incredibly packed. Dusanju nods along, and then, as if realizing something, he quickly adds, "Is it not more beneficial to have that many people? Is that why you are so active in the community?" But the prosecutor's face hardens as he disagrees, stating there is a misunderstanding. He only wants to save lives, and having that many people is not actually a good thing. Out of those 30,000 survivors, how many do you honestly think can adapt to this brutal world? The passive and the elderly only make up about a quarter of them. Dusanju turns pale, still pretty overwhelmed. He really is the leader of 30,000 survivors, which is truly mind-blowing. Perhaps that is why the prosecutor needs someone exceptionally talented. Truth is, he has been watching Dusanju for quite some time now. But get this, recruiting Dusanju was not his top priority at first. Dusanju immediately thinks back to the global leaderboards. The prosecutor nods, admitting he is not just lucky, and his world ranking certainly proves that fact. He claims he is not as good as everyone thinks. He feels anxious because the world has changed and everyone relies heavily on him. Seeing this, Dusanju softens slightly. The guy looks incredibly vulnerable, but sharing such deep worries with a complete stranger feels pretty out of place. The prosecutor grits his teeth slightly, remarking that while Dusanju seems cold and decisive, he still knows how to empathize quite well. He lost his entire family to this global disaster, forcing him to survive and grow stronger just to stay alive. He admits he is utterly furious with this game. For now, he plays by the rules, but one day, he wants to shatter them completely. Then, he points directly at Dusanju. He concludes that is exactly why he needs a trustworthy ally by his side. Someone to share his thoughts. Someone with equal strength. Dusanju asks skeptically if the prosecutor really views him in such a high light. The prosecutor just shakes his head with a faint smile. He is not entirely sure either, as the only thing he knows about Dusanju is his level, which is why he came to check him out in person. Dusanju finally realizes what is happening. This man is trying to recruit him into his guild. Seeing that the other guy pretty much figured out his main goal, he does not deny it. But if it was just about that, he would not have rushed all the way here. Prosecutor John Diembo carefully opens up the metallic briefcase that he always carries around, revealing a famous prophecy stone glowing brightly inside. He explains that this mythical item is the exact reason he rushed over to find him. He tells him to place his hand on it. Sanju stares at the glowing artifact for a few seconds before finally making up his mind. A blinding flash of light erupts like a literal time skip. Here we go, he actually makes it inside the prophecy stone. Instantly, his entire body is teleported, floating high above the city of Yodo. Mass of blazing fire suddenly erupts, turning the whole sky blood red. Something absolutely massive bursts straight out of the cracked earth at lightning speed, kicking up a massive cloud of suffocating dust. Standing not too far away, Sanju realizes that a gigantic tree is rapidly growing. Within moments, it fully matures, dominating the center of the massive city. His eyes twitch in absolute horror. Don't tell me that's the world tree. Almost as if confirming his absolute worst fears, a massive explosion violently echoes through the skyscrapers, while monstrous roots shoot out in every direction like giant tentacles. They whip around to snatch up helpless humans, wrapping them tight or just stabbing straight through them to end their lives. The whole area descends into utter grief and screaming agony. That is when Sanju lets go, and the vision vanishes, pulling him back to reality. Right then, his system screen starts flashing, displaying a warning that what he just witnessed is his actual future. If he fails to stop the reincarnated being, that monster will plant a corrupted world tree and sacrifice all of humanity. The prosecutor quietly shuts his briefcase. He mentions that while Sanju can only see a glimpse of another person's future, they likely saw the exact same devastating vision. A world completely ruined by the world tree. They must join forces to stop this horrible end. The root of the world tree is in Udo, and they need to raid the boss there. He already confirmed it at the start of Chapter 2. Sanju opens his eyes wide as realization hits him. The prosecutor is assembling a strong raid team. Seeing that Sanju finally gets the picture, the prosecutor stands up, completely pumped, and raises his voice, declaring that they absolutely need the strength of all humanity if they want this boss raid to succeed. But Sanju is still pretty suspicious, rubbing his chin as he calculates. It seems like he has no other choice but to cooperate here. The entire world is literally on the brink of total extinction. Should he share his own dark vision with the guy? No, that's a different scenario. Quayak will only appear if he fails to obtain the Death Scythe. And if he fails this quest, it might get completely cancelled if the prosecutor kills him. For now, he has to keep this a secret. After some serious mental debate, Sanju looks up and agrees they should team up. Hearing this, the prosecutor is absolutely thrilled and tries to say more, but Sanju quickly cuts him off, stating he won't join his guild. They will only have a temporary partnership, and they must split all the loot completely fairly during the raid. This sudden move goes completely against what the prosecutor wanted, and a flash of irritation briefly passes through his eyes. But being a total professional, he quickly masks his annoyed reaction, shakes Sanju's hand to accept the terms, and tells him they will stay in touch over the next 3 days. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echo down the corridor. Lee Hanho bursts through the door, completely out of breath, to deliver some highly urgent news. Those vile bandits have already reached the village, and that trashy gang is back again. The three of them quickly rush outside to join the others. The prosecutor pulls a long sword from behind his back, speaking with a smug grin that this is actually a pretty perfect opportunity. He says they are going to show off their true strength before they officially join forces. Leading the charge, Prosecutor John Diampo proudly calls out to his expedition team. Shungmin Hoa and the other squad members immediately shout back in excitement. The bandits arrive just in time, and their leader is a blocky, square-faced guy who is casually puffing on a fat cigar with a nasty smirk. Right before leaping into the fray, the prosecutor leans in and whispers to Sanju, asking if his class is indeed a necromancer. Since getting familiar with each other's hidden classes could definitely help them in their future battles, he decides to reveal his own, which happens to be an expedition commander. He is able to select team members, assign them specific roles, and harness their combined combat power. Across from them, the bandit chief squinting his eyes, asking his goons if their target this time is the guy in the shiny armor. But the lackey shakes his head, pointing instead at the cloaked guy and the sword-wielding woman. Sanju and his group look completely baffled by this. Lee Hanho expected something else, but wonders why those thugs don't even recognize them. It seems like the bandits have completely changed somehow. Wasting no time, the bandit boss smirks and speaks up, mockingly apologizing for the trouble, claiming he had no idea this village even existed. He's only looking for the bastard who murdered his comrades. He then wonders aloud how much gold he would make if he slaughtered everyone here. This greedy bastard came here looking for gold. In the face of his cheap threats, the prosecutor remains incredibly calm and retorts. They show up looking exactly like some cheesy movie villains. He has never seen a criminal quite like this guy back in the Soon City prosecutor's office. Judging by their behavior, they've clearly never killed anyone. No need to hesitate. The prosecutor raises his sword, giving the command to wipe out the enemy. Tung Kwok just scoffs and sneers, claiming they will open with long-range attacks to obliterate everything long before the prosecutor's team can even get close. A sudden barrage of freezing ice arrows and blazing fireballs rains down directly on the expedition team. The prosecutor points his sword straight skyward, chanting to activate the Shield of Faith. Instantly, a somewhat thin golden barrier materializes right in front to shield his soldiers, leaving Sanju and Hano standing behind, completely unable to hide their amazement. Defense? That magic is already gone. The square-faced old man doesn't even flinch, sneering that it is nothing but child's play. They are the ultimate predators about to swallow up every single monster and player in this entire area. The boss orders his lackeys to charge forward and wipe them out as a vicious thug on a motorcycle cunningly raises a heavy iron mace high. He is confident that a blunt weapon is perfect for smashing through heavily armored targets. A brutal collision occurs next, but surprisingly, the soldier's helmet doesn't have a single scratch. Before the thug can even process his confusion, the soldier strikes back. His blade flashes like lightning, cutting the thug down to end his life. Meanwhile, things aren't looking any better for the rest of the gang. They crash together in a chaotic, fiery clash, but the bandits' desperate attacks are completely useless, forcing them to try something else. Heavy trucks roll out to crush them all, with bandits screaming to clear the path if they want to live. The prosecutor just narrows his eyes. Instead of dodging, he points his blade straight ahead to face them head-on. Minhoa instantly catches on, telling the team to clear out so he can unleash his skill. Cruciform Spear is activated. A blinding cross of light erupts directly from under his feet. This devastating, overwhelming energy quickly tears through the massive trucks, and sweeps away anyone foolish enough to block his path. The entire world seems to shake violently from the massive blast. Sanju stands there completely stunned by the display, taking out 2 massive trucks at once. This easy victory instantly fires up the spirits of the expedition warriors. They charge forward with renewed fury, leaving the terrified bandits crying in absolute horror, wondering what kind of insane combined strength they are dealing with. But wait, look up! Fireballs are raining down at a pretty terrifying speed. Caught completely off guard, the expedition team takes the full force of the impact, instantly turning the tide of battle against them. As the fireballs crash down, they reveal their true form: 2 massive battle axes slamming deep into the earth and tearing the ground apart. Dust clouds rise as the wounded expedition team lies groaning. It turns out the timely savior for these bandits is none other than their square-faced boss. He roars out, ordering the 2 massive axes to return to his hands. Almost like magnets, the axes obediently fly right back to his grip with massive force. Armed with his ultimate weapon, he lets out an arrogant, mocking laugh. This is bad. There is no way they can block a weapon made of pure metal. Sanju and Jisu's faces darken. Knowing a weapon used this freely with such immense power is definitely no ordinary gear. Finally, Prosecutor John Diempo has had enough of this nonsense and decides to take the lead, stepping forward. With a calm look, he radiates a righteous aura, replying that the guy looks like a pretty fun toy, so he will go ahead and accept the challenge. Being the supreme leader of this gang only to be dismissed as a mere toy by some young kid? The boss gets so furious that the veins on his forehead pop. Mocking him, the boss sneers that if he really thinks he is a toy, he should try blocking a mythical weapon as he throws his spinning axes forward like a guillotine. Instantly, a massive explosion erupts like a mini atomic bomb, sending thick clouds of smoke and fire into the sky. It takes a moment for the thick smoke to clear, revealing the shocking result. Not only is the prosecutor completely unharmed, but he is even arrogantly pinning down the shattered axes with his own blade. Honestly, who actually cares about his supposedly legendary mythical weapon anyway? With a quick flick, his shining sword flashes, completely obliterating the remaining pieces of the weapon. The boss watches in sheer agony as his precious gear is destroyed right before his eyes, his entire body trembling in fear, while Et takes the chance to look pretty smug. She gently pushes her glasses up, confidently saying that their expedition team has almost as many solid fighters as the prosecutor's knights, making them easily the strongest squad in the country, maybe even the whole world, moving together like a massive fortress. Sanju, you have never seen any expedition team quite like this. At that moment, she involuntarily glances over at Hano, leaving the poor kid looking completely clueless. Meanwhile, the prosecutor simply continues his work, raising his blade high into the air once again. He mutters a quiet spell to deploy the knight's aura, sending a warm golden light flowing from his body to wrap around his warriors, completely merging with their physical forms. Instantly, they can feel their overall physical strength and stamina surging to a whole new level. Their eyes shine brighter than ever before, realizing this special skill heals everyone while buffing the damage absorption of Vanguard swordsmen. With him, they would be absolutely undefeated. Now, it is time to crush the remaining bandits and end this battle. The leader grits his teeth, feeling the crushing tension. Meanwhile, in a nearby underground bunker, the injured survivors and those with weak abilities have been hiding out for quite a long time. Restless, Lee Hanho's dad Lai demands to know if they are really just hiding here. Gu Yongsu frantically stammers, asking what he means by hiding. They are only staying vigilant until the match is over, he says. Sitting in the corner, Sergeant Kim chimes in, adding that none of them have ever actually fought before. Helping out might actually backfire. But one day, they will have to fight other humans. But not today. Lee Hanho's dad, Lai, notices their misunderstanding and immediately speaks up to correct them. He does not want them to go fight, but he is incredibly curious about the guild's true strength. Caught red-handed, Gu Yongsu awkwardly looks away to cover his curiosity. Sensing he has won him over, Lai coaxes him further, suggesting they just go and take a quick look. Too tempted, he finally agrees to go outside, but only for a quick look. Lai happily accepts the deal. Once outside, they only dare to press flat against the wall, quietly watching the scene. And you can't blame them, because the chaotic battle looks absolutely terrifying. A thick plume of highly toxic poison suddenly fills the air, sending the entire subjugation squad crashing down like wild grass, with white foam constantly bubbling from their mouths. Shaking violently, they try to roll over, but their limbs are completely paralyzed, leaving them groaning in agony. That bandit leader is truly a cunning snake. He pulls out a foul-smelling bottle from somewhere, splashing the toxic liquid around. Having prepared beforehand, he already has his own gas mask securely fastened. Mocking them, he laughs maniacally because they thought that was his only trick. This concentrated hell essence was bought from some highly suspicious dealers, but the devastating results are absolutely guaranteed. Faced with this toxic trap, Prosecutor Joe Diempo seems to be losing his advantage. He struggles, covering his face with his cloak while swinging his sword to disperse the smoke. That essence is no ordinary poison, meaning they are in deep trouble. After all, this battle is supposed to show the Necromancer the true power of their guild. While he has a way to handle this, taking the leader down is his best bet, using even more power. However, just as he readies his battle stance once again, a mysterious figure steps directly out of the toxic fog, making the prosecutor freeze in surprise. That cool figure is none other than Sanju. Casually pulling up his hood, he gestures to the prosecutor that he has seen enough of their guild's power, so he will take over. He simply thinks teaming up is the better option here. Seeing this new kid show zero fear and practically look down on him, the leader's fragile pride shatters as he starts screaming curses. He screams, asking if they have any idea how expensive this item is. before furiously throwing his very last bottle straight at the kid's feet to shatter it. Shattering violently, the bottle releases a massive wave of toxic gas. While the prosecutor backs away in concern, watch Sanju, he actually extends his hand closer to examine the lethal gas. Suddenly, his entire body erupts in bright blue flames. With glowing eyes, he instantly purifies the toxic gas until it completely vanishes, proving they really make a great team. Looking as dangerous as a wild predator, Sanju throws his head back and deeply inhales the deadly toxic gas with absolute satisfaction. He really hasn't felt this in ages. This concentrated hell essence is definitely weaker than the Poison Elder's skill, but it gets the job done. Now, it is time to show Prosecutor Joe Diempo how a real necromancer actually fights. Seeing him standing completely unharmed, the bandit leader and his lackey instantly break into a cold sweat. Wondering if he got ripped off with a defective batch, the dumb lackey pulls off his gas mask to test the air. Naturally, his absolute stupidity pays off as he immediately collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth from his own deadly gas. Staring at the complete fool who just took himself out, Sanju sighs and raises his hand to cast his next major spell. Since he is putting on a show, he is going to make it epic. He unleashes his death call, summoning hundreds of undead crawling out from the earth to shred the fallen lackey. The ravenous zombies do not ignore the remaining living bandits either, sending them into a state of absolute, screaming terror. Finally, the panicking bandits realize exactly who they have crossed. This is the legendary necromancer they have only heard rumors about, and they are about to be completely overwhelmed by his next command. Swarms of cursed spirits emerge to finish them off. Panicking like a disrupted beehive, the remaining bandits yell to their leader that everything is lost before scrambling into their escape vehicles. They floor the gas, and even though their allies are dragged down and killed, absolutely nobody dares to slow down. As for the unlucky ones who cannot escape, Sanju instantly blows them to pieces like festive holiday firecrackers. Seeing the tables turn so dramatically, Gu Yongsu and Lai watch from behind their wall, feeling a massive wave of relief. Watching Sanju in action is always an absolute marvel, and it instantly puts everyone at ease. But out of nowhere, old lady Lai suddenly pops up behind them, demanding to know what they are doing. The two startle so hard they tumble right out of their blind spot. Just then, the bandit leader and his gang come running right toward them. Seeing them, the leader acts fast and barks a quick order to drag them in as hostages. It is their only shot at survival. If the group resists, the bandits will only keep one alive. Guy turns pale, realizing he has made a massive mistake. Risking his life, he yells at Li Hanho's parents to run for it. Standing tall, he bravely shields them out of duty. Just as he prepares to meet his end, a sudden shadow rushes into the fray. It is Jisoo. The bandits sneer when they see their new opponent is just a woman, thinking they can easily take her hostage too. But a bald thug among them screams in horror, warning them not to move because she is not someone to mess with. Sure enough, the moment she swings her sword, a fierce torrent of blazing fire erupts from the blade, ready to incinerate anyone foolish enough to challenge her. Backed into a corner, the leader gasps. She is like a literal demon. He tries to say more, but before he can finish his sentence, a blade suddenly drives straight through his stomach from behind. The man lets out a painful grunt, never expecting to meet his end here, and the one who delivered that fatal blow is none other than Sanju. Suddenly, the card inside him flies out, glowing brilliantly as the system flashes a new notification before his eyes. Just as expected, that bastard was the very last one. Only then does the prosecutor slowly make his way over. Still cautious, he keeps his cloak covering half his face as he asks what that item is. But Sanju just shakes his head before the system chimes with an update. It turns out to be a pass for the hidden stage, and it has already been activated. Sanju is too focused on reading to notice, but look at that. A massive dimensional portal is slowly tearing open right behind him. Without warning, the vortex violently sucks him inside, leaving him absolutely powerless to resist. The whole thing happens so fast that nobody has any time to react. They can only watch in absolute shock as the portal swallows Sanju whole. Prosecutor John Diempo steps forward, reaching out to enter the portal. But a crackle of lightning from the gate shocks his hand back. The system blocks him because this game only permits one player. Looking at his hand, the prosecutor mutters, "Not allowed? Is it because of that item Sanju was holding? Where on earth does this golden gate actually lead?" While he is lost in thought, a sudden blinding flash goes off behind him. It is a hyped-up reporter, excitedly snapping photos of the entire scene. The guy cannot stop praising the necromancer for being way stronger than he expected, but the prosecutor is definitely not pleased. Tilting his head, he coldly orders the reporter to stop filming. Stepping closer, he uses his overwhelming aura to warn him to only record with direct permission. But the prosecutor is a master manipulator. Realizing his anger is showing, he quickly adjusts. He claims he totally understands the reporter's job, saying those photos of that brave warrior will surely bring much-needed hope to everyone one day. But with so many wicked people out in the world, they must strictly keep this information completely under wraps. Actually believing these words are incredibly important, the naive reporter excitedly nods, agreeing to his new mission, and promising he will only film when the prosecutor wants him to. Meanwhile, Jisoo is extremely annoyed. She presses her lips together, staring at the portal alongside Li Hanho. Just as he finishes his little lecture, Prosecutor John Diempo strolls over to them, acting deeply concerned as he asks where Sanju actually went. Hearing this, Jisoo glares at him with clear disgust. She honestly figured he would know better than anyone else. The prosecutor leans in with a fake, elegant smile. You can almost see him trying to use his war hero aura to completely charm her. He gently asks her to reveal Sanju's destination. But after a brief pause, Jisoo shrugs, showing zero interest in cooperating. She is not sure if telling him is a good idea, especially since she did not hear their private conversation. It seems his skill is completely useless against her, and the prosecutor quickly realizes she does not trust him one bit. She has high guard, but since she has not officially said no, he still has a chance. He explains that he and Sanju agreed to work together, which is exactly why he is so confused about everything happening to Sanju and what he is supposed to do. Lee Hanho suddenly shouts in excitement, clearly about to blurt out some extremely important details, but Jisoo reacts instantly and slaps a hand over his mouth. He plays his final psychological card. He argues she needs to look at the bigger picture. How can she guarantee Sanju will not run into serious trouble? Is she really just going to sit back and wait like a mindless puppet while her teammate is in serious danger? Jisoo frowns as his sharp words strike her deepest worry. Her hand unconsciously squeezes Lee Hanho's mouth so tightly that the poor kid can barely breathe while she weighs her options. Finally releasing her grip on the boy's swollen mouth, she looks toward the temporal rift and slowly speaks. Honestly, they do not know much else either, aside from Sanju entering a place called the Hidden Stage, and neither of them ever expected anything so serious to happen. They simply believe in him and wait, because that is what teammates do. At this point, the prosecutor is pretty satisfied with her answer. He nods to thank her for speaking up, offering some encouraging words. If it is Sanju, he is absolutely sure the kid will be fine. But mid-chat, the prosecutor suddenly realizes he still does not even know her name. She introduces herself as Jun Jisoo, and the prosecutor happily showers her with more praise. It is truly amazing how she kept her cool and pulled off those precise strikes to clear the battlefield earlier. Coincidentally, their guild is actively recruiting new members to prepare for whatever lies ahead in the near future. They need talented people like her, and they are fully prepared to support her growth if she wants to level up. But Jisoo cuts him off right away, shutting down the offer because she sees right through their hidden agenda. Plus, she already has a highly reliable teammate. Jisoo grabs Han by the collar and drags him away, even as the kid screams back at the prosecutor, "Hey, remember me too." The moment they disappear, Han Manhwa grumbles to himself, what on earth is wrong with that girl anyway? Is she saying she does not trust the prosecutor? Beside him, A silently pushes up her glasses and sighs. This looks tough. The prosecutor agrees with a sly smile. Everyone around here is hard to read. Now, here is where things get really wild. Sanju gets violently dragged through the portal by a terrifying force, landing in a completely bizarre dimension he has never seen before. Sanju lands hard and looks around in absolute shock. He has officially entered the Golden Valley stage. Right then, the system flashes with notifications explaining the local rules of this game. Reading them carefully, his face twitches in pure, utter disbelief. Is this seriously a bonus stage? Suddenly, a creepy, high-pitched cackle echoes from right behind him. Sanji whips his head around to find a goblin standing there, and it is a glittering gold one at that. From the surrounding buildings, more gold goblins slowly start creeping out. Like a swarm of starving ants smelling fresh meat, they begin crowding around him in massive numbers. He watches them closely. It has been ages since he saw this reaction, and they have clearly targeted him. Fine by him. Sanji waves his hand to tear open a rift in the void, and Goblin Roy lands gracefully right in front of him. Time to show these useless shiny pests who is the real hunter here. Meanwhile, back outside the dimensional gateway, the rest of the hunters are still busy cleaning up the chaotic battlefield. After a careful check, she walks over to report to the prosecutor. All of their wounded teammates are back on their feet. The healing elixirs did nothing, but the antidote worked. The prosecutor listens coldly, nodding as he realizes it acts more like a curse than actual poison, though the antidote somehow still did the trick. The concentrated hell essence actually releases a nasty debuff gas known as Hell's Breath. Does A know anything about this item? Asked by the prosecutor, she ponders briefly before offering her answer. From the sound of it, it is likely a dark mage item. Powerful tools capable of breaking a curse like that have never been seen in the shop before. Did they get it from a secret shop, or did they have another method? The prosecutor asks calmly. It is probably a unique item acquired through some highly unusual means. But why did such a powerful, miraculous item have zero effect on Sanju? And get this, he turns to address Han Minhua, deliberately mispronouncing his name to get a hilarious rise out of him. But Han Minhua knows it is his turn to talk, explaining what he found after activating his special skill, the 3-star Scouter. He discovered that the item did not fail at all. It actually gave Sanju a massive buff, meaning his overall experience must have skyrocketed because of it. On top of that, other hidden effects are awakening, and even his health and mana pools are expanding. Clearly, there are still many deep mysteries surrounding the dungeon, and this concentrated hell essence. A suddenly remembers another crucial matter and shifts the topic. She asks the prosecutor if they really plan to split the boss raid rewards with that old necromancer. He reluctantly admits they have no choice. Otherwise, Sanju would never have joined them in the first place. Did they not all see what he could do? Letting a powerhouse like him slip away would be an absolutely devastating loss. A smiles confidently and volunteers, asking him to leave the contract negotiations to her. The kid still has not seen the real world, so she can easily draft a highly favorable deal. She is sure he already knows how vital those boss raid rewards are. He needs to think about the 30,000 citizens that their guild is currently managing. A's intense logic and overwhelming pressure make prosecutor John Diem Po and Han Minhua shiver, realizing just how terrifying she can actually be. There are those true colors. Calculating the pros and cons, the prosecutor tells her to go right ahead. He warns her to make sure she does not turn Sanju into an enemy. She accepts, claiming she absolutely hates acting like a villainous recruiter anyway. Suddenly, the prosecutor stops in his tracks. Without looking back, he quietly asks them about the prophecy stone. He asks what she thinks of it. Manhwa and his companion, who were bickering, freeze in shock and gasp at the question. Was not that the very item that handed him those cursed quests and prophecies? She was pretty skeptical at first, but touching it sent a genuine shiver of terror straight down her spine. The prosecutor falls silent, remembering that exact feeling, pure doubt and paralyzing fear. It is a pretty normal reaction for anyone binding with the prophecy stone for the first time. Yet Sanju somehow looks like he has already accepted the entire situation. He decides to hand the quest over to the two of them, figuring he was probably just overthinking things. Still, make sure to look into whether he has ever actually laid hands on that stone before. Now, check this out. Back inside that other world, Sanju is locked in a brutal clash. Corpse explosions keep bursting all over, lighting up the place like fireworks. As flames and flesh merge, even those gold goblins and gold orcs are growing pretty cautious. His actual skill is necromancy. Every single one he kills gets resurrected, serving as his personal gold-plated puppets to control at will. Sure, they are quite strong, but they are still totally useless. Surviving has never been easy, so why overcomplicate things? Just slaughter, slaughter, and slaughter. He does not need to care about anyone's opinions, nor does he have to worry about teammates. Even completely alone, this necromancer is a whole one-man army. Actually, it is a lot easier when he only has himself to manage. But just as thoughts of teammates fade and arrogance starts taking over his victory high, a distant voice suddenly calls Sanju's name right in his ear. He habitually turns around to look, but besides his giant spirit bears and goblin summons, there is absolutely nobody there. Pretty lonely, isn't it? A moment later, after completely wiping out the monsters in the previous zone, Sanju and his ragtag army move along to a brand new location, marching on until they finally reach a three-way junction down the street. Right here is where things get interesting. A massive arrow appears, presenting a left box and a right box of completely different sizes. Sanju calculated that the larger box on the left is obviously going to be far more dangerous, but high risk always means much bigger rewards. With that in mind, he takes the lead and heads straight toward the left path. After marching just a few paces, his undead army spots a massive wooden chest floating eerily in the distance. Sanju cautiously steps closer, but absolutely nothing happens. Sighing with a bit of impatience, he quietly orders his spirits to launch an attack. Following his command, they fire relentless barrages of lightning at the chest, which instantly provokes the sleeping monstrosity hiding inside it. The lid flies open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs and a single, bulging yellow eye staring right at them. The event boss has officially arrived. Its massive eye darts around wildly, searching for the foolish soul who dared to disturb its sleep. Keeping a pretty safe distance, Sanju calmly studies the beast and mutters, "Those teeth are massive, and I bet they are incredibly sharp." But his army has the upper hand, and the target's weakness is glaring. Lacking limbs, it can definitely still move, but its overall mobility is extremely limited. He will set up a solid defense using his spirit bears and savage wolves, while the rest execute a pincer strike, a flawless strategy. But unexpectedly, the beast suddenly coils back, trembling violently as it lets out a painful, agonized groan. Seeing this bizarre reaction, Sanju frowns, completely abandoning his cautious plan as he carelessly steps closer to investigate. Instantly, the cunning monster swells up, realizing its prey has walked right into the trap. With one massive sweep, it flings his summons away. The bears and wolves crash down like bowling pins, as if daring them to run. Sent flying by the impact, his own massive spirit bears crash straight into Sanju, sending him sliding backward with violent force. Sanju cannot hold it in, coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. Spotting the blood, the boss monster's eyes gleam as it shrieks. It madly lunges with its gaping maw at lightning speed to devour its fresh, dying prey, forcing Roy to desperately try and hold the beast back with everything he has. But the beast is simply too strong. And despite Roy's desperate efforts, the distance between them quickly shrinks to nothing. Sanju feels cold terror slowly creeping up his scalp. He was dead wrong about this. He actually believed that since it was a chest boss, its mobility would be pretty limited. Since when did he start underestimating his enemies like this? Since when did he become so incredibly arrogant? Was it because of that lingering high from awakening his insane new strength? Or was it because everything had been going way too smoothly? The dead never talk back, and even those he trusts most follow his orders without question. Memories of Ju and Lee Hanho suddenly come rushing back. How could he actually believe he did not need teammates anymore? That was sheer arrogance. If he somehow survives this nightmare, he must adjust his mindset and be more careful. Right at that moment, the beast lunges directly behind his back, leaving him zero time to react. With a heavy thud, Sanju freezes, staring straight into the jaws of death. But his spirits, bears, and wolves are desperately straining every fiber to hold the boss back. Shaking off the panic, he snaps back to reality. Right first, he has to kill this thing. Sanju rams his blade in, desperately prying the creature's jaw open, forcing its mouth wide as he rapidly summons a swarm of undead. He orders them to crawl inside. Once the trap is fully loaded, he yanks his sword free and leaps backward as far as his legs can carry him. Rai and the rest get to Sanju's plan, piling onto the monster to force its massive jaws shut. Rai looks back with a gentle smile one last time. Sanju can only whisper a painful apology. This whole fight was a massive mistake. The corpse explosion triggers instantly, setting off an earth-shattering blast that shakes the heavens and the earth. That sheer destructive wave successfully obliterates almost everything standing in the immediate area. Even the concrete ceiling overhead gets completely hollowed out, leaving a massive gap behind. Clutching his shield, Sanju tenses as he scans the aftermath. Just then, the system alerts him that the boss has been successfully hunted, and the final round is complete. But the cost is heavy. His summoned spirits were sacrificed right alongside that monster. Wait, is this whole system a total scam? Still, he cautiously steps forward to check, tapping gently on its tough outer shell. Looks like it took 0 damage from all those external explosions. Without attacking from the inside, killing this thing would have been totally impossible. Covered in blood and completely drained, Dusanju pulls out an antidote potion, drinks it down, and mutters quietly to himself. That explains why he couldn't recover from that attack. He really needs to be much more careful from now on. One mistake is more than enough. Just because this world feels like some video game now, it doesn't mean death here is as meaningless as it is in games. We only get one single life. No matter what crazy things happen next, he absolutely must survive all the way to the very end. That is the absolute best he can do. After all, he abandoned his own family just to stay alive up to this point. Getting his strength and focus back, Dusanju heads straight for the reward room. Cautiously, he pushes the door open and peers inside. Is this classroom seriously the reward room? Sure enough, each of the lockers lined up in the corner has its own glowing padlock. The system immediately displays some detailed info about the special items locked inside. Reading closely, Dusanju quickly realizes that all of these rare items are things you can never buy from a regular shop. While most of these are useful boosters for skills and experience, he has absolutely no clue what the wish parchment is used for. Curiously tapping on it, the system displays the full detailed description. This parchment lets him make binding pacts with other players based on conditions that he chooses to set himself. Fail to complete those conditions, and you will die. Dusanju frowns, thinking this could be useful somewhere, but he lacks the points to grab everything. In the end, he decides to purchase just a few items. And of course, that wish parchment is one of them. Is this really his best choice? Let's hope so. As he questions his choice, the system interrupts with a notification he has officially leveled up to 13 thanks to completing this hidden stage. Instantly forgetting all his doubts, Dusanju grins with absolute satisfaction as even his stats get a massive boost. Now this is the real ultimate reward. He chooses to put 3 points into his agility stat. If he were just a tiny bit faster, he could have easily avoided that blast. But it is not too late. With all stages cleared, the system begins counting down for Dusanju to teleport back to the real world through the dimensional portal once again. He has finally gotten everything he came for. Time to get back to his crew. Meanwhile, in the real world, a brilliant full moon hangs high in the night sky. Dusanju has officially returned. Prosecutor John Diampo eagerly rushes over to greet him, expressing genuine surprise at his sudden disappearance, but feeling deeply relieved he made it to the raid. Brushing it off with a smile, Dusanju says he did not expect this either, apologizing for wasting the prosecutor's time. The prosecutor waves his hand dismissively, saying they would have spent just as much time on this anyway. Since he couldn't show up completely empty-handed, he brought along a nice gift, then politely asks if he can post their official contract and photos to the online community. Confused, Dusanju looks at Jisoo for help photos. Does the community even have a feature like that? The prosecutor quickly speaks up, pointing directly to the reporter standing behind him. Because that guy's special class is actually a photographer, he owns a unique item that lets him upload images. To inspire hope in people, do they not need something real that they can actually show the public? It is pretty embarrassing, but they are called heroes. Thinking it over, they might end up targeted by some lazy freeloaders. But keeping a positive image is definitely worth it, so he finally agrees to the deal. With the deal finalized, the prosecutor and the raid team board their chopper, leaving our 3 young heroes behind as they fly off. Han, who has been quietly examining the prosecutor's gifts all this time, suddenly lets out an excited shout. All of these are high-grade elixirs. Prosecutor John Diampo really is an amazing guy. Dusanju remains calm, simply telling the kid to check them carefully just to be absolutely sure. Jisoo also lightens up quite a bit, cheerfully asking if the massive raid is officially set and if they only have one last job left to do. Dusanju nods in agreement. To get stronger, they need to hunt and prepare for the upcoming raid. A few days later, deep in a ruined corner of the city, a pack of goblins crowd around a dead body when suddenly, an incredibly sweet aroma fills the air. The nearby orcs are also quickly drawn in by the delicious scent. Acting like a pack of starving beasts, they rush toward a mysterious box sitting in the center. Desperate for a bite, they begin brutally tearing each other apart. Suddenly, the corpse of a nearby goblin starts to glow bright. Before they can even process what is happening, an earth-shattering explosion goes off, blasting every single monster in range. That is when our main trio finally steps out from their hiding spot. Sanju happily notes that this is already their 5th one, giving him the perfect chance to activate his Hwarong sword. Beside him, Lee Hanho is completely amazed and filled with endless admiration, while Jisoo looks on with a dark, unhappy face, wondering how he is even able to hunt like that. Lee Hanho walks over to pick up the item, pinching his nostrils tightly shut while looking incredibly excited. He tells them they have to use these weird bait items immediately, just like fishing. Turns out, it is special food to lure monsters, though the awful stench is quite enough to make anyone throw up. But the moment the kid brings it close to show off, Sanju, Jisoo and R immediately pinch their noses in disgust, telling him to throw it away because it stinks even through the packaging. Lee Hanho gets hurt and mumbles, "My mom actually made this, you know." Hearing that, they both feel pretty guilty. They quickly force a smile and stammer about how perfect the item is, though neither dares to take their hands off their noses. Jisoo decides to back away a bit before calmly bringing up an idea. Since this bait was made from his ruined food, she realized there might be another way to upgrade things outside of normal hunting. She mentions Uncle Lee, Lee Hanho's dad, who set up the defense system to protect their safe zone. That special skill is called the Korean rooftop. Thanks to him, the village is totally safe. But just as she says this, a gang of wild teenagers on motorcycles comes tearing in, kicking up clouds of dust. Kim Tae-sung and his noisy rebel crew ride up from a distance, shouting that he has got some big news. They actually managed to find a brand new shop up in the north. But the problem is that someone else has already gone ahead and completely ruined the entire place. They have no idea who did it. Now, Sanju is seriously pondering this massive problem. Using gold can seriously mess with their current situation, without even touching raw power. It is just like hoarding all the basic supplies they get from their hunts. At this rate, they cannot even dream of harvesting any crops. But right then, a brilliant plan hits him. He tells Kim Tae-sung that if they find another shop, they must contact Kung-shu immediately, or else all the remaining survivors will be in deep trouble. Kim Tae-sung eagerly smiles and accepts the order. But right after, here's where things get really awkward for our hero. He squints over at a group of girls gathering in the far distance, who keep staring directly at him while whispering very intensely about something. What is up with them? Kim Tae-sung follows his gaze, realizing what is happening, and awkwardly starts to explain. Since you beat up Ryujin a while back, there is a massive rumor going around that you are basically a violent monster who attacks women. He whispers the harsh truth right into Sanju's ear, making his face turn pitch black as he realizes everyone here thinks he is a total jerk. Either way, the rowdy crowd of kids finally leaves, bringing back the peaceful silence. Sanju quickly gets his head back in the game and announces they are moving out. But suddenly, Jisoo turns around, her eyes widening as a terrible feeling of being watched hits her. She panics, tightly gripping her blazing sword and sliding into a defensive stance, shouting a warning to Sanju that someone is here. Instantaneously, a massive hairy shadow smashes through a glass window of a nearby building. Right from behind, another drooling beastly shadow charges straight at them with pure rage. Luckily, the bear ghosts and cursed souls guarding Sanju spot them instantly, lunging forward to block their path. Now they can clearly see these beasts are dire wolves. Sanju raises his crossbow, aiming to finish off one of the giants, when a third dire wolf suddenly appears on a wall. It leaps forward in huge bounds, screaming in sheer panic, "Do not shoot!" Talk about a plot twist. Did a monster actually just talk? This is completely different from what they expected. Still, they immediately leap into battle anyway, and one of the wild dire wolves actually manages to break completely free from the giant bear ghost. It reaches out a giant paw, snatching the food bag hanging from Lee Han-ho's neck, while the poor kid screams in terror. But with a quick rip, the beast simply tears open the cloth holding the bait. The wolves tear the box open, stuffing their faces and completely forgetting about the humans. But while they are enjoying their delicious meal, they slowly realize they are in deep trouble, looking up to find themselves totally surrounded with absolutely no way to escape. Sanju aims his crossbow right at their faces, asking them angrily, "Did you just say do not shoot? You better start explaining right now." Trapped inside the tight circle, the two smaller dire wolves look up at their leader, panicking and asking what to do. The big wolf tells them to stay calm. Even though they are surrounded, there is still a chance. Sanju squints in total confusion. A chance? Instantly, the giant dire wolf lets out a furious roar and charges straight ahead, desperately trying to carve out a bloody escape route. It aggressively rips the head off a cursed soul, hoping to break the formation while telling the young wolves to run for it. Sanju finally realizes what they are up to. He grits his teeth, ordering the minions to close the gap where they are weak, his crossbow trembling. Sanju successfully fires 2 arrows straight into the monster's back. Blood splatters everywhere as it collapses, desperately trying to drag down a few more cursed souls on its way out. He screams, telling the remaining dire wolves to run away quickly. Terrified, the pups scramble to flee, crying out apologies to their uncle and promising they will never forget this day. Finally, the massive dire wolf collapses with a painful howl, completely defeated. A short distance away, Sanju just watches him with cold disgust. Sanju sneers, mocking their touching display of teamwork, but let's not forget they initiated the strike first, leaving him absolutely no other choice but to fight back. Still pinned to the dirt, the wolf angrily shifts the blame, claiming it was all because of the food they brought, which drove his pack to lose control and attack. Sanju responds with a freezing look. Is that so? Have you finally regained your senses? To make his point, Sanju drives his blade deep into the monster's cheek, instantly forcing the terrified beast to confess they were on a mission. Even as beasts, they had no free will and were constantly forced to do quests. They had no idea what was really happening and just moved on pure instinct, prompting Sanju to narrow his eyes and ask what the quest required. The dire wolf swallows hard, explaining that the goal is simple: eat 10 humans, and they will finally get their original bodies back. Shocked by this horrifying revelation, Hanho leans in and whispers that he always assumed monsters just attacked on instinct, but there is actually a twisted reason behind it. Sanju presses for more information, asking if there are others like him, and the beast nods in agony, confirming there are actually quite a lot. Countless players have been forced into these wild beast forms with absolutely no choices left. And seeing the wolf completely misunderstand his point, Sanju quickly steps in to clarify. He wants to know if there are other human beasts hiding nearby, but the wolf just shuts his eyes tightly, refusing to say another word. Sanju's face completely darkens. So there are. Did they also destroy the shop and leave that chilling warning about a brand new race? Look at how agitated he gets. The wolf frantically protests, forcing the summoned bears to pin him down as he cries out that they actually avoid humans entirely. Once their minds return, they just want peace. But unfortunately, not everyone is like that. There is a rogue faction actively hunting players just to satisfy their deep hatred, and they are definitely the ones pulling the strings behind all this. Still skeptical, Sanju asks if he is talking about some monster faction that hates humanity. But the wolf only responds with a bitter, mocking laugh. He reveals there are humans involved too, specifically those damn scientists, who pull the actual key strings, blame monsters for everything, and even manufacture highly dangerous items. A sudden memory. Sanju recalls that weird object. Tensely, he asks if it was that monster syringe from the wandering merchants, but he is only met with a heavy, suffocating silence. Getting annoyed, Sanju accuses the beast of stalling for reinforcements. But the wolf just shakes his head, reminding him that he already told his pack to run and never look back. Sanju draws his spear sword. Did you seriously expect me to let you go? The monster does not even try to move, lying perfectly still, explaining that he knows he cannot be spared, and is simply waiting for the end. Back when they were allowed to choose a class, his own fear and suspicion stopped him from picking anything at all. To make matters worse, he blocked his family from picking, but his clever son still secretly chose a class behind his back. The kid probably just loved video games. And as the wolf recounts this memory, tears of deep, agonizing regret spill from his wild beast eyes. Get ready for a punch to the gut. He asks how Sanju could ever know who his first victim was, admitting he is too cowardly to end himself. With everything finally out in the open, Sanju raises his blade high above his head, declaring in a freezing voice that he simply cannot forgive him. He waits. Facing death, the beast breaks down, weeping bitterly over his tragic end. None of this is fair. He just wanted to survive, yet everything failed miserably. A dry slash. With his suffering over, the wolf is silenced, and soon after, our three companions resume their quiet trek through the city. Hanho quietly grumbles to himself about their measly scraps, but honestly, the young thief is not feeling good about this situation at all. After all, that wolf had his reasons, and he even tried to protect his own. Sanju warns him to stay focused. The split second you drop your guard, you are dead. And remember that even predators have families of their own. He plans to track the beasts that escaped, prompting Ju to tilt her head and ask what exactly he intends to do with them. Pointing out those fled beasts are likely just children, Ju leaves Sanju silently grinding his teeth in frustration. He admits he hasn't thought that far ahead, focused purely on finding their territory first. And as the harsh reality sinks in, Sanju clenches his fist in pure anger. Damn system, how much further are you planning to push humanity? These half-monsters have been so in complete chaos since regaining their minds, and yet some survivors still find themselves sympathizing with their tragic plight. No matter how much they deny it, the painful truth is that the creature they just killed was just another monster deployed by the system. From the monster bait to the uncontrollable rage and the mandatory player-killing quests, absolutely everything proves the system is programming these creatures to grow by hunting players. It is tragic. There is simply no way for them to coexist anymore. Talking as they walk, the trio soon arrives at an abandoned district with not a single soul in sight, calmly scouting the silent area to assess their situation. Hanho gets pretty impatient and starts to complain how far did those bastards run off to. Yu Seongwoo tries to calm him down, saying as soon as they smell the bait, they will definitely swarm over. They keep walking until they reach a fork. Suddenly, Jisoo grabs both guys by their collars and pulls them into hiding. Before they even realize what's happening, the enemy is right in front of them. Those two small direwolves from earlier are now bound tight like smoked meat by spiderwebs. Trapped, they cry out in sheer misery. A pack of kobolds approaches, laughing maniacally as they anticipate a fresh feast, but their leader quickly waves them off. He explains that these are offerings for their queen. Then, he steps forward and drives his spear tips straight into the necks of the two beasts. No use. The direwolves instantly feel their bodies go completely numb, unable to move. They collapse helplessly, left at the mercy of those kobolds who drag them away to their lair. Still, the cautious leader carefully scans the surroundings once more before leaving. Once the monsters are out of sight, the trio cautiously steps out from their hiding spot. They start discussing how those weak kobolds managed to capture direwolves, even knowing how to use poison spears on them. And get this, how did those creatures even plan this? Also, is that a store sign next to a dungeon sign? A shop and dungeon in one station? Well, at least the dungeon will keep the store completely safe. Time to move. Securing that shop is absolutely vital for their survival. They step into the massive dungeon, basically the bedroom of the poison spider queen. After walking down an endless hallway, a terrified Hanho starts to stutter. He didn't bring his goblins today, thinking they were just using bait for a simple hunt. Yu Seongwoo warns everyone to stay sharp since the monsters have the terrain advantage. At the end of the path, a horrifying spider web field appears, packed with humans hanging upside down, trapped. Spotting the group, the victims desperately beg for help. Seeing the tragic sight, Jisoo doesn't hesitate. Ignoring the warning from Yu Seongwoo, she slashes the webs with her flaming sword, freeing the victims who immediately thank them, but they don't get the chance. A giant spider suddenly drops right from the ceiling. Right after, hundreds of spiders rain down, turning Hanho completely pale with pure terror. A tense Yu Seongwoo screams for everyone to run. Yu Seongwoo triggers his corpse explosion to slow them down. Those monsters actually laid eggs on living humans, so they need to watch the ceiling too. There is no telling which way they will attack from next. But Yu Seongwoo forgot one crucial detail. That loud explosion just alerted the entire swarm. Countless kobolds and venomous spiders begin pouring out from the pitch-black darkness. Are the spiders and kobolds working together in some weird symbiotic relationship? Suddenly, a dagger flies straight into the eye of the nearest monster. The thrower smirks, proudly flexing his perfect aim. When it comes to taking on large numbers, Hanho is incredibly confident. He can take them all. In just moments, the monsters are sliced into tiny, bloody pieces. Activating his giant form, Hanho goes on a wild slaughtering rampage, a smug grin plastered across his face. These weaklings are not even enough to warm him up. The remaining kobolds and spiders freeze in absolute terror, realizing this smiling kid is the actual monster in this room. Brutal, unforgiving. But Hanho does not give a single damn. With his body overflowing with incredible power, Hanho feels more liberated than ever before. He constantly goads the terrified monsters, shouting for them to keep charging. No thinking, no hesitating. Everything is clear now, he just has to keep on killing. Kill and kill again. No thoughts needed. He doesn't even need help from his teammates just to handle simple goblins and weak kobolds. Fighting solo feels way better. He is a powerhouse thief now, and he can easily handle this completely on his own. The kobolds screech in anger, frantically ordering the spiders to shoot their webbing and tie him down. Surprised, Hanho raises an eyebrow as a massive wall of sticky web suddenly shoots out, trapping him. You can see it in his face. Yu Seongwoo grits his teeth as he realizes that is the trap they used on the wolves. Covered in sticky webs from head to toe, Hanho does not even flinch. He just laughs at the flimsy threads before flexing his muscles and shattering them with pure strength. Did they seriously think they could stop him? Refusing to back down, the kobolds order the hunter spiders to keep shooting. Drowning in the thrill of easy victory, Hanho lets out an arrogant laugh. He insults the foolish monsters, shouting that numbers will not save them. But just a split second later, everything takes a turn. A massive, unexpected wave of thick webbing traps him completely. He is pinned down so hard he can't even twitch, let alone break free. The kobolds cheer in delight, they finally captured the cocky brat. Helpless and crying, Hanho finally remembers his reliable leader and turns to him for help. Yu Seongwoo quickly triggers another corpse explosion to save him. A massive blast of fire vaporizes the surrounding pests. Saved from the brink, Hanho collapses, feeling totally ashamed of his own arrogance. Having been there himself, Yu Seongwoo calmly tells the kid that he let his cocky emotions blind him on the battlefield. Falling into danger was to be expected, but this time you are seriously pushing your luck. Jisoo quietly watched the chaos behind them, amazed by the sheer number of enemies still coming. The Necromancer waved his hand to summon the undead, trying to wrap this up quickly before they moved on, while loud explosions constantly shook the subway tunnels. Thick smoke and fire filled the air, along with endless piles of dead bodies. At this rate, they would easily wipe out every single monster inside this subway station, especially since they had already cleared all the tracks. It looked like the next track was blocked off, making them wonder if they had stumbled upon the boss room as Sanju carefully examined the ceiling above. This subway system connected directly to the department store, which meant they were dealing with a massive partition dungeon. Let's head over there. And with that, the team walked away, leaving behind a battlefield covered in ruins and rising dust. After searching around, they finally located the spot, though Sanju looked on with doubt, wondering if this was truly the boss room. But the moment he reached for the door, a system warning appeared, showing this boss room had already claimed 124 lives. Hanho and Jisoo paused in hesitation, realizing this place had to be incredibly dangerous to trigger a terrifying message like that. Should they even keep going? Well, you already know, Sanju ignored the warning and pulled the door open anyway. After all, they had prepared themselves for a fight way tougher than this. And just as expected, he walked right in. The group followed him into the massive chamber, where they were immediately greeted by a devious ferret wizard sporting a sly smirk. Fluttering his feather fan, he welcomed the lovely players, but Sanju found himself staring at the creature in complete confusion. He had totally expected the boss to be the Spider Queen, while Hanho peeked from behind him in absolute wonder. The beast was nothing like a normal ferret since it could speak perfectly, but those casual words felt like a direct insult to it. Hearing that, he roared in anger, asking how they could dare compare a great wizard like him to those mindless beasts. Then, pointing proudly to his own head, he bragged that his intellect came from devouring 2 human brains. Sanju finally understood how the beast gained its high intelligence, proving his theory that monster evolution was tied directly to human deaths. Getting more excited by the second, the creature drooled and warned them that they wouldn't be escaping this place alive. This meant he was about to feast on 23 human brains, and suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire room like an earthquake. At that moment, the Spider Queen boss finally emerged, showing off the largest arachnid they had ever seen, with human bodies wrapped up in her giant webs. This was absolutely insane, facing 2 boss monsters at the same time. And get this, they were already teaming up. The ferret wizard landed right on top of the Spider Queen. She wrapped her webs around his limbs to secure him, and with their fusion complete, they laughed wildly, asking the humans what they thought. Are you scared yet? Because Sanju was already busy raising the nearby undead. His plan was to trigger a corpse explosion with the zombies before sending in the skeleton soldiers to finish them. But the wizard quickly ordered the queen to strike first. Thick, durable webs immediately wrapped around his summoned undead, binding them tightly. She spun around to make sure she didn't miss a single target, launching steel webs like terrifying giant bullets. His skeleton, soldiers, and spirits were completely pinned down, leaving the ferret wizard laughing as he mocked their obvious plan to use corpse explosion on them. He had completely figured out their entire strategy. Sanju gritted his teeth in absolute frustration, realizing this beast possessed human-level intellect, while Hanho beside him recklessly decided to launch a direct dagger attack. The impatient boy wanted to strike first, but unfortunately, the queen easily swatted his daggers away with a single kick before they could touch her. After all, she was the muscle, and he was the brains. The queen would always protect her partner, making them an unbeatable duo, so they demanded the humans surrender and become their food. Another wave of webbing came flying, but Jisoo stepped up just in time, swinging her flaming sword to burn the traps to ashes. Shocked by this, the wizard stared with his mouth wide open. Unbeatable. Yeah, right, because her webs catch fire just as easily as any other spider in the world. Pressing her advantage, she swung her sword to unleash an exploding wave of fire, forcing the panicked queen back, until the wizard spit out high-pressure water to extinguish it. That looked like water elemental magic, which meant fire was no longer going to be their weakness. Sanju quickly ordered his skeleton soldiers to surround the two bosses and block them from moving. Hanho grew anxious as the situation worsened, asking him what their next move was since they could not hold out much longer. He yelled for the kid to fall back toward Jisoo while he prepared a plan. As his skeletons struggled to hold back the relentless attacks of the bosses, the ferret wizard launched another savage attack, fueled by a burning desire to destroy everything in sight. To destroy these things, he just needs to consume more human brains. But Sanju suddenly cuts him off, waving his hand to cast a powerful spell. He actually destroys them? Not a chance. It will be a long time before he eats a brain. All those corpses the Spider Queen kept bundled up are now fully under the control of our Necromancer. They rise as undead, massive in numbers and taking bizarre shapes beyond anything he expected. If you are going out to eat, you should really clean up after yourself. It turns out her very own nest is the best battlefield for him. With this endless supply of corpses, Sanju's Undead Army grows massive. The Spider Queen viciously lashes out with a razor-sharp leg. Her strike carries enough raw power to slice through dozens of his skeleton soldiers and undead. But do not worry, Sanju has plenty left. Better watch your back, Queen. Right on cue, one of her massive legs snaps right in half. She thrashes and screams in pure agony, forcing Junggu to scramble to get her under control. Suddenly, she spews a foul-smelling green toxic liquid right onto the bear specters, unleashing a highly corrosive moon poison. Too bad for her. That deadly poison does absolutely nothing to them. The bear specters and skeleton soldiers just keep charging forward. They slam into the Spider Queen while Junggu desperately tries to guide her. He screams at her to stop wasting her energy. They are just animated garbage, so her toxins will never work on them. Sanju just smirks from afar, muttering that they actually figured it out. The Spider Queen spins around, her massive legs sweeping the nearby skeletons away. Meanwhile, Sanju continues casting his necromancy on the corpses hanging from the ceiling. They fall completely under his control, ready, eagerly preparing for the next wave. He honestly has no idea if they can win this. These opponents belong to the brutal werewolf race. The Spider Queen was incredibly picky, meaning only the most powerful beasts surround her now. Brainless monsters usually end up dying from sheer exhaustion during combat. If these bosses use even a tiny bit of strategy, we might be looking at a total wipeout. An absolute beam of blinding light blasts right into his undead army, scattering them. Junggu and the Spider Queen have shifted their tactics, focusing entirely on killing the Necromancer first. Sanju immediately realizes he is their target. Lunging forward, the Spider Queen thrusts her giant legs straight at him with terrifying force. He skids backward from the impact, having barely deployed a shield in time. Fortunately, his physical stats are now far superior to ordinary monsters, but against these boss monsters, who knows if it is enough. Survival here means he might actually stand a chance at winning, right on cue. Both boss monsters launch another extremely heavy attack to kill him. A sudden flash blinds the area as her massive limb connects directly with his chest. Sanju can only widen his eyes in absolute shock. A deafening screech echoes through the chamber as thick dust kicks up. Honestly, did any of us really think our hero would go down that easily? A bright purple glow begins radiating from the ancient gem on his chest. The gem successfully absorbed the lethal strike for him after his shield shattered to pieces. Falling to one knee, Sanju gasps heavily to catch his breath. He thought he could dodge it. No luck, now he just has to survive. Sanju prepares to use his Chaos Crystal to counter his dropping mana reserves. On the other side, seeing his resilience, Junggu is rapidly losing all his patience. The weasel keeps screaming insults at him, calling him a disgusting bastard. Sanju completely ignores the trash talk and keeps fighting. He forces himself to endure the raw pain, holding the line until the end. Without Ju's protective shield, Hanho would have crumbled instantly, and Sanju is definitely no tank himself. Soon, the Spider Queen realizes his summons are barely even scratching her anymore. Junggu laughs mockingly, asking him if the great Necromancer has already run out of steam. He brags he can go all day, laughing that he is not a brainless idiot like his opponent. The mage has no interest in dragging out this useless battle. He actually uses his head, and he has already figured out a solution. Under Junggu's orders, the Spider Queen uses her massive tail to reel in her webbing. She drags all the web-wrapped corpses together, bundling them into one giant pile. Sanju's face darkens. A terrible feeling washes over him. Junggu suddenly opens his jaws, spewing out massive torrents of molten red fire. He is using fireballs to incinerate the corpses, completely destroying Sanju's summoning pool. Sanju frowns in disbelief. Burning his own partner's nest? This beast is far cleverer than expected. While he is distracted spewing fire, Roy and the bear specters quietly flank him from behind. They desperately try to suppress the flames, hoping to save the remaining bodies. But it is too late, as he hurls fireballs at them like baseballs. Junggu laughs triumphantly, screaming that Sanju has reached his limit and cannot summon a single soul anymore. He tells him he is finished, calling him a lowly human. But right on cue, a lone heroine makes a sudden dramatic entrance. Slamming down with her flaming sword, she yells that his reign is over. Unprepared, the Spider Queen takes a direct hit as Jisoo drops straight onto her, cleanly severing two of her legs. With his master plan completely ruined, the ferret mage loses his cool, realizing Jisoo had been waiting in the shadows to unleash this surprise attack. But as he scans their formation, he stops and remembers that another person should be here with them. Right on cue, that missing person is Hanho, who slowly walks up behind his horde of undead. thanking everyone for waiting. This is the secret weapon Hanho and Jisoo worked on, but looking at his slow army, the ferret mage sneers and asks if his brain is completely smooth. Since those zombies are basic and unevolved, they can never hope to get anywhere near him. He vows to destroy them all, but before he can even finish, the Spider Queen starts shaking like crazy. Hanho proudly holds up a bag of mysterious dregs, boasting that he added a pretty special sauce he dares the mage to watch as the queen eats it right up. The smelly wolf monster food effect has officially been activated. Just looking at the bait, both the Spider Queen and the Ferret Mage start drooling like crazy over this absolute masterpiece of a meal. Watching from a pretty safe distance, Dusanju finally relaxes because while he was keeping those giant bosses busy, Jisoo and Hanho successfully deployed the zombies stuffed with irresistible bait. It is an item that even high-level, conscious monsters cannot resist, forcing any wild beast to completely lose control of their basic instincts. Snatching the bait, both bosses start devouring it. Though the Ferret Mage tries fighting his own urges, desperately begging the Spider Queen to stop eating. They must run now. If they keep eating this, they are going to die. But Dusanju just coldly reminds them that it is far too late, and those zombies inside the Spider Queen are about to show their true purpose. And boom, a massive corpse explosion rips through her stomach, the exact kind of devastating trap you love to see. Meanwhile, in another city, a giant bat thrashing in agony tries to break free from heavy iron chains pinned deep into its flesh. A crimson sword slash flashes across the screen, slicing the giant man-eating boss clean in half before it crashes down, completely lifeless. This victory belongs to the local expedition team, who crowd around Prosecutor Joe Diempo, cheering and celebrating their massive triumph. They actually did it. A flawless run against a massive boss. Everyone happily celebrates their victory. Just as Manhwa expected, their commander's leadership is absolutely top tier. However, Joe Diempo remains stone cold, quietly analyzing the overwhelming strength of a certain rival who hunts alone. He compares his own party's speed with that solo hunter's shocking level of experience. Though that guy holds the first rank for now, Joe Diempo vows to surpass him soon. Who exactly is Han Kang-gok anyway? How is he leveling up so fast when Joe Diempo commands the most influential guild in Korea? No active player leads larger raids than he does, and yet this complete ghost of a top ranker, Han Kang-gok, still somehow manages to stay ahead of him. This mystery is the one thing Joe Diempo cannot wrap his head around. If that top ranker ever decides to form a guild, it would easily take over the entire nation overnight. He keeps plotting how to handle anyone blocking his path, but Manhwa suddenly cuts in with a loud shout, telling him to check out some shocking news. Check this out, the local rankings just shifted, and Joe Diempo is about to get a massive wake-up call. Necromancer Dusanju has officially taken over second place, pushing Joe Diempo right down the leaderboard. Furious, Joe Diempo nearly crushes his phone trying to comprehend this.